I've been a LeBlanc main for the past 10 years, maining her the last 5, and I've reached rank 1 LeBlanc World in Season 11 when all the pros came to EU West for the World Championship. I've also created a LeBlanc guide on Coach Curtis's channel, as some of you may already know, and since then, I've only gotten better at the champion, and I think I can do an even better guide right now, sharing with you guys all of my knowledge that I've acquired over the years. And I'm going to be teaching you guys how to carry and win games on LeBlanc from the loading screen, basically, towards the victory screen at the end of the game. So if you guys like this guide, I really appreciate if you guys click the like button, click the subscribe button, because there's going to be a lot more high quality content coming up. Guides like these, but also general game related topics are going to be coming up in the next couple of weeks. So stay tuned for that. What are we going to be covering in this guide? Initially, we're going to be covering everything that we need to know before the game starts. So runes, build, identity, all the fundamentals that we need to be prepared and strong on when we're going to be playing LeBlanc. Then we're going to go into what does LeBlanc actually do. We're going to cover all of her abilities, every single one of her combos. There's going to be a lot of them. I'm going to be telling you that. And we're also going to cover a not seen before trading combo that Showmaker has actually created. This one is very excited. When I watched this one, I was like, holy shit, this guy blew my mind with the trading combo. That's also my new favorite trading combo, by the way. We're also going to be covering how to win every trade onto LeBlanc. We're going to get into in-game examples, really showing the mindset behind trades on this champion, how to win the lane. We're also going to be talking about the matchups and what to be doing in the mid game and how to snowball onto LeBlanc. How can you actually turn that lead that you get in the lane into a victory screen at the end? And then finally, we're also going to be covering some stuff about fighting and team fighting. Very complicated, very in-depth, but amazing resources. Why play LeBlanc? Number one, she's the most fun champ in the game. Out of all of the champs that I've played ever in League, this is a champ that I just cannot get enough of. When you're winning on this champion, you feel like you're in absolute control and you feel like nothing can stop you. When you're losing on this champion, you know exactly what happened, you know exactly what you messed up, and still the game is just incredibly fun to play. Even when you're losing, this champ is a blessing to play. So, lane dominance. This is going to be the most important factor. LeBlanc's lane is incredible. Her trading tools are through the roof. The amount of pressure that she can put onto the enemy laner really makes this champion shine. And she snowballs incredibly hard. So if you get the lane dominance part going, you get a lead, then you can also snowball that lead into other parts of the map. So once you get going, you get going hard on this champ. She also breaks the rules of the game. Why does she break the rules of the game? Well, her laning is put in a way that some champions just cannot play against her. And also the way that she trades into enemy champions really are just sometimes have no counterplay. That's the problem with LeBlanc. That's why people hate this champion as well. Like she can hit you under tower and not get hit by the turret. That's a crazy concept. It like old Akali W where she just shrouds on the tower and she becomes invisible. Well, LeBlanc can do the same thing without taking any type of tower damage. The tower does not save you versus LeBlanc. That's the crazy part. That's why she breaks the rules of the game. And also in the mid game, she's got so many options that she can just do whatever she wants. That's also what makes her a little bit harder, but that's also what makes her incredibly fun and incredibly frustrating to play against. There's also zero counterplay for melees. If you're playing a melee champion and you're facing off against LeBlanc, I wish you a lot of luck because the E plus the mobility from LeBlanc makes it just really hard to bounce back into, and the trades and the way that the lane is being played is not played on your terms as a melee, but played on LeBlanc's terms. If you're playing LeBlanc, you're in full control. She's mobile. She's incredibly good versus high threat. So if the enemy team has a Jarvan and you're normally a control mage player, just pick LeBlanc. You're going to not be dying anytime soon to the Jarvan because of the amount of mobility that you have in your kit. So if you're looking to expand and add LeBlanc to your pool, what type of previous experience is good? It's good to have some assassin experience, knowing how to play with burst damage. It's also good to have some experience with some mobility, creating win conditions. Maybe a champion like Ahri really suits you. If you played Ahri in the past, LeBlanc can definitely be a good one to pick up. Maybe a champion like Yone, or even a champion like Akali. Really, the high burst damage from Akali and the way that the skirmish is being played out, it's pretty similar. So if you had some previous experiences, definitely worth adding LeBlanc to the pool. And also, if you want a champion that has any of these characteristics, or if you just want to like enjoy the game, definitely pick her up. So what type of champion is LeBlanc? LeBlanc is an assassin with a really dominant lane. And a lot of high elo mid laners actually have a mental block against this champion because of the fact that she dictates how the lane is being played out. So she can win every single lane. Some matchups are going to be a little bit tricky, but even with good matchup understanding, you're going to be able to navigate these lanes well, and you're going to be able to win those lanes as well. She can get priority and impact the map, something that a lot of people are struggling with, especially in the lower elos. And she has the ability to remove one enemy champion from the game. Yes, she has a lot of high burst damage in her kit, and you can utilize that burst damage to nuke the enemies and make it unable for them to play the game. And her mobility allows her to get away with illegal shit. You can do a lot of illegal shit on this champion and still get away with it. So she has a few weaknesses as well, though. She struggles from behind. Even though she's still from behind, she can sometimes be a little bit tricky to play because of the fact that she's a pretty committal champion and her wave clear is pretty mediocre. So from behind, it can get a little bit tough. It's also pretty tricky to actually 1v9 on LeBlanc because most of her damage is actually single target focused in her E and in her Q. And therefore, it's really hard to wipe an entire team fight solo. No, you need teammates to do that. But the good thing about LeBlanc is that you can get those teammates ahead really easily. She does have a lot of different micro things that come into her kit. And if you are not really experienced on the champ, knowing what the right ability to use is sometimes a little bit tricky. Luckily, we're covering that in the guide here. And what type of fundamentals do you need on LeBlanc? Well, trading. Trading is number one most important thing on LeBlanc. Everything revolves around trading, getting damage off onto the enemy champions. We're going to be covering more of this in the lane section of the guide. Then we are going to be managing waves and we're going to be managing our resets in a way that's going to be allowing us to trade better. So wave management and resets really are an underlying factor of the trading. The matchup understanding comes afterwards, which also is going to allow ourselves to take better quality trades. LeBlanc is all about trading. Quote I made myself is the quality of your trades dictates the quality of your lane. Keep that in mind for future references. And warding and leaning, it's a little bit less important. Roaming, it's a little bit less important, but still definitely important for LeBlanc because warding and leaning is going to allow us to make sure that whenever we take a trade, we don't get messed up on the bad side of it. And if we are leaning towards the right side, we can be impacting the plays that happen on the map much quicker. Same with roaming. It's really good that if you know roaming well, because you can spot opportunities, get ahead, and start to snowball. And try to set was not that important, mainly because of LeBlanc having so much mobility that a lot of junglers don't even bother ganking you on this champion because they know that right you can just W away at any time, and it's really hard for them to consistently get good quality ganks off on you. So we're going to be moving on to the runes. I'm going to be covering all of the possible rune choices that LeBlanc can have, but we're going to start off with a nice cookie cutter rune page that you can take on LeBlanc, which is Electrocute into Sorcery. And I'm going to be explaining the options in between here right now. So Electrocute is really good on LeBlanc because of the way that it helps with our trading patterns. You cannot go wrong with this rune page. Combine this with Sudden Impact that massively helps increase our damage after we press our W. These two are almost always mandatory. You cannot go wrong with this. Then you can go for either Eyeball Collection or Zombie Ward, depending on how good you are, really. If you're Master Plus, I recommend starting to look into Zombie Ward. It's a little bit harder to use, and you need a little bit more mental stack for that. But if you're below Master, feel free to just take Eyeball Collection because it's easy to use and really helps with snowballing. I personally prefer a Treasure Hunter. I used to always play Ultimate Hunter in the past, but I think that to really help with the snowball on LeBlanc, Treasure Hunter is really, really valuable. And if you're going to be getting comfortable on LeBlanc, you can play with a little bit longer RCD anyway. But also this one is preference. Both work incredibly well. These two are just mandatory runes. Both of these work incredibly well. You could theoretically also take Relentless Hunter, also preference. All of these are great to take. For the secondary rune option, we got Sorcery, in which that I like Scorch the most because it helps amplifying our already strong lane. And then you can either take Absolute Focus or Transcendence, depending on the matchup that you're going to be playing against. So if you're going to be playing against the matchup that cannot really interact and trade back with you, Absolute Focus is definitely really, really good because it massively helps with your burst damage output. But if you're going to be playing against a champion that is able to poke you, is able to keep you a little bit lower on HP, go Transcendence, because Transcendence gives you a lot of ability haste value, which is also great on LeBlanc. You could theoretically also opt in for Mana Flow Band, especially if you want to be going for builds in the sense that you're not building a mana item first item, which some people prefer to do. But it's not really necessary. I think if you're going Luden's first item, no need to go Mana Flow Band. You can just opt in for a mana-less rune page in the sorcery. First, on LeBlanc, I really recommend taking the attack speed rune, mainly because it helps us with our trading combos, with our trading patterns. Auto attacks on LeBlanc really form a big part of our trading patterns. So getting this attack speed really helps with weaving those auto attacks in and getting comfortable with the trading patterns. Then I really like flat health as well, because you're usually trying to contest levels 1 to 6 on LeBlanc and really try to get a lead right there. So this rune is going to be sometimes making the difference between you solo killing the enemy opponent or actually getting solo killed yourself. You can also take this Electrocute rune page and combine it with Precision. In that sense, you used to take Absorb Life and Cut Down, but since they nerfed Absorb Life into the ground, we now go for Legend Haste and Cut Down, which is also an incredible rune page. And the mindset is practically the same. I've been mainly running Sorcery, but this is also a completely viable option. We're going to be covering some extra rune options on LeBlanc that are sometimes taken, and this is Airy and First Strike. So Airy is a rune option that is played on LeBlanc if you're really looking to hyper focus and hyper strengthen your early levels. And this is only done in champs that you struggle reaching or like getting your trading patterns with Electrocute in. So this is champions that you're mainly playing off Q poke in, and you're also going to be putting 3 points in your Q. It's really, really complicated, but it's used in very niche matchups. Sometimes a matchup like Vex or Lissandra can be really hard to procure Electrocute in without getting heavily counter-traded into. And then this rune is potentially viable into those champions. I still think that's not necessary. I still think Electrocute is much better at this moment, because the downside of the Airy is that you actually don't have that massive extra burst damage in the mid to late game, which makes it much harder for you to actually play towards your identity in the mid to late game. First Strike, on the other hand, is also, this is actually a legit option. I think Airy is very niche, but First Strike is legit. When do you run First Strike over Electrocute? You run First Strike when you're playing for bank, when you're playing for money. And that is against champions that you're going to be absolutely impossible to kill in the lane. So this is tank mids, D-shield second wind abusers that are unable to be killed. Or also, for example, a champion like Galio that is also just unkillable for you as LeBlanc. But you're just going to be playing for bank. You're going to be playing for this cashback rune in the tree as well, for the triple tonic. And you can go for either Cosmic or Jack of all trades. I like Jack of all trades myself. And just going to be playing to skill a little bit more, because you cannot bully the enemy laner opponent anyway. So we're just going to be playing to skill. We're going to be playing to hit our own item spikes. And it really helps with our burst damage in the mid to late game. So honestly, pretty decent rune page as well. Both of these trees we're going to be adding on the domination tree with it as well. So as an extra rune that we can also run on LeBlanc is Bone Plating secondary with Overgrowth. It's really, really niche, and it's really cheap as well. Like, let's just be honest, it's very cheap. If we go Electrocute together with Bone Plating secondary, we're just playing cheap, but it's really good into some matchups, for example, Pantheon. It just absolutely prevents their trading patterns, just like Fizz. If we run Bone Plating into these champs, like, we make an already good lane absolutely unplayable for them. So into some melees, it's incredibly good. It also really helps with if you want to be jumping in towards the enemies as LeBlanc to prevent damage taken. So it might open up some extra trading windows like this. So it's a really good rune page to run on LeBlanc as well, but it's a little bit more niche. And yeah, it's cheap. It's really, really cheap. Let's just put it like that. So LeBlanc's build, we're starting off with Doran's Ring every single game. Best starting item there is for her. And what we want to be building is we want to be building towards Ludens. Ludens is the most consistent mana item there is for her. It helps with her burst damage. It amplifies her burst damage. And it also really enables like nasty poke strategies once we hit this item, and makes trading for the enemies really, really hard to beat. For our first base, I really like to get Amtome and Dark Seal together with a refillable potion. Always try to get Dark Seal on LeBlanc because it's really easy for you to pick up kills and snowball with the extra AP that the Dark Seal gives you. Refillable Potion is also necessary on LeBlanc because there's going to be a lot of trading, And LeBlanc doesn't really trade well if she's lower on HP because her trading is actually pretty committal in the fact that she has to W in. So refillable potion is really going to help us with our trading. As for our boots, ideally we take sorcery because it helps with our identity of being a burst mage. But if you feel a little bit spicy, you could theoretically also go Ionians, but I think sorcery shoes is just so much better on LeBlanc. When it comes to the build path, ideally what I do is I go for Dorans into Darkseal and instantly into Lost Chapter into Ludens. That's my ideal build path because the Luden spike is just so big on LeBlanc that I reckon it's worth delaying the sorcery shoes for it. You could theoretically also go the Sorks a little bit earlier. It's preference in the end. As long as you build this, you're going to be completely fine. And yeah, personally, I prefer going Sorks after Ludens because the Luden spike is just very large on the one, very, very large. So for the second item, there's a lot of options, and we're going to be breaking down what we're going to be building in these situations. So I've been, at the moment, mainly opting in for Horizon Focus. It's really cheap. It gives haste. It gives a nice HP of AP. And if the enemies are hit by either your W or your Q at high range, you're also going to be dealing 10% increased damage to them, which means that your runes, rest of your items, everything is going to be dealing 10% increased damage. It's a very, very stark buff. So I think the item for the amount of gold that it costs is incredibly good. Storm Surge, Shadow Flame, also incredible items for LeBlanc, really amplifying her burst damage and her burst identity. It makes it really good to like nuke one target with these type of items. And I think both of them do a great job. If you want a general burst item on LeBlanc, Storm Surge is the right choice. You only go Shadow Flame in situations where you need to be playing against enemy shields. So if the enemies have a lot of shields, for example, Archangels, Shield Boast that proc at 30% HP, Shadow Flame is really good because it activates below 35 and also 40% HP next patch. Which means that this has a lot of value versus those type of champs. It really can still allow you to one-shot those champs, even though they have got shields in their kit. So Shadow Flame is really good against that. Storm Surge is just generally really good on LeBlanc. It fits her identity really well. We're also going to be talking about predictions and also possible extra build paths that you can take on LeBlanc in the next slide. Roberdons is also a very nice item to get a second item on LeBlanc, but it's a little bit of a luxury. So this is, of course, the best possible item that you can get if you can get the spike, but the components towards the double needs is just really hard to get there. So usually I only get this like third or fourth because it's hard to get to that point. But if you can get a sneaky Roberdon second, absolutely buy it. For the late game, you really want to be rounding the build out with Roberdons, get more burst damage, Void Staff get more burst damage, or a potential defensive item in Zonias or Banshees if you need it to win your side lane, or if you need it because the enemy team actually has a lot of threat and makes it hard to otherwise jump into them. Zonias is an incredible item on LeBlanc because you can W in, E someone, and then you can use your Zonias to let the E get off guaranteed without the enemies being able to hit you back. So Zonias is a really nice pickup on LeBlanc. We prefer Void Staff over Crypt Bloom because of the fact that it's our identity burst someone, so the extra stats are really helpful rather than the haste and the active. LeBlanc doesn't really care about that. It is a bonus, but we don't really care about that. And when it comes to a final question, Magi, definitely go Magi if you see that the enemy team composition does not have the tools to actually kill you. So if you're going to be really hardly killed, then buy Magi and upgrade your Darkseal. So there is some extra build options that I want to highlight, especially Storm Surge first and potentially even Shadow Flame first, or potentially even Lich Bane first. These are all options that LeBlanc can run. The downside is that you're not running a mana item in that sense, so you need Mana Flow Band in your rune page, especially with the buffs to Storm Surge and Shadow Flame next patch. I predict that maybe these are items that you actually want to start building on LeBlanc first before you opt in for Ludens, but I'm not entirely sure. If you do that, make sure that you go Mana Flow Band in your rune page. And it's definitely a solid option, especially Storm Surge next patch may be very legit on LeBlanc, and it may really help you with some of your trading patterns in lane. But most likely, we'll still see next patch like Luden Storm Surge or something like that. I think that's the most likely thing to appear. I've done a lot of research on summoner spells the past few weeks, and I've really found the solution on LeBlanc. So first things first, we're going to take TP every single game. TP is necessary on LeBlanc. Not only because it helps with tempo resetting for lane, but it especially helps with being part in the chaos, being part in all the fights, and enabling our side laning and mid game, mainly with the TP. Our TP usage is going to be crucial. And then you can combine the TP with either Flash or Ignite. So normally you're going to be taking Flash in about 80% of games. And the reason why that's because it's also an incredibly versatile summoner spell, and you cannot really go wrong with that. The only times when Ignite is actually going to be better than Flash is if you actually need it to stat check enemies. And that you need it to win lane against enemies that you otherwise won't win lane against. So very good examples are actually AD carry mids. Tristana, Akshan, Corki, Ezreal. These are all champions that Flash is not really going to help you much with because they just stand there and out-attack you. So you need the Ignite to prevent them from just running at you and hitting you and killing you. And that's going to really make it harder for them to take these extended fights into you because you got this Ignite as true damage to back them up, which is a big part of their HP bar because they're playing AD carry mids. So I really like to take TP Ignite versus AD carry mids. And another good example to take TP Ignite into is, for example, Vladimir. Vladimir is a champion that is just gonna be there and gonna be stat checking you and just regenerating a lot with his HP. But if you take this Ignite, it's gonna be much harder for him to do that. Another good example is Azir. Azir is very similar to AD carry mids. You don't really need Flash into Azir. You're gonna be able to just W on top of his face, but he's gonna be able to take an extended trade into you and Ignite prevents extended trades. Another good example that you can do is, for example, Sylas. You don't necessarily need Flash versus those champs. So take Ignite to help with your laning phase and help put them under threat and prevent their counterplay by taking extended trades into you. This is counterplay prevention, Ignite. That's it. That's it, really. But otherwise, take Flash. Flash, you cannot really go wrong with Flash, but at the highest levels, you need Ignite versus those type of matchups to prevent them stat checking you. So, skill order. Skill order on LeBlanc can go in every single direction. Most of the times we're going to be starting with W. W is also the ability that we're going to be maxing most of the times because this is our most versatile ability. This is where we get wave clear from. This is where we get a lot of mobility, and mainly because of the cooldown refund, this is why we're going to be maxing this ability first. So W is our most versatile ability. That's usually what we want to be maxing. Then we can also start Q sometimes in situations where you cannot really use your W because you may lose the trade. Free to start Q because it can also help you with CSing or building the wave state that you want to have. When to put 3 points Q before maxing out W? Well, the mindset is if your trading patterns are more revolved around your Q rather than your W, you're going to be putting 3 points Q. Most of the times it's actually going to be W, and like 90% of the games you're going to be maxing W, but it's sometimes really good to put 3 points Q if you're mainly playing for Q poke, or if you're going to be playing against a melee champion in which that they're just going to waltz in your face. You can just QE them, lock them up, and then again QW them, get 2 rotations of Q in. So if you're going to be able to do that into some melees and into some Q-oriented ranged matchups, Q 3 points is really, really good. Then max W, because we do want to be having the cooldown of the ability lowered and the wave clear afterwards. We never put 5 points Q before we max W. Sometimes we can, usually we take Q level 2, but sometimes we can also take E level 2. The times we're going to be taking E level 2 is we're playing versus a very long range champion that we feel comfortable hitting with our E, and therefore we can get slightly more damage off than if we would be going for W in, and instead of an out-attack queuing or out-attack Q out-attacking, we can then look for an E and get a little bit more damage in because we can extend the trade a little bit like that. But more often than not, you're going to be taking Q level 2, and this is just going to be the general level matchup leveling pattern. We're going to be diving a little bit deeper into this in the matchup section, so stay tuned for that one. This is going to be the juice of the guide. Everything that you need to know about LeBlanc's abilities and trading is going to be covered in this section, because good ability usage can make or break LeBlanc. It can solo win and solo lose your games. So we're going to be covering every little detail that I know in this section. This is structured in a way that it makes it understandable for everyone, and also understandable what LeBlanc wants to be doing. We're going to be starting off with an ability rundown. So if you're only watch this if you're a beginning LeBlanc player and you don't know what their abilities do. Otherwise, don't watch this. It's a waste of your time. The rest of the stuff, this is where you need to be investing most of your time. We're going to be introducing trading on LeBlanc. Why do we trade on LeBlanc? What type of trades do we want to be taking? Why is trading on LeBlanc so important? And we're going to be covering all of the trading patterns in lane and combos in lane. Then we're going to be covering all the trading patterns and combos with ult. And then we're going to be covering at the end a small new trading combo that I haven't really like seen ever before. Before Showmaker showed it to me, I was like, holy shit. This is my new favorite trading combo. We're going to be covering this one as well in depth, and we're going to be breaking it down. Insane trading combo. Then we're going to be doing a deep dive on every single ability. So we're going to be explaining every small detail, every small tech, every small extra thing that you can be doing, and how you can be using this each ability to its maximum potential. We're also going to be talking about the next level of trading on LeBlanc. So we know all the combos. How do we use these combos in the lane? And how do we need to be playing out the lane with all of this knowledge? And then we need to, we're also going to be covering this in full lane trading examples, and we're going to be breaking those down so you guys understand how it looks in practicality in the games itself. So we're going to be covering what each of LeBlanc's abilities do. Starting off with her passive. When LeBlanc drops below 40% HP, what happens is that we become invisible for a second and we create a clone. This clone is controlled with the Alt key. We can even out-attack enemies with it. It's not going to deal any damage, but you can use this clone to deceive the enemies on who's the real LeBlanc. Then for your Q actually just throws a projectile at the enemies and it gets a mark onto the enemies. So what does this mark do? This mark stays onto the enemies, and if you hit the enemies with another ability, what's going to happen is that it's going to be proccing an extra bit of damage. As you can see it here in the tooltip, the first proc deals a little bit of damage, and then the second proc doubles the damage that you deal with this ability. If either part kills the target, LeBlanc refunds 100% of the mana and 30% of the spell's remaining cooldown. It also deals a little bit increased damage to minions, so this is really going to be helpful with your last hitting and your CSing. Your W, Distortion. What you do is you dash towards the direction, and it leaves a clone behind, which that if you press the ability again, you can go back towards that initial cast. The W, as you can see right here, actually has a really long range. You can trade from very far with this because this is the explosion radius. So if you jump right here, you can see that it deals damage towards the enemies. Very long range, really good mobility and trading tool that we have. So when it comes to our E launches a chain towards the enemies. And after a short delay, what's going to happen is that the enemies are going to be rooted for 1.5 seconds, which is an incredibly long amount of time. This also grants true sight, so invisible enemies or enemies that are not visible towards us yet. If we hit them, we're going to be spotting them with the little marks on top of their heads. This is also going to be present for jungle camps. For example, Baron, Dragon, we can use that onto them to grant vision and know if the enemies are doing the objective or not. So we're moving on to our ult. Our ult copies the last ability that we used. So if we used our Q ability as last, we can now use the Q ability again on our ult, which means that if we used our W again, we can do a double dash with our ult. If we used our E as last, we can now do a double chain on our ult, which means that we can, for example, lock someone up for about 3 seconds in total, and that's why LeBlanc has such insane gank setup and makes it so hard for the enemies to play, because the double chain is just incredibly oppressive to play against. Same as double mobility, or if you use your QR, it's a lot of burst damage in a very short amount of time. We're going to be introducing trading on LeBlanc, and we're going to start off with a quote. The quality of your trades dictates the quality of your lane. It's all going to be about getting HP off onto the enemies while staying healthy yourself. Why is that? Well, LeBlanc is a champion that doesn't really do much else in the lane. Her wave clear is very limited, and she has very limited utility tools. Yes, she has some CC, but it's not real utility. It's also built to kill the enemies. So LeBlanc's kit is really built to trade onto you. She's a very damage-oriented champion, and that means that she's also forced to trade onto you. If you do not trade as LeBlanc onto the enemies, you're not really getting value out of your champion, and you're going to probably get outskilled by the enemies. So we're going to be needing to understand that trading and taking good trades is going to be incredibly important on this champion if you want to make this champion work. LeBlanc is the queen of short trades. Her short trading is incredibly good because of the fact that she can go in and out, and she has a lot of burst damage. So ideally, LeBlanc most of the time takes short trades. even trades are winning. LeBlanc loves trading. Our kit is built to mate to be able to trade. And this also means that if we trade even, for example, we get 60% off onto the enemies, and the enemies get 60% off onto us, what's going to happen is that it's going to be favorable for us because we are a burst-oriented champion. So the next 40% of HP that the enemies have is going to be more quickly dealt out by us than it's done by the enemies in most of the cases. So if the enemies are lower on HP, we're going to be having a lot of kill trade onto them. This also means that if we trade flashes, it's really worth on LeBlanc because LeBlanc has mobility and most other champions do not have the amount of mobility that she has. So trading flashes and stuff like that is usually winning on LeBlanc. We want to be trading because the lower the enemies are, the more threat that we're going to be having onto them, and that's when we're going to be able to get lane control. So, of course, it's not as easy as just always taking even trades. Ideally, LeBlanc wants to be taking 100 to 0 trades. So we get a lot of damage off onto the enemies, while they only get a little bit or no damage off onto us. And the main reason why that's the case is because LeBlanc's HP is very important. LeBlanc is still a champion that needs to commit if she wants to be trading onto the enemies. So if you're low, it's going to be really hard to W in onto the enemies. This also means that sometimes you got to be giving minions to stay high HP, not catch the entire enemy's combos to the face. And that means that if you give 1 or 2 creeps, you're going to be able to take a good trade afterwards, and you're going to actually be able to get lane control. So whenever you take good trades, that's when you're going to be able to get lane control on LeBlanc. If you're struggling in lane on LeBlanc, look at your trading. How much damage do we take? How much damage are we able to deal? That's really what I want you to be focusing on. We're also going to be covering in the lane section. A lot's going to be about taking good quality trades. So the final thing to understand is LeBlanc can take 100 to 0 trades in the sense that she can go onto the enemy without the enemies being able to hit us back. Which trading patterns combined with that is what we're going to be covering in the next slide. But she can also take committal trades in the sense that she can extend the trade a little bit longer, get a little bit more damage off onto the enemies, but also take a little bit more damage in return. This is all possible for LeBlanc. We're going to be covering the different types of trades in the next slide. Trading in lane on LeBlanc. This section also has a lot of examples with it, which is what we're going to be covering after the theory right here. So the quality of your trades dictate the quality of your lane, like we discussed. And LeBlanc is this queen of short trades. LeBlanc wants to be trading around her electrocute and her W cooldowns. She's really good if she can trade around these cooldowns because this is the tools that make her win trades versus enemies and get HP advantages. But if you're not trading around these cooldowns, that's when you're going to be struggling because you're not going to be really having that much damage or agency in the trades. Auto attacks are going to be a big part of our trading patterns, especially in the lane. So weaving in auto attacks is going to be allowing us to proc electrocute, massively increase our damage. We're going to be putting a high emphasis on this in the examples. It's really important to know when to start trades with your Q or with your W. And this is very interesting because I've heard no one of the big LeBlanc players ever talk about this. So let me explain this to you guys. When to start trades with Q, when to start trades with W. So usually, in an ideal world, you want if the enemies can do nothing to you in return, you want to start your trade with Q into W to get the guaranteed Q proc every single time and have the most amount of damage. But in a lot of situations, that's actually not going to be possible. In a lot of situations, you're going to be playing against ranged champs that are going to be tethering out your Q range, so you're not going to get that initial QW. So you need to use your W first because your W actually has 160 longer range than your Q. So a lot of people actually start tethering out your Q, but not your W. And your W has much longer range, which means that you can get more trading patterns going if you start with your W versus long range champions. Another time that you want to start your trade with your Q instead of with your W instead of with your Q is actually if you want the recast location of your W to be further away of the enemies. Once again, abusing that extra range that your W gives you rather than your Q. And we're going to be covering this in an example really closely because this is so massive to know because it's going to prevent the enemies from actually trading back into you. Let's jump into the examples after the final thing that we're going to be covering here, knowing when to cut the trade, knowing the enemy trading patterns. This is also like tying back into this. Sometimes an enemy can actually dash into us after we've traded into them and force an extended trade. And since LeBlanc has really long cooldowns on her W, we don't want extended trades. We want short trades. So knowing when to cut the trade and therefore knowing when to start the trade with W and instantly back off and not extend it is incredibly important to staying high HP. Let's jump into the examples. Let's cover all the trading patterns in lane and all the small details underneath it so you guys understand what trading in lane really feels like on LeBlanc. So mostly it's going to be decided around our W cooldown. Our W is almost in every trade, and our electrocute is also going to be procced in almost every trade. So these two things are going to be key. So a nice level 1 trade that we can do is an out attack W out attack. This is a very classic trade. Out attack W out attack, boom. And there's some small nuances to this one. What you can do is you can use your out attack, and in your recharge of your next auto attack animation, you press the W. So then your auto attack animation comes up and you can instantly flick back whenever the auto attack animation goes off. So you don't give the enemy a chance to actually hit you back with an extra auto attack. So you get that extra auto attack off and the enemies do not. And you see proc the electrocute, massively favored trade. El Clasico trading pattern, LeBlanc level 1. There's also going to be situations where you do not want, where you want to be starting with your W instead of with your auto attack. Mainly because you want the recast location of your W to be further away from the enemies because you don't want to be extending the trades. You do not want this guy to walk into you and actually be able to hit you even further because this is an AD champion, an ADC mid, and you are not an ADC champion. So if you're going to be trading out attacks, you're going to be losing. So what do? Is I use my W to get in range first, and now my W is further back, and then I go for an out attack right here, and another out attack instantly flick back, so we deny the smolder the next out attack as well. And we proc the electrocute while our W location is much farther away, so he didn't really have an opportunity to go into as an extended trade like that. That's the difference between an out attack W out attack and a W out attack out attack. Beautiful example of these type of trading patterns. Next up is the classic QW out attack trading pattern. QW out attack, proccing the electrocute, getting a lot of damage. In this case, I did a very sexy sidestep onto the Yone W as well, preventing him from shielding my damage right here. But that's just a little bit of an extra right here. It's champion specific. But this is a classic trading pattern. QW out attack, proc the electrocute. You see a lot of damage. This is going to be your bread and butter trading combos if the enemies give you the range, or if you're going to be playing against melees, because they're going to be giving you this range a lot. Very classic trading pattern. So sometimes we can also start this with our W, mainly to increase the range on this trade. Smolder is not giving me the QW out attack range right here. So what do? I go for WQ out attack, also proccing the electrocute, but keeping myself at a little bit more distance from the Smolder so he cannot extend the trade. And also that I get that opportunity, but he didn't tether my W, but he did tether my Q. You can also use your W to get in range, because a lot of range champs, or when the enemies are lower, they're not going to give you the opportunity to get onto them. And you can use your W to get range, get under them, and then go for an out attack Q and hit them without them being able to hit you back, because you're going to be flying back to your initial W location. Fun thing is you can also do this under turret. That's why LeBlanc breaks the rules of the game. How unfair is this for Smolder? Okay, so now we're going to be starting with real W trading patterns, in that we're going to be also including the other parts of our kit. So not only the out attacks, but also the E and the Q. We're going to be doing a W in QE, but also a W in E into Q. And I'm also going to be explaining to you guys when you do which. So in this case, I'm going to be playing versus Syndra, and she walks too close, and I'm going to be going for a Q, and then a W in, and then I'm going to be going for a Q into E. And in the meantime, I'm weaving in out attacks, of course. So this is the W Q into E. Very nice trading pattern. And for this next example, we're going to be W E into Q. So what's the difference behind these two trading patterns? Why do I start with E in first one? Why do I not start with Q in the first one and start with E in the second one? Well, the difference is between two things. How long do you want the trades to be? And the other thing is how easy is it for you to hit your E? Because sometimes the enemies are going to be standing in between minions. So versus the Syndra, I want to instantly be able to actually back off after I hit my E. In this case, I extend the trade a little bit more, but I already proc my Q with the E, so I could theoretically instantly W back and get out of this situation. In the second example, I need to wait my full E duration to proc the second part of my Q because I hit the E first before the Q. That's the main difference. Another one of the difference is being able to land that E first, like being able to land that E whenever. So in this case, Syndra was actually using the minions as a little bit of a blockade of my E initially. And then I spotted her mess up and I went for the E. But for the smaller, what you actually can see in the second example is that he was already out in the open. So I just W on top of him and I instantly E because I'm on top of him. There's no minions to block. So it makes it really easy for me to land my E ability. Unfortunately, don't kill him, but the ID is there. Very, very nice. You can also start the trades with your E. This is mainly when the enemies make a mistake. So if the enemies make a mistake and they get too close to you, or their movement is too linear, or they're going to be able to walk up towards the last hit, and then you can actually instantly fish for an E. And that looks somewhat like this. In this case, his movement is incredibly linear, and I can just start with the E. I don't have to jump onto him first, and that locks him up already, puts him in a very tough position. So a final thing that I want to mention here is knowing when to cut the trade. So this is the classic W auto attack trade, which is one that we haven't really covered, because you don't proc electrocute right here. So in this case, what I do is I only go for a trade onto the Cassiopeia with a W and an auto attack. There's two reasons for that. Number one, if I do this, Cassiopeia can only hit me back with one E before she can get even more damage onto me. If I would be going for another auto attack, she can actually go for a Q, for an auto attack plus E in the time that I get that next auto attack in as well. So I get a lot of return damage. So knowing that I need to cut the trade right now to get the most amount of HP difference between us in the lane right here. While in this case, also, I don't have electrocute up, so it wouldn't even be worth for me to get that extra auto attack in because I don't even have electrocute up as well. But it's sometimes into some situations like you're playing against AD carry mids or versus champs that want to be taking extended trades into you, it's actually really good to just go for a nice W auto attack trade, especially if they're going to be if we're going to be timing this onto an enemy last hit, so they cannot even retaliate with a normal auto attack because they're already in auto attack animation. It's going to be really easy to just get very nice committal non-committal 100 for 0 trades. This is an incredible trading pattern, especially in the early lane. Leblanc's ult is basically 3 abilities in one, and that makes it really hard to understand which one is the best to use given this situation. So this is also the ability that really differentiates the good Leblancs from the mediocre Leblancs. So for me to teach you this, we need to start off with understanding what each R does and why we would be using an ult in a given situation. So we need to understand the mindset behind each ult. So we're going to be starting off with the node on the bottom. The RQ and the RE deal the most amount of damage, and the RW deals a little bit less damage compared to the RQ and the RE. Because if this would not be the case, the RW would be used almost every single time, and the RQ would not have an identity. But because the RQ and the RE deal more damage than the RW, there's also room for those abilities. And we're going to be starting off with the RQ. The RQ is a nuke. It's single target, point and click ability with a very short cast time. And if it procs both, and it can also proc the previous part of your Q, you can absolutely nuke someone's HP bar. This is like one of the fastest combo high damage abilities in the game. That's what we use the RQ for. It's purely damage. The RW is probably going to be the most used ability out of all of them. And we're going to be using this if we need options. So if we want to be using the mobility part, the double recast potential part, if we need the range, but also the speed of combo, because the W actually doesn't have a cast time, while the Q and the E do have a cast time. So if you're onto someone, the quickest ability to use is actually the RW. So that's also why speed of combo is really important to highlight right here. So this is the most versatile ability from LeBlanc, and this is the one that we're going to be using the most as well. And then finally, we got the RE. That's the double chain. We use this one if we need a gank setup, if we want to extend the trade, or if we're looking to all-in someone. So if we really look to extendedly trade with someone or lock them in position, that's when we RE. If we look to nuke someone instantly and burst someone with the most amount of damage, that's when we use the RQ. And we use the RW if we need anything else, really. This is the most versatile one. And if you're not sure which one to use, most more often than not, the RW is your best friend. The only downside of this is that the damage is sometimes a little bit lower. So we're going to be moving on into the examples. We're going to be starting off with the RQ, which is the nuke. A classic combo is the Q, RQ, W. That's the nuke combo. I'm going to be showing examples with this, of course, as well. But you can also do this from longer range. You can also, one thing to specify right here is both the Q's second part will get procced because the W is an ability that we end off with. Whenever you use the RQ, I mean, you want to be finishing off with a different ability. So either the W or the E to proc the second part of this ability. So the Q, RQ, W is a perfect combo. You can also W forward to get in range, Q, RQ, E, and then hit someone from a very long range. And this is like a little bit of the sniper that Leblanc sometimes does. Showmaker is incredibly good at using this this combo. If you watch Showmaker LeBlanc games, you're going to be absolutely flabbergasted with how good that he's landing, how good that he is at landing E at max range. This one, of course, requires you to hit a skill shot at the end. So it's really hard to make it work, but it's a really sexy combo from a lot of range, absolutely nuking someone from a lot of range. You can also do Q, RQ, E while not using your E. As you can see, this is much shorter range because we're not using our W. Much shorter range. We keep our W, and then we can always W out if stuff gets spicy. So we're nuking someone without actually committing towards it because we always have the option to W out and use our mobility for that. So let's jump straight into the examples here. So first example right here. We're rocking up to a skirmish right here, and I use the Q, RQ, W onto the Nilly, and I finish her off with the E. So let's rewind this. So why do I go for the Q, RQ, W right here? Because I need a lot of damage. And that's the most amount of damage that I can be dealing in a short amount of time. And that absolutely nukes the Nidalee. So why would I not why would I not RW right here? Is because RW deals less damage. And in that case, I would not have one-shot the Nidalee right here. As you can see, you can also weave in the E at the end. Classic RQW combo. Once again, we got a very similar example right here. We're moving on onto the MF right here. MF disrespects. Q, RQW, absolute nuke. Very similar example right here. We're rocking ourselves up towards a team fight. We're getting in a little bit in the back. We see that MF is overwhelmed with her mental stack. She's hitting someone. So we Q, RQW, nuke the MF, and therefore we get ourselves an angle back into the team fight right here. This shows the classic Q, RQW combo. Very easy to land. A lot of damage. So now we're going to look at different variations of the Q, RQW. And in this particular situation, I'm rocking up into the Viego, and I actually start with the E, and after that, I Q, RQW. So what happens right here is that I walk into the Viego, and because he's sleeping, he's watching top, I land my E first, and then the E already procs the second part of the RQ, and then I can just finish him off with a W. We also got some other variations on this one, which is that what you see me do in this clip, it's a little bit more complicated. I W forward, I land my E first, and then I Q, RQ, and then the second part of my E finishes off the RQ, which means that all of the damage still gets procced. I'm going to be showing this one more time right here. I land the E, and then I flash forward to get the Q and the RQ on before my E procs, and that means that the second point of my RQ also gets procced, and therefore I deal a lot of damage. So that was another variation of that combo. In this case, very similar example, I'm Wing first, Eing, I'm Wing first to prevent Akshan from escaping, and then what do? Is I Q, RQ, and then proc it with my E. Very quick nuke-oriented combo with using the RQ, so to say. Very, very clear identity of this one. Very similar example right here. In this case, I E first towards the Akshan instead of Eing at the end. And that means that I need to wait a little bit longer and then before the RQ gets procced. It's all about proccing the RQ at the end. And that's the difference between this one and the next one I showed again. I W first, Q, RQ, E, instantly nuked, very quick combo. For the next one, what actually happens is that I E first, so I need to wait a little bit longer until the second part of my RQ gets procced. I E first, and then the second part of the chain procs it. Also deals the same amount of damage. Very short-oriented, burst, nuke-oriented trading combo. And eventually we're going to be able to pick off the Akshan right here. Pike steals my kill, but it is what it is. And this is the long-range nuke. What I was talking about as well is you just W forward, and then you Q, RQ, E. Very long range, very non-committal, really hard to play against. Next up, we got the RE. The identity of the RE is either gank setup, extended trades, or all-ins, because we have to be closer to someone for a lot longer to land both of these chains, so to say. But if we land the first chain, it's also really easy to land the second chain because they're already rooted, and then it's really hard to miss a skill shot. So what we can do, there's many different variations of this one as well, as long as you understand that we're going to be double chaining for maximum CC, the ability to weave in a lot of auto attacks, and we can do that in many different ways. We can also use the RE to extend the trade so long that we can actually get 2 Qs in our rotation, in the sense that if we can get an extra Q in our rotation and proc that, that's going to be dealing an insane amount of extra damage. We're just going to be taking a look at all of the examples, and I'm going to be showing you guys the mindset and how to execute upon these combos. So in this first example, we're going to be using our RE to extend the trade. So right here, I hit the list with my E, and then I use another E, I space out her abilities, I land an out attack on top of her face, and we deal an insane amount of damage. Really allowing me to extend the trade, getting a lot of damage on top of her. Another use case is just purely using it for CC. So in this case, we see that the Shen gets CC'd by the Bard, I land my E, I land another E, Shen is stuck as hell, and he just cannot really move, and that means that eventually I can wait for my next rotation of abilities and finish him off. Another way that we can use our E is for REs for gank setup. So I jump onto the Cassio, I land her with the first chain, and at the end I throw my second chain, and she's just stuck in that same position for incredibly long amount of time. And that's really the mindset behind this RE usage, is we just want to keep someone in that place for a long time, extend the trade, and therefore we can hit a lot of auto attacks, a lot of other abilities, or even set up for the rest of our team onto the enemy champion. So it's same situation on top right here. I land the E. Same Zyra as well, same Cassiopeia. And as you can see, I can just really extend the trade into this Cassiopeia, which means that we eventually get the kill. So perfect ability for gank setup and keeping someone in place. So now we're going to be taking a look at the double Q rotation. And this is one in which that you can extend the trade so you get 2 Qs off in one particular trade, and that's absolutely insane because the amount of damage that you're going to be dealing additionally is really high. So this is a Chovy Volt. What he does is he Qs into E's, and then he keeps out attacking the enemy Vex, and then at the end he still Q into W's. He Q W's the Nidalee because the Vex is already dead, but it still gets the picture across. Look how long that this Vex is CC'd. If this would be a 1v1, he could have gotten 2 Qs off onto the Vex, and that's usually for LeBlanc enough to actually get an absolute one-shot. So we're ending it off with the RW, and there's going to be a lot of clips for this one because there's so many options and so many things that you can do with this ability. So let's break a few options down right here. We can use this ability to go for very easy trades, and especially we can do this versus long range champs. So champs that want to keep our distance versus us, we can use the RW to get in range and then QW out attack to still proc the electrocute, proc the Q mark, and get the W damage on top of the enemies as well, which is where we put all of our points in the early game. This is a classic long range early short trade. We can also use our RW, QW very quickly to get a lot of AoE damage. This can also be used in different orders with the QW, RW, many different ways how to use it. It's really good for AoE damage. This is our only AoE damaging tool on LeBlanc. But we can also use the RW for mobility to get on top of someone. We can dodge self-peeling abilities. We can get onto mages and make them sweat. Because we can use this ability to also dodge abilities while also getting on top of someone and forcing trades. This is an amazing ability to force trades, also mobility, but also the speed of combo, because the W and the RW does not have a cast time, while the Q and the E actually do have cast times. So that's why this is such a great one to use. We're going to end it off with the Showmaker trade, which is absolutely insane. Like, when I watched this, he blew my mind. let's jump into the clips here. So we're going to be starting off with the RW QW classic trading combo. In this case, there's already in Soul. I RW to get in range, and then QW out attack to proc the electrocute and kill him. Versus the next example here on Zyra, she's already in range, so I RW on top of her, QW, very fast, quick, solid trading combo. There's already in Soul right here. Look at that. He gets too close, RW, QW, insane amount of damage on top of his face. And then we're going to be able to finish him off afterwards in this nice extended little trade. But it shows the example of the RW, QW, very effective trading combo. So we can also use the RW, QW if we want to be using it for combo speed. So we can nuke enemies, but instead of having 2 times a Q that we need to have a cast time for, the Q and the RQ, we can use the RW since we're already on top of someone. The only downside of this is that it deals a little bit less damage. So in this case, it's the perfect example of when to do this. So I get on top of the Jinx, boom, QW, RW on speed. If I would have RQW'd, I would have never killed her because Yana Tornado would have actually cancelled me. Same example right here on the Rek'Sai. He's already lower, so really quick combo like that. It's a little bit quicker than with the RQ, but it deals a little bit less damage. So that's the trade-off that you're actually making. But it gives you a lot of options as well. So in this case, we're going to be using the RW for the AoE. So there's going to be a little bit of a team fight breaking out. Samira is the key target, and look at that, they're all clumped up. Boom, WRW dealing a lot of AoE damage and killing the enemy carry. We're going to be showing that again right here, mainly because this is also such a good combo, because spell shields and wind walls and stuff like spell shields, but wind walls and the Samira W cannot block this ability. So that's also why I went for the RW right here. They're nicely lined up, beautiful AoE damage, really nuking the enemies and getting ourselves a nice dub of this game. We got another example of an AoE right here, in which that we see a roam happening towards bot. So I hover down towards bot, see what happens, and help my jungle with the dragon right here. And it looks like the enemies are going to be contesting. So if the enemies are going to be contesting, I'm going to be ready for the contesting here. The enemies are grouping up, and we see a nice Hecarim ult. Look at that. The Rel and the Zyra combine together, and I get the QW, RW for this insane AoE double kill right here. Perfect example, spreading out your damage like that. Amazing stuff. You can also use your RW to close the gap and get closer towards someone. In this case, Rek'Sai is called out. He gets over the wall, so I RW to get in range, and then W towards the Rek'Sai, hitting him, QE to finish him off. Fantastic example of using the RW mobility to close the gap. Right here is the Lilia as well. In this case, she flashes away. Use my RW to get on top of her. We get this beautiful little kill eventually that we otherwise wouldn't have gotten with any other abilities. So in this case, once again, I'm getting ganked by my teammates. So I use my RW to get on top of the Ryze. And then because I'm on top of him right now, it makes it really easy for me to land my E, which sets up for my team. Beautiful little kill towards the Kai'Sa. Really nicely using the RW to close the gap. We can also use the RW to dodge the self-peel. And in this case, I'm playing versus Syndra. Syndra has her E. We want to be avoiding her E, because if she uses her E like that, we're going to be kicked back. And if we're on top of her, it's really hard for her to land her skill shots. And it's really easy for us to land our own skill shots. And we're going to be able to dictate the trade like that. So what I do is I RW on top of her face. She E's forward. I dodge out on the E. And that means that we get this nice little kill on top of the Syndra. Absolutely fantastic usage of the RW. We can also use the RW to wave clear. So sometimes there's going to be minions in our way with hitting the E. So we're going to use the W and into the RW to clear the minions, and then it gives us a free path for our E right here. Free path for the E, which then kills the Aurelian Soul. Absolutely amazing job. So another thing to what people don't understand a lot is when to start with W and when to start the combo with RW. Well, there's a massive difference in between that, because between levels 6 and basically between level 7 and 11, what happens is that your W deals more damage than your RW, because this is the ability that you mech first. But once it reaches level 11, that's when your RW is going to be dealing more damage. So that's one thing to definitely keep in mind. So between these levels, you have to really think about the damage. But there's also going to be a thing when it comes to versatility. Because what happens if I W in first, I'm forced to use RW afterwards. Otherwise, I'm going to be losing the opportunity to use the RW. Because of the fact that my if I don't use the RW instantly, one of my other abilities will override the R. So that means that I can only use them one dash. So it's best in these type of skirmishes to always start with your RW, because that's going to keep your options open. Because you can still use all 3 of your abilities, because it doesn't get mimicked anymore, because you already used this one. So in this particular situation, I'm just starting with RW first and then Wing, because it keeps my options open. I could have theoretically also started with W, but it means that I'm forced to use the RW afterwards. And sometimes it's going to be best to just start with RW, because you want to start with chain first and then continue with the rest of your abilities. So we're going to move on to the Showmaker. And this is a nice little trading pattern, a combo that is going to absolutely blow your mind, as it did with me when I first saw this. And this one's really tricky, because we're going to be weaving in a lot of auto attacks in between, which is going to be the difference maker between us dealing a lot of damage versus us dealing mediocre damage towards the enemies. The benefit of this trading combo as well is because that we're going to be dealing a lot of damage from a lot of long range. So let's just play it out and see how it goes. So we W, auto attack, RW, QE, auto attack, E, auto attack. Crazy, huh? Crazy, absolutely crazy. And you see that Joey just got completely caught off guard by this trading pattern. W in, auto attack, RW, QE, auto attack, and at the end of the E, we can get in 1 extra auto attack before we flick back. So why is this trading combo so insanely good? Well, what we do is we used our abilities in a way that it cancels or like use it in between our auto attack animations. So I've got multiple examples lined up right here. W, RW, QE auto attack. In this case, he missed some auto attacks. This is from my own game, in which that I actually apply it. I W in onto the enemies, auto attack, RW, QE, auto attack, and then theoretically we can get another auto attack in at the end of the E. Perfect example of the combo. We're also going to be showing this in slow motion. So let's show this trading combo in slow motion right here, which that we're going to be playing with the Ryze. I W on top of him, and I'm going to be hitting the W, making sure I get the W damage. W, auto attack, RW, QE, and then our auto attack animation is back up, and then we E, and if the E would have connected and he'd still had higher HP, we still could have auto attacked him at the end of it as well. So to show that again, right here, we W in, W, I'm going to write it with you, W, auto attack, then we're going to RW, Q, E, auto attack, and then we can potentially finish it off with another auto attack if we want to extend the trade a little bit. We don't have to extend the trade, but we can extend the trade. So right now, I've done my W. Look what happens. Look at his HP bar, right? And look at the numbers here. I've done my W. I auto attack. You see this small bit of physical damage? That's my auto attack. And I instantly want to, like, my auto attack animation is now on cooldown because I've got only 0.74 attack speed. I instantly use the rest of my combo, which is then my RW plus QE on top of the Ryze. Then I auto attack him, 45 physical damage again, which is going to be that extra bit of burst, which is perfectly in sync with our combo, which is then going to be able to finish off the Ryze. So why is this combo so good? Well, the reason why this combo is so good is because you get a double dash. And because you get a double dash, you are going to be positioning yourself really close towards the enemy champion. And if you position yourself really close towards the enemy champion, it's really easy to land your E as well. Because you're on top of someone, it's almost unmissable, the E. Which is what we're going to be covering in the E usage section. So this ability absolutely blew my brains when I watched this one first time with Showmaker. And it's been my favorite trading combo ever since. I really recommend you guys going into practice tool, practicing this trading combo, because I have never seen it before. This is after me playing 8 years of LeBlanc. I've never used this trading combo. I just spotted Showmaker doing it, and it absolutely blew my mind. And it's an amazing one to use. A lot of people don't expect it. How to use LeBlanc's passive well. There's two parts towards LeBlanc's passive. You got the invisibility part on her passive, and you got the clone control part on her passive. And we're going to mainly focus on the invisibility part, because this is actually insanely big, especially if you're going to be using this well. First thing to note is that you can use this defensively and offensively. Your passive is mainly used as a get out of trouble tool, but you can sometimes also use it offensively. We're going to start off with a defensive example of the passive. In this case, there's a little bit of a skirmish breaking out. I drop incredibly low, and that allows me to W away because I was invisible, so the enemies couldn't hit me and survive this skirmish. Perfect example of defensive usage of the passive. And in this case as well, I W in onto the Ahri, and the enemy team ganks me, but because I'm invisible, they cannot really hit me. Volibear cannot flash on top of me. And what happens is I'm invisible, and I'm just able to W back, create distance, and have my canyon in the jungle carry me through the skirmish right here. Thanks for that, Lucian. Very good example of defensive passive usage. You can also use your passive offensively. So in this case, I'm going to be fighting off and versing against Akshan in the lane. What happens is I hit my Q on top of the Akshan, I fuck up my W, but because I'm actually invisible, I can just easily throw my chain onto the Akshan, and because I'm invisible, he doesn't see it coming, and therefore I actually kill him in the lane right here. So to show it again, I'm invisible right here, I throw my chain, he doesn't see the animation, he therefore doesn't flash it, because it's really hard for him to respond to that. Same example versus the Tristana right here. I'm in the lane, and I'm going for a little bit of a 1v1 versus her, and because I drop invisible, what happens is she does not see the animation of me pressing W, and she's too late with flashing. And this is played in GM EU West, by the way. So even at the highest level, people really struggle responding when you're invisible on LeBlanc. It's really hard because you don't see the initial animation, and that's why it's really hard to flash it. And that's amazing offensive passive usage, which allows me to get those kills. So you can also use your clone to bait out the enemies right here. And in this case, Ahri gets completely bamboozled, and I just run away from this really awkward situation. Also, GM EU West, this game, it doesn't only work on low elo players, it works on everyone, guys. Just send your clone in a different direction, and they're gonna be flipping in which situation which clone that's the real one, basically. Awesome example of amazing clone control, and eventually that allows us to kill the Ahri on the back end. You can also use your clone to block projectiles, Kaden R, Ahri Charm, anything like that. A lot of things to be used with the clone. You can also use your clone in invisible when you're outside of vision from the enemies. And if they don't know that it's your clone that's walking in there, you're gonna be able to bait out a lot of abilities, do some crazy stuff. There's a limitless amount of options to this clone, but usually it's not really on the front of your mental stack. It's just a nice little bonus ability. How to use LeBlanc's Q? Well, this is the easiest ability in our kit. And the thing that you have to understand about this ability is that it's a single target nuke. It helps you with wave clear. So it deals bonus damage to minions. It refunds mana and 30% of the cooldown when executing a minion. That's why it helps with wave clearing. Feel free to just use your Q to CS in the lane if it helps you with CSing. It also helps you especially with faking CS and therefore staying more healthy in the lane. The Q range is a little bit longer than the LeBlanc auto attack range. Q range is 700, which means that you can use it from a lot more distance, which means that it's going to help you with switching up your movement patterns. It's going to make it a lot harder for enemies to actually hit you because you can use this ability to last hit as well. Incredible ability to help you stay healthy in the lane. And it's a really easy ability to use because it's a target selected ability. You can just point and click it, and it has a very short cooldown, so you cannot really misuse it as well. We're going to be breaking down LeBlanc's W. LeBlanc's W is her kit. Her entire kit revolves around this W. This ability allows you to take trades, initiate trades. It's your mobility tool that helps you survive, helps you get towards positions really quickly, helps you set up ganks. This is everything. Your entire kit revolves around this. So we're going to be diving deep into all the options and the possibilities that we have with this particular ability. I'm also going to give you guys some extra bonus tips that are going to blow your mind, really. So we're going to be starting off, because this is ability that we want to be trading and initiating trades with. We can also use the mobility part of it as well. So we can combine the dodging and the trading aspect of it. So in this case, I'm playing for Syndra, a lot of skill shots. She throws her W at me, and I W on top of the Syndra, initiating the trade, and therefore putting myself in a position where I win the trade versus her. We can also abuse the range of the W. What you have to understand is that the LeBlanc's W is 860 effective range, while your Q is only 700 range. So you can abuse this extra bit of range to initiate trades that people otherwise wouldn't expect you to be able to take. In this case, I think I'm playing versus Abbedagge and Corki. And what happens is I'm on the tower, he's taking some really good trades onto me. He's tethering my Q range, but not my W range. And look at that. I can just abuse the range of this W to force a very quick, short burst trade on top of him. And the W location all the way at the back doesn't allow him to trade back into me. Perfect example of the W range abuse onto the Corki. And another thing that we can do with the W is we can ignore turret hits. And this is going to be an absolutely insanely big concept that we're going to be talking about here in this W usage, because we can time our trades specifically with turret hits. And then because our W cast location is outside of the turret range, is we can ignore turret shots with it. So in this case, we're going to be pushing up into the Yone. And what we're going to do is we're going to hit the Q, W, out attack. And I didn't get a turret shot. Well, I actually hit him under turret. So that's absolutely insane that that's possible. LeBlanc breaks the rules of the game right here. So to get very specific, I Q, I quickly walk out of turret range. So I Q the Yone. You can quickly see the turret re-aggro, but I walk out of turret range to make sure that the turret instantly starts aggroing something else. I put my W cast location outside of the turret range, and I then W onto the Yone, while the turret is now stuck firing because he didn't have an initial champion to hit because I tethered his range. And then because he's not firing, I can instantly W out attack onto the Yone, proc the electrocute, and dodge out on all turret damage. Insane. That the fact that this was possible is stupid. So W, like this is actually crazy, right? This is crazy. I'm going to show it to you guys one more time. And look at the flick back so that I cancel the turret range right here. So you can see that the thing is hitting, and then I don't take a single bit of tower damage. I'm going to have another clip in store for you guys right here. Ignoring turrets with W. Right here, we're going to be playing with the Lissandra. I W in, I QE, sit outside of the turret range, and I get the damage off at the end of my E. So look at that. And then I instantly flick back so I don't take a turret shot. I should have held the clip a little bit longer. Now we're going to go into a sequence where I'm going to be doing this twice in a row versus the Kassadin. So look at the timing of this initial trade. What happens is I wait for the turret out attack, and I hit everything under tower before the turret can aggro onto me. I jump back, and then I don't get a single bit of turret damage onto the Kassadin. So really, really insane trading pattern under the turret without taking a little bit of damage. It's wild that a champion like LeBlanc is actually able to do that. So what we're going to be doing as well is I'm going to prepare the Q onto the Kassadin, and then flash W out attack, proc the electrocute, 0 turret damage. Once again, because I time it properly with when the turret is out attacking. And we're going to be showing that real quick again. I prepare the Q because he's very much under the turret. And then I wait for the turret out attack to start hitting the cannon. That's when I flash W in, and I instantly out attack W out. And therefore I don't take a single turret damage. Otherwise, if I would have taken turret shot right here, Kassadin would have killed me. So Kassadin has flash here. So why did he not flash my W? That's a very good question. That's because I do the fade away W. And this is one that this is one of my own tricks that I really like to use against champions, is I don't want to expect them to expect them that I'm going to W on top of them or flash W on top of them. So what do? Is I quickly have this movement, right? Where after I throw the Q, I walk forward right here. And before I W in, flash W in, I quickly click backwards. So this mind controls them. Because I click backwards, they're going to feel safe. They're going to feel really, really safe. And because I click backwards, he's going to click forward, and he clicks exactly into my flash W. So look at the mind control here, okay? I walk forward, he walks backward right here. I walk forward, he walks backward. I walk backward, he walks forward. It's the mind control. Because I click my target backwards, I give him the thought that he can click forwards because he's going to be able to get space in the lane so that he can potentially kill this cannon minion. But because I actually fake it out right here, really closely look at the movement right here, okay? I walk forward here. I walk forward, he walks backward. You saw that? I click forward, he walks backward because he knows that he's under threat by my W, right? And then because I walk backwards, he instantly walks forward, and that's the time that I strike with my flash W, and he has no time to react anymore. Absolutely amazing trick to know. Fade away W. So now we're going to be talking about the cooldown of W. What does it mean that the W has such a long cooldown? Level 1, we have a 15 seconds cooldown on the W. This scales down over the levels, of course. And in the lane, this is going to be a very tricky ability to use properly because of this long cooldown. So what we're going to be seeing a lot is that we're going to be using the cooldown, and then we're going to get fucked because we don't have the ability up. So I use my W very badly right here. And look at the wave state. And because I don't have W, Syndra is just able to just walk up at me, hit me with the QE, and I lose the trade, and I lose all pressure in the lane. So to quickly re-show that right here, I go for a shit trade with a shit wave state. And what happens because I do that is I have such long cooldowns on my ability that Syndra can just walk up, abuse the fact that I have the cooldown not available, and just take this amazing trade into me. Really well played by Syndra. I ruined the trade myself. The next trick with the W is actually walking away from the recast location. So this is going to be incredibly important when it comes to certain interactions in the lane. I'm going to be laning against Nemesis on Aurora here. This was the first time that I played against Aurora. And what happened is that I wanted to kill him. He flashes my W, and he flashes towards my cast location. So what I do is I walk away from that cast location because that gives Nemesis no good options to go for. If he chases me, I can always flick back towards my W. If he doesn't chase me, right, I can just walk away right there, and I'm never under kill threat. So even though he had a very good flash, I can just walk away from my recast location and be safe. Same situation right here in the top lane, playing versus an Aurora. What happens is I W out. And because I've got my recast location W right here, Aurora's got a lot of skill shots, you can dodge the Aurora Q by clicking back onto the recast of my W, and then therefore I dodge out on all the damage. So now I W away right there. So why do I W away right there? Well, because this is the recast location of my W, and this is where I'm safe with the turret. So if I W away right there, Aurora can just chase me, and if she throws a skill shot, I need to go back right here, and I'm on the wrong side. So I W away towards the wrong side, and I just wait for Aurora's cast ability, and whenever I see her throw her E, I just recast my own W, and I'm able to walk out and save myself. Absolutely insane tip to know, that you gotta keep in mind where you put the recast of your W, because that's eventually the situation where you want to be going for. And I did an absolutely amazing job that splitting up the recast location of the W, plus walking away towards the other side, which means that the enemies have to make a decision, and they can never make the right decision because you have that instant option to instantly flick back towards your old cast location. In this case, allowing me to get out. Amazing, amazing situation. A nice extra tip that we can do with the W is we can retake areas with our W. And what do I mean with retaking areas? There's going to be situations in which that you're going to be the one that needs to get vision, because of the fact that you made a play on the other side or whatever. There's going to be many, many reasons. So one thing I love to do is I like to retake areas with my W. So that means that I actually W forward into the bad spot. So there could be people hiding in this bush or in that bush, anything. But what happens is because I W forward, I already have my finger on the button of the W, which means that if something happens, I can instantly flick back. If I see something happen, I can instantly flick back and I'm safe. This is my safety net right here. So I W forward into the dangerous zone, which allows me to retake area control. And if something happens, I can instantly flick back towards the old cast location. Another small little W bonus tip is where you just use W forward, you grab the plant, you instant W back, and you're not losing a single minion while taking all of the plant HP. So you're using literally the mobility point of your W. Another thing that we can do with our W is we can use the recast of our W to catch people off guard. So in this particular situation versus the Aurelian Soul, I'm going to be getting on top of him, trading with him, and I get back. But look how I've still got this extra W. This is my normal W. I flick back to the RW. And what happens right now is that he thinks he's safe because I flick back towards my other W. And what's going to happen is he's going to ult. I use the recast of the W to dodge his ult. I tether out his Q, and then eventually I can flash W like that onto the Asol. Absolutely gorgeous solo kill. Just to show it again, guys. It was absolutely gorgeous. We get the double W right here, and we can catch him off guard right here. landing ourselves the E because there's no minions blocking that as well. That's the beautiful part about that as well, and you get this amazing kill. We got another example of this particular situation is I W away, and look what happens is Senna then actually gets too close, and it allows me to get this beautiful engagement on the Senna and the Draven with the rest of my team. I really want to re-show this because it's a beautiful thing, right? The Senna thinks she's safe right here. She thinks she's safe. I W out to dodge out onto the Senna W, and because she is not factoring in the fact that I can actually jump back in, like re-clicking the W, she thinks she's safe right here. And then I jump back in, get on top of her face, land the rest of my abilities, nuke her together with the Draven, and that eventually wins us the team fight. Bit unfortunate that I die, but we do eventually win the team fight at the end here. Basically because we got this fantastic engage upon the enemy to carry onto the bot lane. So great example of using the recast of the W to catch people off guard. Now we're going to move on to the most common W mistake. And this is something that I see a lot in the reviews, and I really found this out like 2 years ago when I reviewed some of my own LeBlanc games, is that you can use the W for many different ways. But in the early game, your W is the ability where you put most of your points into, which means that that is the ability where you're going to get most of the damage from. So you do not want to be mistaken to use your W as a dash when a skirmish happens or before a skirmish happens, because the cooldown is so long. This is where your damage is going to be coming from. So what's going to happen right here is I'm going to be using my W to get closer towards the enemies right here. And now when the actual fight happens, where is my W to deal the damage? It's not there because it's on cooldown, because I used it as a dash. And that fucks your skirmishing so often. So often. I see this so often in reviews that I do with clients. Don't use your W as a dash when a skirmish is breaking out, because you need it as damage. You cannot do it as both because there's a long cooldown on this ability. This ability is absolutely broken. So use this ability well. We're going to be covering everything you need to know about LeBlanc's E. And we're going to start off with how to actually land the E. LeBlanc's E is a skill shot. And the difference between landing or missing the E is devastating, because it's a big part of our damage and a very versatile tool when it comes to setting up for the rest of our kit. So we're going to be starting off with one of the ways that you can land your E consistently is the distance between you and the target. The closer you are towards your target, the easier it is to actually land your E. So in this particular situation, I W on top of the Ryze, and because he's so close to me, I can just land my E, and even though there's minions next to me, my E will just land on top of him. And because of the short distance, makes it really easy to land. So same situation for this Lucian right here. I'm very close to this Lucian. And that means that landing my E is incredibly easy, because someone's hitbox is pretty big. So if you're on top of someone and the hitbox is really big, it's actually really easy to land your E. In this situation, I'm in a little bit of a skirmish right here, which we do eventually win. And this is a very tricky one, because the Rel is actually blocking the potential of me landing my E onto this Elise. Plus there's spiderlings around, which also makes it really hard for me to land a skill shot like that. So what do? I double jump onto the Elise. I kill the spiderlings with my W. And what happens is, because I'm so close to the Elise, I need to use a different marker right here. Because I'm so close to the Elise, it's actually really easy to just bypass the Rel and land the ability on top of her. And it's also almost impossible for her to dodge in that particular case, because I'm so close to her. And landing or missing that E is the difference between me getting 0 or 2 kills here, by the way. So really keep in mind, the closer you are to the target, the easier that it actually is to land your skill shot. And your W is a perfect setup tool for that. Next up, another setup tool what we can use is previous CC. In this case, we got the Alistar like CCing the heck out of this Ryze. Makes it almost undodgeable for me to land my E. Really easy E, really easy pickup, really easy kill. Perfect example of setup. We got another example of setup lined up right here after we get this turret, and which is right here. Very similar situation. My Alistar stuns the trash, which means that it's really easy for me to just throw my E, hit the trash. Not rocket science, but actively look for your teammates' setup. How can they help you land your skill shot? Another thing that you can do is you can use Fog of War. So in this case, I'm standing on a pink ward. I know that the Akshan has no vision right there. And it makes it really easy for me to overwhelm his mental stack. Suddenly jump out of the fog. It makes it really easy for you to land your skill shot. In this case, Trash is just running into me. And look at that. Really easy to just land my skill shot, because they're not expecting me. They're not having their mental stack primed on me. on them dodging the skill shot. That's why Fog of War is so incredibly good to use to land your skill shots, especially your E on LeBlanc. You're going to be using Fog of War a lot. Fog of War is one of your best friends. Next thing you can do is actually holding E. This is a very powerful tool. So what I do right here is I'm actually jumping onto the Ryze. And as you can see, he's like doing all this crazy movement right here, trying to dodge and juke out on my E. But I just hold it. I just let him juke out himself. And that's when I strike with my E. Eventually, when his movement becomes very linear, that's when I throw it out. So to show that once again, I get on top of my Ryze, onto the Ryze, and I just hold my E right here. I just don't do anything. I hit the creeps. I let him juke out himself, and when my team is backing me up, his movement becomes incredibly linear. That's why I can just throw it after holding the E initially. So there's some more tools what you can do when it comes to holding of your E ability. We can also hold our E when the enemies have dashes. So in this particular case, I wait with my E until Lucian's used his dash, and that's when we eventually strike with the E. So let's do it again. I do a combo onto Lucian. He's used his dash. I wait for his auto attack animation. And when someone uses an auto attack animation, they actually stand still. And that's your timer to throw a skill shot. So really show it again. I wait for him to use his dash, wait for his auto attack animation, and then the E is almost guaranteed because it's really hard for him to dodge when he's standing still auto attacking you and when he has no dash to dodge it. So against champs with dashes, it's really, really good to hold your E, wait until their dash is done, then throw it out. And then in the end, that leads to me, once again, into a very similar situation where I get the kill onto the Lucian. So let's show this one again. I wait for his dash to be out first. I wait for him to channel his auto attack animation on top of me, right? Really look closely at this, right? I hold, auto attack animation, boom, beautiful little E, and that allows me to get this kill. Fantastic example of holding your E ability. Now, the next trick that we can use is we can use the angle of our E to make it easier for us to land our abilities. And usually this also goes pairs in with terrain. So let's take a look at the angle of our E. And what do I mean with the angle of our E? Is that we're actually setting ourselves up for an angle that it's really easy for you to land your skill shot. So right here, what happens is that, let's go a little bit back here. What happens when it comes to this angle is that Kled is the target. I want to be hitting the Kled. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be trying to make it as easy as possible for me to land this skill shot. There's many different ways that I can throw it out. I can W right here, and then I have this angle in which that he can potentially dodge the skill shot. But I can also W right here. And what's going to happen is that I'm going to be using this terrain to my advantage and then throw my E right here because that's eventually where he's going to be going. So let's take a look. Look, suddenly, because of me standing right here, it makes it really easy for me to land, to just throw my skill shot here in the middle. And most likely it will connect onto the Kled because he's got a pretty big hitbox at the moment. Like this is like his hitbox. Really, really big. So the only way for him to dodge it is if he actually walks back into the Viego. And that's very, very, very rare. While if I would have W'd towards here, look how easy it suddenly is for Kled to dodge his chain, because he can just walk up continuously right there. And it means that my width of throwing this ability is suddenly a lot larger. He has much more options to actually dodge out on it. So because I W right there, I decrease the angle for him to be able to dodge it, and it makes it easier for me to land my E. Perfect example of me landing the E right here. And that leads to, eventually us not doing much with it, but it's a good idea regardless. So the next one right here is we can use the E angle, the W to angle up for the E again. Look at that. What happens is right here is I clear the caster minions. I jump onto right here, I clear the caster minions. And now, what happens is my Lissandra's up top right there. So what I have to do is, most likely what Kassadin is going to try to do is he's going to try to dodge my E by walking up through this minion right here. And what happens is I know exactly where I need to be throwing my E, hit him with the chain, hit him with another chain, free kill for me and the Lucian. So I specifically throw the E in an angle that makes it really, really awkward for him to dodge. And then we get this beautiful, beautiful kill onto the Kassadin. If you want a little bit more examples of this one, in my previous guide with Coach Curtis, I actively talk about this as well. It's a fantastic, fantastic concept that you really ought to get good at if you're looking to improve your skill shot accuracy. We can do some more stuff. We can make room for our E with our W. So we kill the caster creeps, and that allows us to hit the E. So just to show it again, we kill the caster creeps, and then we land the E. Beautiful stuff. A lot of people will be thinking that they're safe within their casters. On LeBlanc, that's not really the case if we make them a little bit lower. We can get these beautiful E's on top of them, which they do not really expect. So you can combine last hitting with landing your skill shots. Very similar example right here. Ryze thinks he's safe. I kill that creep and I get that beautiful E trading window on top of him, following up with the Belvev. Beautiful little, beautiful just gank right here. Beautiful setup with the E. Show it again. He thinks he's safe. E and W to kill the minion, and then E because there's no minions to defend for him anymore. Absolutely stellar example. All right, we got some more stuff that we can do with the E. We can go for an E flash. E is an ability that has cast time. So you can actually, while the cast time is still going, use your flash in the meantime to get a very quick ability combo like this. Perfect example of an E flash. So how does that look like? We cast the E first, and then in the cast time, you press your flash, and that's when you can actually get this beautiful little kill right here. Amazing stuff. Another example right here. The way that I do that is I E flash instantly onto the Corki to prevent him from being able to flash away, and that leads to me and Blitz grabbing up this beautiful, beautiful kill. Just to show this one again right here, because I think it's very nice. We W forward, E flash, almost impossible to react towards that, and that allows us to get this kill. In this case, it's used to prevent Corki from escaping. If I don't E flash here, he's always going to be able to just flash my E because I'm not on top of him. But because I E flash, I guarantee the E land. Perfect example of how and when to E flash. So another thing that we can do with our E is our E actually has a really long range. And versus medium range champs like Ryze, Cassiopeia, melees, anything like that, is we can kite them out with our E and we can tether them to a range that we feel comfortable playing in. So in this particular situation, I jump onto the Cassiopeia, I land my E, and then I move outside of her range because she has R, she has barrier. And if I stay inside of her range, I would actually die here. So let's see how many E's I actually prevent from hitting. She hits me with an E. She does hit me here. She misses an E. She misses an E. And only now she hits me. She could have hit me with like 2 more E's if I don't tether it out like that. So you need to understand what the champion that you're going to be versing is going to be is their range. So you can tether it out with your E because your E range actually has a very, very high range. So next example, in top lane, same situation. I W forward, I E, and I walk back. And I'm actively playing on the edge of the range right here because this is where Cassiopeia cannot hit me. This is Cassiopeia's range. And I'm actively standing outside of that to prevent her from being able to hit me. So I keep standing outside of that, and look, she cannot get a single E on top of me. And that allows me to eventually kill the Cassiopeia. Look at the amount of damage that she does. She only needed 2 more E's to kill me. So because we tether her out properly, that's why we're able to stay alive and kill her without dying. Perfect example of tethering champs with E. So we're going to also be talking about reactive versus proactive E usage. What you're going to be seeing is that sometimes, mainly against most melee champions, you're going to be needing to use your E reactively. Because if you don't use your E reactively and you just W forward and you miss your E, you give them an opportunity to trade back at you by jumping on top of you. Perfect examples is Akali, Yone, Kassadin, any of these type of champions you want to be using your E reactively into, because if you don't, you're going to get absolutely blasted by them in extended trades. Corki, Akshan, Tristana, these are all very good examples of same situation. So in this example, what happens is that I try to throw out my E right here, and this gives the Kassadin an opportunity to now just jump onto me and take a trade. But because I still got another E available, look at that, I can now just reactively E, and I actually win the trade. And we have this beautiful little gank from the Lucian, which allows us to then eventually set up for the kill and get the kill towards the Kassadin. Another example of reactive E usage. Kassadin jumps in, gets this beautiful trade on top of him. And what's going to happen a lot is if you don't use this E reactively, but rather proactively, you give the enemies an opportunity to get on top of you. And in this case, another beautiful example of reactive E usage. Very sexy example, killing the Yone. How does this look like? Is I just hold my E. If I don't have E right now, this is not possible. I got to be incredibly careful. I see that he's going to be going forward. It's a very linear trading ability that this Yone is doing, right? And then I flash his R, and then he's rooted, and then I can just kill him in the tower. Very sexy played. We're going to move on towards some extra bonus E tips. one of these tips is you can hide your E in your W. So how does that look like? Well, in this particular situation, you can see it right here. You can use your E first, and then you can hide it in your W, because your W looks very, very similar than your E. You can use your own character to basically block out the E. It's very niche. You don't use it that often, but it's really cool if you want a very fast combo where the enemies are like face checking into you in the fog of war, and you can catch them off guard with that. It's a very quick combo. You can also combine this with flash, right? You don't have to just instantly EW. You can also E flash W, as I show in this next clip right here. E flash W does the same trick, hiding your E, get your E out, and speeds up your combo by quite a bit, to be honest. So as a final bonus niche E trick is that you can basically guarantee your E landing, even if the enemy is standing in a big minion wave. To put this into context, in all my past 3 to 4 years studying LeBlanc, I've only used this trick once. In all my years, I've only used this trick once, even though it was a pretty good example. I don't have the clip of it. That's why I have to do it in practice tool right here, because it's a long time ago already. But what you can do is you can basically always guarantee your E onto someone if they're within flash range. So what you have to understand is that this is the flash range, something like that. This is your flash range. It's actually not that large, but if you flash on top of someone and you keep your cursor pointed at the enemy, then if you flash on top of them, plus you keep your cursor pointed at them, you will always guarantee an E land. Even if they're standing in the minions, as I show right here, you can just get in flash range, E flash, and then hit them with the E. This is not going to be happening that often. It's very, very niche, but it's really cool to know. If you ever find yourself in a position like this, where you maybe need this E to finish off someone because they have a Q on top of their head or something like that, or like they flash into minions, you can match the flash and do that trick. But it's very, very rare. So now we know all the combos and trading patterns. We can now actually combine this into practice in game. And I want to show all of this together with the concept of punishing enemy mistakes and baiting out abilities to stay healthy. This is an extent on trading, and this is going to make your trading hit even harder. So in this case, I'm playing versus Orianna. So we go for a nice little W out attack trade, not extending the trade. Otherwise, I would take in a lot of minion damage, only for an electrocute proc, which I can proc in a little bit as well. So what you have to understand is that LeBlanc actually has 15 seconds cooldown over Q, and Orianna actually has 6 seconds cooldown over Q. So good players are going to be trying to abuse this cooldown window between you and the enemies. So I know that, and this is something that I can use to my own advantage. Knowing that Orianna wants to be like looking to harass me and use this cooldown advantage, I also know the timing on which that she's going to be doing this. So what's going to happen is I'm going to try to bait out her Q to put that on a 6-second cooldown again and make it harder for her to get HP advantage into me, because once again, the quality of your trades dictates the quality of your lane. So what I know is that Oriannas like to time their Qs with last hits. This is the next minion that's going to be dropping low. So what I'm going to be doing is, knowing that I have no cooldown, is I'm baiting out her Q first with a nice little backstep. And then when she's thrown out the ability, look what happens. I walk forward, I stake space in the lane, and this is how I actually get a great position. She just used her W. Great, I just W out attack, take this short, beautiful trade, and now I'm on a cooldown window again. I got this cooldown onto my W right here, stepping very far away from this Orianna ball, faking auto attacks, trying to make it hard for her to land her ability on top of me. Already got a potion out onto her, and she's now going to be trying to do the same. Orianna wants to be trying to hit her abilities with any of my last hits. First, I'm going to be reaching the level 2. Beautifully using this level 2 advantage, getting this nice trade onto the Orianna, using my W as mobility. She now knows that I have no cooldown on my W. And she knows that LeBlanc is a cooldown-oriented champion. I think this is like 700 LP EOS this game. So what she's going to be doing, she's going to be walking up, trying to get a good trade onto me. And I know that, and I need to last hit that minion. So I fake my last hit onto this creep by moving forward and backward, and that actually allows me to bait out her ability. And in this one right here, I just punish her onto her last hit. I know she just used her ball. I know that she's going to get her cooldowns back up, but so am I. And look at that. I know that if she goes for the last hit, I can go for my QW out attack. End of review. Absolutely end of review. Because what happens right now is I still got 2 potions. She has no potions anymore. I have won the trading war, which means that from this point, her lane's done. I took so many good quality trades, prevented her from damaging me, while I took good small trades into her, which means that I've got full control of the lane. And from this point, it's really easy to win as LeBlanc. It's really, really easy. Just continue this pattern, and you can constantly initiate trades around her. Your W cooldown, and the enemy cannot really withstand it. So a lot of enemies will actually take the rune Bone Plating into you. And it's a really good rune into LeBlanc because LeBlanc is a short burst trading champion. And the Bone Plating will prevent you being able to burst enemies. It's an anti-burst rune. So with LeBlanc's long cooldown on her W, it's going to be really hard for LeBlanc to ever get in range and proc off the Bone Plating first. And that makes Bone Plating just a really valuable rune because the uptime is always so high. But what we're going to be seeing is that we need to deal with Bone Plating one way or another. And the way that we're going to be doing that is by using the concept of a two-part trade. So the first trade, we're going to be doing it very shortly, in and out, proc of the Bone Plating. And then on the next time, that's when we actually are going to be fully committing towards the trade. And we're going to be using our full combo on top of them. So there's Ahri, she has the Bone Plating right here. What I'm going to be doing is I just W in on her, get an out attack, proc off the Bone Plating. Not that much, and just instantly back off. Because if I trade another out attack, yes, I'll proc my electrocute, but so will Ahri, and then the trade's actually not going to be that good for me. Because her Bone Plating denies a lot of damage. So what I want to be doing now is wait for my W to cooldown to come back up, and because she has no Bone Plating right now, I can just go for this QW out attack at the end, proc the electrocute. Very nice example of a two-part trade. So we're going to be showing you another example in this lane right here, which then I'm going to be playing versus Ahri. So in this situation, I need to try to find a way to proc off her Bone Plating first. Look at that. I out-attack her, proc off the Bone Plating. And now, afterwards, when the Bone Plating is done, I can go in and find this trade into her. So it's a little bit of a two-part trade. Initially, I just go for the out-attack. And then afterwards, I can commit with my E, with my W, with my Q, with my electrocute. And I don't want to be blowing my load on that first Bone Plating, because then all my damage is going to get reduced. So proc off the Bone Plating first with either an out attack, a Q, or a W, depending on what you're able to do, and then go for the real trade afterwards. So we're going to be looking at two full lanes in that we're going to be breaking down all of the trading patterns and all of the combos, and we're going to be combining everything so it actually makes sense in practical examples. We're going to, of course, in the lane section of this guide, also continue with that. We're going to be repeating it, hammering it towards you guys, so you guys actually understand what's going on. So in this case, I'm playing versus a Smolder. Smolder is an AD carry mid. You got to be very careful with these types of AD carry mids, because they're really good at taking extended trades into you. So as LeBlanc, you really want to be forcing short trades and avoiding extended trades. And if you can do that, that's when you can win. So that's the mindset behind me playing in this lane. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to take short trades with my W out attack into the Smolder. And if he mistethers, then I can also get another extra out attack. So this beautiful out attack, back off. Perfect electrocute trade. So what happens right here is if he actually walks forward into me, I'll instantly back off and I'll not go for this extra out attack. I'll only go for that out attack once I've backed off, so I can actually tether him out. So perfect short trade here into the Smolder. I wanted to trade an out attack. Wasn't necessarily the best thing for me. But look at what's happening right now. I've got my W cooldown back up, and I want to be taking another trade into the Smolder with my W. So right here, I W in, and I go for a nice, beautiful W out attack. I try to get another one for my electrocute, but I miss tether, and he gets a nice little ability of a nice Q out attack onto me. So now I've reached the level 2. I've got the level 2 spike, and I can use this to my advantage. I can use this level 2 spike to actually force another beautiful trade onto this Smolder. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be Wing, and then I out attack Q, proc the Scorch, insane amount of like damage, and the tower doesn't really hit me. This is a very nice short trade into the Smolder. And you see that you're really playing the war of attrition as LeBlanc. You're really playing the war of attrition, and you're really trying to play the resource war. And if you're higher resources than the enemies, and if they're lower, that's when they're going to be under threat. And my mindset right now is to just zone them off creeps. So what do I do right here? I actively punish the Smolder for his last hits. I know Smolder needs to walk up to hit this minion dropping low right here. And because the minion is dropping low, I'm actively looking at that. Walks up, Q, W, out attack, ignite, he dies. Very, very clean lane example so far, which puts Smolder in a really tough position. So I try to clear this wave right here, mainly because of the fact that I've still got some extra potions, so I feel comfortable staying a little bit longer in lane. I get a hover by my Poppy. And what happens is Smolder goes on top of me. I land a nice little chain on top of him. Poppy joins in with the dive. And absolutely murders Smolder. So Smolder his lane's absolutely over already. So from this point, we're going to be looking, okay, how can we turn this already good position into an even better position on the farm? It's going to be all about trading, understanding your trading patterns, and knowing at which times to be trading. So right here, I CS the creeps. Now look at Smolder's position. He needs to be last hitting any of these creeps real soon. Which means that he needs to be walking up. That is going to give me an opportunity to look for a nice trade into him. So I'm looking. QW out attack, back off with my W, blocking the electrocute, getting a lot of damage on top of him. I wanted to be using my E reactively because, as you can see, Smolder can actually chase me down afterwards, and I want to prevent that from happening because that's where Smolder can actually trade back at me, and I want to preserve my HP, keep my HP high. So just the Q out attack W, QW out attack is going to be great, and if he chases me, I can always E afterwards. So look at that again. Now I'm looking. Look at Smolder. What is he going to be trying to out attack? I'm looking for training windows on top of him right here. I need to get the cannon first. He disrespects. Boom. W, E, Q. And then I try to chase him down, but he's got cookies, this fucker.
Yeah, the cookie.
So he's going to be able to survive my out attacks and regenerate it up. But still, it was a very nice trading combo. I crashed the wave. I walked the wave in. I reset. I get myself another amp tome. Which is going to be rinse and repeating. Which is going to be slowly chipping away. Huge HP bar. And in this case, I'm going to be looking at the first best trading window that he's going to be giving me. Look at the creeps. In this case, he disrespects me. And I go for a nice W, Q out attack, proccing the electrocute. Constantly trading around my W cooldown. Constantly trading around my electrocute cooldown as well. And in this case, I also get a nice little gank from the Skarner. And Smolder flashes the Skarner engage because he still had it. Grab myself the cannon. And now Smolder has no flash. So I'm going to be slow building this wave right here. Because I want to be able to dive the Smolder. I've got level 6. My burst potential is through the roof right now. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be slow pushing the wave right here. And eventually my goal is to dive the Smolder. Because I know I can almost one-shot him from this point with Ignite. So I'm slow pushing. And in this case my Skarner is also chilling right here. I get the Skarner gank and we get a beautiful dive onto the Smolder. I don't even need my Ignite. We absolutely one-shot him. End of review. His lane's done. His lane's absolutely done. There's no coming back from this one. We can quickly look at some more trading patterns right here when I have my ult back up right now. And in this case, we go for a nice... This is a very nice one to show, actually. We go for a QW out attack onto the Smolder, proc the electrocute. And what happens right now is I can go for a 2-part trade. Because I just used my first W, but since the W was the last ability that I used from my combo, I now have got my RW coming up right here. So he disrespects this. So I can RW, clear the creeps. And if I land this E here, what happens is that I can throw my Q onto him again. E plus Q both procs damage plus out attacks plus ignite, and I can fully one-shot him. And that would have been a perfect example of a 2-part trade. Fortunately, I mess up the E. I'm not perfect. I get very close to it, but I'm joking, of course. But we can still just kill him afterwards, right? With my new W cooldown, I instantly W in with the out attacks, with the ignite, and we get ourselves a beautiful little kill onto the Smolder. Getting ourselves a nice 3-0, and from this point, it's just over for him. We're going to be moving on to Leblanc's lane. And in the lane phase, Leblanc's goal is to take good quality trades, because the quality of your trades will be dictating the quality of your lane. If you're going to take good trades, the quality feels amazing. Your lane is going to feel great. You're going to feel in full control. If you take bad trades, it's the opposite. You're not going to be able to do much at all as Leblanc. So everything is going to be revolved around trading. Your W cooldown is the cooldown that's going to be enabling these type of trades. So keep playing around your W cooldown, preferably also combine this with your electrocute and your sudden impact. This is all what makes your trades so incredibly explosive and hard hitting. But do keep in mind that it's all about your W when you want to be looking for these type of trades. You don't want to just be brute forcing into the enemy champs. That's not really what LeBlanc does well. You just want to be punishing enemy mistakes and want to punish them when they go for last hits. And you can actually then create, get into the enemy range and look for trades onto them. So LeBlanc's not a good champ that can brute force trades, because you're going to lose a lot of HP if you're going to be brute forcing trades. And that's really bad for LeBlanc because you want to preserve your HP really well. If you're lower, it's going to be very hard for you to W in onto the enemies because you put yourself in a very vulnerable kill threatened position. And it's also going to be impossible for you to join in map skirmishes if you're going to be low. So it's really important that you stay high health. You want to be playing the waves in a way that allows you to take good quality trades. There's 3 wave states that I think is completely fine for LeBlanc. You can have it neutral, you can have it slow pushing into the enemies, or you can have it on your side. The wave state that LeBlanc does not like is if the wave is stuck onto the enemy side. If it's frozen onto the enemy side, LeBlanc struggles because LeBlanc doesn't have any good wave clearing tools from a distance. She has to commit with her W, and it's really hard to take trades into the enemy tower at that point. We can take trades under enemy turret, but mainly that's if we crash waves. Ideally, we want to prevent the wave to get stuck onto their side and really play a little bit more from neutral, a little bit more from your side, or a little bit more with a slow push if the enemies disrespect. Those are going to be your ideal wave states. And you can just rotate those. It's not like that one matchup has one solution. It usually, we play in like a 2-wave rotation and we get all 3 of these wave states depending on how we want to be managing it. Some matchups we want to be fighting for push. This is mainly going to be done in longer range matchups, and in which that we cannot just automatically guarantee it with our W. LeBlancs love slow building waves in the early game because it's going to allow us to take good quality trades when the enemies need to go for last hits while we have already last hit our own minion. So that's when we can go for high value Ws if we're going to be fighting against champions with strong earlies or other mages, for example, in which that sometimes they want to use that same strategy into us. So for high value Ws, if you hit the wave and the enemy, really good concept to keep in mind versus certain matchups. We also want to be setting up our ganks with our jungle. Try to match what your jungle is doing. If your jungle is looking to gank, it would be nice if you have the wave neutral or somewhat on your side. If your jungle is looking to invade, make sure you have a slow pushing waves. You really want to be syncing up with your jungle. It's incredibly important. Final thing, it's really huge, and a lot of people just don't think about this. Your LeBlanc R has incredibly short cooldown. And because of the fact that you have such a short cooldown, you can use your R as a trading tool to get control on the lane. So whenever your R is up, look to use your R onto the enemy champion to look for a trade and put them under threat in the lane so you can grab lane control. Lane control is incredibly important on LeBlanc. So these are LeBlanc's matchups, and we're going to be showing all of the lanes and how to lane on LeBlanc, also depending on what matchup that we're going to be versing. So I've put them in categories because these matchups have different ways of how we want to be navigating the lane and the way that we want to be looking to take trades into them. So we got the medium range easy matchups, which is really easy to just take trades and force trades into, and it's really hard for them to hit back at you. You got the medium range skill matchups in which that they can actually bounce back pretty decently at you. But if you play well and you know what to dodge from the enemies, that's when you can also win these type of matchups. These matchups are going to take a little bit more experience to win. You got the long range matchups, which requires a little bit different trading patterns than we're going to be using in the medium range matchups, mainly because they're never going to be giving us our initial Q range. Then we got the AD carry mids, which are really hard if you don't know how to approach them. But if you do know how to approach them, these are actually also pretty good to play against. We're going to be covering examples of everything. Then we got a few melee examples, and we got the OG counters on the bot here, on the bottom right here. Play too much League, I guess. And we're going to be showing you example of the specific matchup, and I'm going to be hot seeding these, and I'm going to be showing you guys how to beat these matchups in how to navigate these matchups, just because a lot of people will pick this into your champ, and I'll show you how to find a way around them and actually turn these matchups into winning matchups because they're actually not that hard. So the first category of matchups is going to be the medium range champs that are actually going to be pretty easy for you to verse because they don't have that much kill threat on top of you. And you actually have a lot of kill threat on top of them. So the mindset in this type of matchup is that even trades are winning. So the more HP that you trade, the better it is for you, because these champs have very limited sustain, and the lower they are, the more kill threat you have, because you have a lot of burst damage, and these champions don't have that much burst damage. They're a little bit more over time damage oriented. So really try to put your foot on the gas, because the more trades we can be taking, the better it is. We prefer a slow pushing wave state early, because this is going to allow us to get trading opportunities into the enemies when they're going for a last hit, and we can then look to take good quality trades around our electrocute cooldown. So this is a lane that I'm going to be playing versus the Asol. And in the early game, he doesn't really give me many W opportunities right here. He does a pretty good job with his Qs as well. And I'm actually going to be losing push. So the main reason why I lost push is because I kind of trolled at the beginning with some of my Ws. And therefore, I couldn't get really the push on the minions because I couldn't get for any high value Ws right here. So he does a pretty good job. And what we see right here is that I'm going to be able to W in, get myself level 2, and take a trade around my electrocute. This was a pretty good trade right here. Going to be breaking down all of these trades. So I get the level up, he disrespects me, I get the W, the Q, 2 auto attacks in, electrocute sudden impact. Good trade for me. Why is this a good trade? Well, I lose a little bit of HP, but he loses more, which means that he's now more under kill threat. Try to tether out already in Soul's range and don't try to like get hit by all of his abilities. Really try to make sure that whenever your abilities are on cooldown, you keep your HP high, and then when you got your abilities up again, in this particular situation, I'm going to be reaching level 3 right here. I'm going to be looking for a trading opportunity into this already in Soul, because I deal much more damage than him. He stands still, perfect. I'm just going to be able to land my abilities on top of the Asol. I force out all of his abilities, and in this case, I'm happy extending the trade because I know that I'm going to be killing him earlier than he kills me. So right now, we got this beautiful slow pushing wave. We eventually, I'll just show you guys how I'll actually be able to push this wave right here. I'll be pushing the wave, matching his reset because I want to be replenishing my resources. I'm getting a little bit lower. And what happens if I do that is I'm going to be able to like start taking good quality trades into him again. So we TP back, we see some stuff happening in the river. And Kha'Zix jumps onto the enemy Jarvan, and Asol just face checks me. And what do? I take this opportunity to get this massive trade on top of him. Look at this damage. This is wild, no? This is insane. That's LeBlanc for you right there. So I proc my combo. Very nice burst rate. And look at that. Already Soul's got no refillable potion. So every trade that I'm going to be landing on top of him is going to be sticking. So with the wave now pushing into me and him being low, I can just freeze this wave and denying him a lot of minions. And this is amazing. This is really, really amazing. Puts me in a fantastic position here in this lane. So what I'm going to be doing right now is when he's going to be coming back from the reset, replenishing his resources, I'm instantly going to try to speed up the lane and take good quality trades into him again. Look at my wave state. I ping for assistance of my jungle because I know that my jungle can gank me on this wave state. Why make it the hard way if we can do it the easy way? We land a beautiful trade onto the Asol right here. I sadly missed my W, where I've put all my points in, because I think I should start this trade with W. Or I should just walk forward into him. But I made a little bit of a missed terror play, and that leads to like me missing 200 damage or something like that. Maybe a little bit less, probably 150. I think 200 is a little bit too much. But still, very decent trade. And right now we got the Kha'Zix running in here, in which that Asol makes a big mistake, tries to extend the trade into me. That's all because I managed the wave in a way that was holding on my side, and that's a perfect wave state to set up ganks with your jungle. And therefore the Iranian Soul dies eventually. We get ourselves a nice early kill. And we have still enough resources to stay, so I'm just going to stay in lane. Look at the wave state. It's still very, very rough for Asol to play. He needs to still crash this wave, otherwise he's going to be losing a lot of minions. So he comes flying back in the lane. And this gives me a beautiful trading opportunity into the Asol. Very nice little short trade on top of him. I could have done a little bit better. I think one of these minions intercepted my E or something like that. Yeah, my E got intercepted by one of these minions, which is really unfortunate because otherwise I would have done a little bit more damage towards him. But still, he's now used his only potion. I'm going to be reaching level 6 right here. So I'm really happy taking trades with him because I know that at level 6, I'm going to be able to just beat him. So he disrespects my range. I do the double distortion to clear the minions, and I get the kill onto the Asol. And from this point, he's in a lot of trouble. So Kha'Zix helped me with pushing. I got a very big buy right now. Coming back to lane, level 7, 4 points in Q. Lost chapter, 3 points on 3 stacks on Dark Seal. And right now, Asol's going to be in a lot of trouble here, because my trading is just so incredibly strong. So he W's on top of me. Great. I'm just going to get behind him. I'm happy taking a little bit of a trade, because this is an even trade. He's got no potions. So he's under kill threat, and that makes it incredibly, incredibly good for me. So this is an awesome situation. I almost got my ult back up right here as well. And that means that I'm going to be able to take an amazing trade into him again. I tether out his Q a little bit. And look at that. He disrespects me. I do sadly miss my Miss my E, but it's still fine. I still had my electrocute. I still had my out attack, so I can just kill the Aurelian Soul with my R. And as you can see, I'm just constantly using my R on repeat right here in the lane. All of my trades are centered around my W, and whenever I've got R up, I'm instantly forcing a trade onto the Asol. So we now come back, and it's going to be rinse and repeat. We're going to be looking to take good quality trades in this Asol. We need to be stepping our foot on the gas. In this case, we got the Time Kench hovering. Look at that. Aurelian Soul goes for a little bit of a trade back into me. It's not like he can do much more. And I'm using my mobility to deny a lot of his damage. If I go behind the Asol and then go back, you can see a lot of his Q damage gets negated. And then I go for this nice little chain on top of him, which is unmissable because he's standing still. And then I go for another chain, the double chain. So it gives my Time Kench the opportunity to actually finish off the Asol right here. Beautiful little trade, beautiful ability usage, which leads to us being 202 in the lane right now, being in a fantastic position. So Lux holds my wave, which is a little bit frustrating, but it is what it is. Eventually, we almost one-shot her here, by the way. We almost one-shot the Lux, but the unfortunate thing is that she actually has her, heal or something like that. So that means that she's able to survive the all-in right here. If I had R, she would have died, actually. You can see the amount of damage that you deal at this point in the game in LeBlanc is absolutely insane. This is absolutely your biggest strength. So Asol knows that I'm low, and he tries to take a trade into me. I don't really mind that because I got my R up right here. So in this case, I can just WA. And right now what I'm going to be doing is, because I don't really want to be taking a lot of damage because I'm already incredibly low. So I got to be very careful with my own HP here. So I want to be taking short bursty trades into him in which that he cannot really retaliate back on top of me. So what trading pattern I go for right here is a RW into QW right here. Beautiful RW QW. Big chunk onto the Asol, getting in some, weaving in some out attacks in the meantime as well. And then really kiting him out, preventing him from being able to damage me. And just a perfect rotation of abilities right here. Really like just ending Asol's lane here. We get another beautiful play onto bot right here, nuking the Jarvan. From this point, the game is actually incredibly easy. Perfect example of good trades make a good lane. So in this next example, we're going to be playing versus Taliyah. And this is a lane that I started E in because of some random invades and shenanigans early. So I start E, but Taliyah loses a little bit of HP because of the invade. So this is a lane as well that we want to try to get priority in if possible, because it will allow us to reach a level up timer, take some good quality trades. But if Taliyah really wants, she could theoretically play for the early push. In this case, she's a little bit lower, so she doesn't do that. We're really going to be looking at the mindset of a lot of these trades that we're going to be taking into the Taliyah here. And what we're just doing right here is we're just posturing very aggressively here. We're going to be posturing very aggressively, trying to avoid her access towards the creeps. And now we're going to be reaching level 2, getting a W, and instantly, bam, we're looking for trading windows right here. So I cannot really punish her onto this creep because the creep is really far up. So that's really hard for me to punish her on. So I'm going to try to punish her onto the next creep right here. So really look at my aggressive posturing. So she used her Q. I cannot really punish her for that because she used her Q to CS it. So look at the next creeps right here. Look at my aggressive posturing. She now disrespects me and mistethers me. I land the WE, boom. Perfect trade. And the reason why this is a pretty good matchup for LeBlanc is because Taliyah actually has really low base stats. Her base stats are incredibly low. If you look at her base HP, for some reason she misses 100 base HP, like max base HP compared to me. Her base HP is really low. Her base armor is non-existent. She does have decent MR, but still, like, the champ is just really squishy, and with the burst damage that LeBlanc provides, it's really easy for us to like get a lot of damage onto her and put her in kill threat because she has so little HP. So I'm going to be reaching level 3, looking for this slow build right here into the Taliyah, and I'm just looking to trade it onto her again. I could theoretically like W forward and look for like out attack, Q out attack. I think it's possible. I think maybe I should have done that. I think I missed a small opportunity since I had my electrocute up. I think I can do that, especially after Taliyah used her E because she's scared for me. But maybe what's going through her mind, hey, I can already kill the Taliyah and I don't want to make her too scared. My plan is to dive her onto this slow build right here. And the way I'm going to be approaching this, okay, let's see if she disrespects me. Whenever she gets too close, Q, W, E, weaving in the out attacks. And what I should have done was actually flash the E right there. And then I would have been able to kill her. But overall, it's okay. I zoned her of a lot of creeps right here. She's not... Oh, she was actually... I cancelled the reset as well. So I denied her a lot of creeps, and it puts me in an amazing position right here. So she TP's back, I TP back, rinse and repeat. Wave state's now pushing into me, which is going to be completely fine for me because that's going to give me more room in the lane to trade on together with my W. So let's actually see how I approach this. I don't want to be brute forcing trades because Taliyah can definitely bounce back pretty decently at me with her combo. As you can see, this was a pretty okay trade right here, mainly because she's a level down, but there's a lot of minions hitting me. She hit me with all of her stuff as well, so she can bounce back pretty decently. So what I should have done was just taken the trade as it is, since she only has one potion, proc the electrocute, let the wave set be what it is, chill, and then on my next W I can actually kill her. But I slightly rushed it with my E. I tried to go for a flash E onto the Taliyah and I messed up. And I missed a small kill opportunity right there on my next W right now. If I had flash, she's dead right here. But still, I try to do it again. My Viego's hovering me for a little bit of a lane gank. That's the benefit of playing LeBlanc. You're going to get a lot of jungle attention from your own jungle. And I try to punish her onto that last hit right there. But I missed my E. A little bit unfortunate. If I land that E, it's actually possible. But yes, sometimes you miss the E's, you know. But then right here, what we see happen is because she's so low right now, she wants to get her creeps. I can just walk up, Q, out attack W. We kill her. Very easy. Very easy. So we just reset. We buy ourselves a lost chapter. I always like going lost chapter first. And what happens is I reach level 6 onto this wave right here. And I try to force a trade on the Taliyah. I think I should have done a little bit differently. I think I should have just RW and then out attack Q and then look to sniper off with E and then actually back off afterwards because I'm going to be taking a lot of minion damage right here. Maybe it's not even worth using my R right there. I sometimes have the habit of a little bit over forcing because the cooldown is actually pretty long. So in the meantime, like Taliyah went base and I see a nice little skirmish breaking out on bot. So I actually hard push this wave knowing that something's going to be happening on bot. And I instantly rotate down. LeBlanc is really good at this type of stuff, mainly because of the fact that she can influence these plays incredibly fast. She's really fast at influencing these plays. So Hecarim sniffs out my gank. And what happens is I waste my time. So what's the issue right here? Well, I should just actually walk at the Hecarim. I should just walk at the Hecarim, wait for my next W. How comes I don't have W up? What's the issue? I reckon the issue here is this particular W. This W was really bad W, because right now I don't have W. If I had W, I could have RW, QW out attack the Hecarim and he would have died. So massive blunder when it comes to my W usage, which doesn't allow me to get a kill on that roam. So right now, we do still have full lane control. And what we're going to be trying to do right now is we're going to be trying that lane control that we have in the lane. We're going to try to translate that into different parts of the lane right here. So we got ourselves a little bit of a skirmish breaking out. My team is quite behind, so we got to be a little bit careful. And it seems like the Poppy is taking initiative in looking for the play. Poppy's 2 levels up on my support. So Hecarim goes really deep, and he actually overcommits quite a bit. So me and Viego get a beautiful kill, killing the Hecarim. I'm landing a very nice chain onto the Poppy right here. And that leads to us eventually being able to trade I think a 1-for-1. I think it's a 1-for-1. Unfortunately, the Viego still dies. I should not have W'd the Poppy right here. Really shit W. Should have waited for my E before W'ing in right there. Viego dies. And what happens afterwards is that Taliyah just disrespects me. I just one-shot her. Like, this is high master, low grandmaster game here, by the way. And like, people just disrespect the damage that this champion deals. So I reset, I get myself a Ludens, and from this point you're so incredibly strong on LeBlanc. It's absolutely insane. So given that you're so strong on LeBlanc, right, you can just brute force a lot of trades. In this case, a little bit unfortunate situation because I think we slightly overcommit right here, or I'm a little bit later and I should have been matching the tempo of my team. So I think I could have done a little bit better job. I also used both of my W and my R actually as mobility and not really as damage. So that's why I don't deal any damage right here. So a little bit of a mistake. But Hecarim slightly over chases right here. And that allows me to grab a beautiful kill onto the Hecarim. And since I still got Flash and I got my Hextech Gunblade back in action, Taliyah just used her Q. I can just do a nice little Flash W. Perfect double kill. And from this point, we're actually really, really strong. So you really want to be actively looking for skirmishes and stuff around the map that can really take your strength towards the next level at this point as LeBlanc. And overall, doing a pretty good job right here. We're going to be covering stuff like this in the later section of in how to snowball on LeBlanc. So the next category of matchups is going to be the medium range skill matchups. And these matchups are pretty LeBlanc favored because she can control the pace of the trades. But if you make a mistake, like you're going to be getting punished for it pretty hard. And these type of champions really have something in their kit that they can like bounce back at you. So the Hwei, for example, has got his EQ, in which that if you mess up and you W forward and he EQs you, you're going to get absolutely blasted in the trade. Like, you're going to get annihilated. Another good example is, for example, Ahri. Ahri, her E, she can charm you, you're going to get annihilated in the trade. So all of these champions have something that you got to be a little bit careful about. And in this case, we're going to be laning versus Hwei. Hwei has the EQ, which we got to be pretty careful about. So, versus Hwei, it's really important. He deals a lot of damage. Try to make sure that you get a little bit of damage off onto him, while he doesn't really damage you back. His Q actually has a really long cooldown early. It's a 10-second cooldown on his Q. Your W has a 15-second cooldown. So try to bait out his Q, and if he ever baits out his Q, try to go for these trades into him. So starting off with this one, Hwei just messed up his Q onto the wave. He instantly like used it, try to like hit me past it or something like that. So this long cooldown is one that I can just abuse. W, out attack, don't take that much minion damage in return. Beautiful short trade onto the Hwei, getting this small HP advantage. And this is something that we're going to try to continuously do. We also had a very high value W right there, granting ourselves the wave push. In this case, what we do as well is we just W forward and we just start hitting him with our out attacks because we killed all of these minions right now, which means that he still needs to last hit these and I do not. So I can just W on top of him, trade out attacks with him, proc the electrocute and win the trade like that. Plus the sudden impact procs, which is really easy for me to like abuse as well. So I get a level 2, which is awesome on LeBlanc because you just W forward, Q, out attack, Q, out attack. In this case, I don't have electrocute up, but it's still a beautiful short trade into the Hwei. Absolutely annihilating him with small wins trades. And this is eventually what's going to be putting me in a great position because this is going to stick on top of him. So what do? I make sure that I crash this next wave because I want to prevent the wave from getting frozen on his side. So I need to hard push this wave to make sure that it doesn't line up there with the next wave coming in. So I got my W and I go for an out attack Q under the turret in which that he cannot really hit back on top of me. So that's the benefit of hitting enemies on the turret as LeBlanc is you can just W forward, have your W be outside of turret range, out attack Q, and they cannot really retaliate back at you. So I've now taken so many good trades that I am in a position that I'm super favorable in. So I see Hwei throw his Q, I dodge it with my W, out attack Q, and these are not like super big trades that he's going to get murdered. No, I'm just slowly chipping away this HP bar. I'm making sure that my HP stays really relevant as well, because I don't want to be losing too much HP myself. I just want to make sure that I slowly chip away his HP bar. And since the wave is now slow pushing into me, I'm really, really happy with that, because he's low, I'm high HP, wave's pushing into me, which means that he's going to be under a lot of threat with the wave state eventually getting closer to my turret here. So Hwei is really actively trying to crash this wave. He uses his WW to prevent damage taken, but he's just screwed with the wave state. I see an angle for Flash E with an out attack, and this is a beautiful little kill onto the Hwei. Nice solo kill. I set it up all in advance with the wave states, with the short trades, and puts me in a fantastic position. So right now, I just want to let the wave crash, and I'm going to be playing with the slow build. Look how far up that he is actually here. I'm actually pinging my Kha'Zix for a gank, but he respects it really, really nicely. Well done, by the way, right here. Really good jungle tracking by him. And unfortunately, I cannot cheese another kill, but I can just now play with the slow build again, and I can look to take good quality trades onto the Hwei again. So my Kha'Zix is getting a little bit destroyed by all of these Belvev invades. It is what it is. My job is just really to just keep lane prio and take good quality trades into this Hwei. So what happens is he takes a beautiful trade onto me, recognizing that I need to CS this cannon, and he gets a nice little chunk on top of my face. But the good thing is now he used his E. So when Hwei has used his E in a lane like this, that's now 14 seconds of free time for me, where I can just walk at him and he cannot do anything in return. So I just walk at him. He's got no cooldowns. So I Q, W, out attack. Even though he has the WW, I get this massive little trade on top of him. So even though he used his E and took a good trade into me, because it's down, I can now take this amazing trade into him where I don't have to be careful about anything. So I set up the minions beautifully for a W to kill them, and then an E to chain him. But I unfortunately missed the E. Sometimes you miss some E's. And yeah, we're just slowly taking the good quality trades into the way right here. That's really the mindset. And in this case, I see him walk up. So why, a lot of people would be questioning, why are you not just Wing and trying to kill him here? Why are you not trying to hit him? Well, he has his E up, he has his W up, he has his Q up. If I do that, he's going to blast me in the trade. I need to either time it better with the last hit, dodge out onto his abilities, which is a little bit tricky. So I'm just playing a little bit slow, see if I can bait out his abilities. In this case, I baited out his W. And right now, I can potentially look for a trade. I'm still trying to bait out his Q first. Just to make it easier and make it impossible for him to hit me back. Because, oh, there he messed up. He like fucked up something and he eat the wave. Beautiful. I also reached level 6. I take a beautiful trade into the way. Unfortunately, I miss my E, but still the trade is really, really good because look at my HP bar, look at his HP bar. It's a fantastic position for me. In this case, also, I've got my Rel actually coming from a nice little gank with this beautifully slow pushing wave state. Rel takes the beautiful gank into the QW for me, which was really nice, cancelled by the Hwei E. This is what happens if Hwei cancels it like that. But in this case, I still got my E to proc the Q, get the kill, and from this point, we're rock and rolling. So for this next example, we're going to be taking a look at the lane versus Syndra, in which that we do an amazing job with wave management. We do an amazing job with short trades, and especially also dodging out of damage that Syndra is going to be dealing towards us. So in this case, we see that Syndra actually goes for the ward right there onto the Raptors. So I'm happy trading HP into Syndra because I know that if we're both low, right, even trades are very winning for me, mainly because of the fact that I am the one with kill threat, and I also deal more damage early. So amazing trade for me starting off putting pressure onto the Syndra level 1. And what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to get the slow push, one wave, and then hard push the next wave, and mainly try to constantly trade onto the Syndra whenever I've got my W cooldown up. And in this case, I do a very, very sexy flick back as well onto the Syndra Q, getting another out attack in. And we're really starting to take the good quality trades rolling into this guy. So very nice trades. We go for this beautiful slow build, and I'm constantly tethering within Syndra's Q range. This is my bread and butter matchup, by the way. Both of these champs I'm incredibly competent on. So if a player is going to be looking Syndra into me, I know exactly what to do as well. So dodging out onto Syndra's Qs, and that's going to give me a lot of room in these lanes, in this lane to play with. I'm going to be reaching the level 2 right here, and this means that I now got a level advantage onto this Syndra, and I'm going to try to abuse this level advantage to create a good quality trade into her, while also pushing the wave. So look at this, how I set this up. This is amazing how I set this up. What I do is I know I want to be crashing this wave, because if I don't crash this wave, wave's going to get stuck over here, and it's going to be hard for me to find trading windows into Syndra. So I need to crash this wave. So what I do is I hard push with my auto attacks and with my Qs. I lower these minions' HP so that when these minions are really low, I can just jump onto them and then go for an auto attack on Q onto the Syndra and then finish off the rest of the creeps. So really, really good job. And I try to sneak in an extra auto attack at the end. Try to sneak in a Q if she's going to be going for one of these creeps right here. But I do also want to be staying quite healthy myself. So in this case, what do? I wait until she makes a mistake, but she does a pretty good job tethering, so I cannot really find an extra trading window on top of her. That's honestly completely fine. What happens right now is that Syndra's got no potions, so what do I want to do with this wave? Well, in this case, because I've got built such a big HP advantage, I want the wave to come back into my side right now, because that's when I can pressure her, possibly ask for a gank, and that's where she needs to overextend, and with this amount of HP, overextending means instant death. So I'm not touching the wave that much at all. Otherwise, if she would be higher HP, I would try to get another slow build going. Look at me tethering out and baiting out her abilities, staying high HP. And in the meantime, I'm going to try to find like 1 or 2 good quality trading windows on top of her. And baiting out her abilities incredibly well right here. really overwhelming her mental stack. And because she uses all of these abilities, I can now go for a nice little trade, proccing my electrocute. She has nothing to hit me back with. And as we recognize, she has no potions anymore. So with this wave pushing out into me, this is a death sentence for her. I also ping on the way to make my team aware that I want to be taking an aggressive play into the Syndra. And in the meantime, what I'm actually doing is I'm trying to posture aggressively just to make her scared. I don't really intend to pull the trigger because I'll mess up the wave state with it. So I just stand next to these minions and make her sweat for every creep. Just make her sweat, just pressure, put her under pressure right here. Aggressive posturing on LeBlanc is incredibly important by putting pressure onto the enemy champions. So in this particular situation, we got the Zed hovering very nicely, which means that if Zed's on top side, I want to lean down. So I force Syndra up because if she stands right here, it makes it really easy for me to land my E. So the positioning in the lane is incredibly important in this particular situation. So what actually happens is that Zed opts in for the gank, and I intentionally don't W forward right here because I would mess up the wave state. Then Syndra would be like not screwed, so to say. So we just get the Syndra flash. We just take the Syndra flash. Amazing, no problem at all. She's still going to be screwed nonetheless because she needs to force a reset right now. Otherwise, she cannot really stay in the lane. And that means that with this particular wave state, she's still going to be screwed. And on LeBlanc's strength is her gank setup. So what I do is I just ping for a gank right now. And Zed knows this. Zed actually just burns Syndra's flash. He sees the wave state. He knows exactly what's going to be happening right here, especially since we got the LeBlanc right now. So I keep the wave state in this particular situation. I try to look for a trade onto the Syndra as well. And look at this. This is a very, very important W. Because what happens if I don't W this, she's going to proc her first strike. She's going to get a little bit of W damage onto me. So this is me keeping my HP high. You don't always have to W's forwards. In some matchups, you want to just use your W's sometimes to dodge stuff and keep your HP healthy. This is also a way of building that HP differential. So in this case, I'm holding the wave perfectly. This is a perfect wave management situation. I reach level 5. Zed's coming from another gank. And right now I can just W forward, overwhelm Syndra's mental stack, W backwards so she doesn't get an escape off right there. And since she has no flash, that means it's absolute instant death for her. Amazing, amazing stuff. I push the wave, I take a reset. My favorite base right here. Lost Chapter, Refill, Control Ward, and Sweeper. This is my absolute favorite build, my absolute favorite reset right here. Because of the fact that you can start translating your lead really well. Right now I'm going to be reaching level 6. So what actually happens is I go for a very interesting trading pattern right here. So I know that I'm going to be reaching level 6 onto these creeps. So I hit the creeps, make sure that I can get them in my W. I activate my R and I go for Q auto attack RQ. This is a very non-committal trading pattern for me from very long range. Really hard for Syndra to tether out. And still I get this nice chunk onto her, which puts her under pressure as she doesn't deal any damage in return to me. And that's the big part, right? This is this 100 for 0 non-committal trade, and it just puts a lot of pressure onto the Syndra. Right now I'm actively trying to bait out her abilities before I do anything else, because otherwise I might risk taking a lot of damage in return. Getting myself the minions right here, and in this case I get ganked. Syndra goes for the QE. I just W away to safety. You can just use your W to safety and look at the wave state again. Syndra is in a lot of trouble right here because she's got no flash. I'm really strong. Wave state slow pushing into me very, very slowly, which means that she's eventually going to be forced into a very awkward position. So what I'm going to be doing, especially knowing that she has no vision on bot side right here, is I'm going to wait a little bit. I'm going to try to take maybe one good trade right here. And then eventually when I'm going to get level 6, when I'm going to get my R back, that's when I'm going to be able to kill her. So I want to take this one good trade right now, in which that I try to land the E, but unfortunately she dodges out on my E pretty nicely. But it's still okay because the wave state's in a good position right here. And now I've got my R back up. So this is great. This is absolutely fantastic. So the caveat in this matchup, the tricky thing with this matchup is that Syndra's E can cancel out your W dash. And her E is going to be her self-beating tool to her being able to survive in this matchup and get you off her. So a very good trick in this type of matchups is that you want to do double distortion on top of them to dodge out onto that self-beating ability. Because Syndra can only throw it in one direction. So I double distortion on top of her. Because I'm so close to her, it's also really easy for me to land my chain, reaching the level 7, eventually picking up the kill. Perfectly played. What a nice lane of repetition, actually. And what we're seeing here is that this was a beautiful trading combo into the Syndra, finishing off these creeps as well, reaching the level 7, and then eventually just finishing off her with our auto attacks, and that marks the end of her lane. There's no way back from this point. I think the game was like a 15, 17 minute FF. Absolutely unplayable from that point. So for this next example, we're going to be playing versus Cassiopeia. And this is Punisher's Cassiopeia. This is one of the best Cassios on EU West. So definitely a very solid matchup. Versus Cassiopeia, I like to take Ignite because Flash is not really going to be helping me survive her extended trades. Cassiopeia is a champion that wants to be taking extended trades into you. And if you can prevent her from taking extended trades, you're going to be in a pretty good position. If not, if you're going to be like getting locked up in her CC, you're going to be taking extended trades, you're going to get absolutely annihilated. So that's why I take Ignite versus this champion. In the early game, right, level 1, Cassiopeia is not that strong. So feel free to look for aggressive trades level 1. This was a perfect example right here. Looking for this trade with my auto attack, W auto attack, preventing Cassiopeia from hitting me back as well. And I also want to get the slow push into the Cassio, because that's going to put me in a great position. So not a beautiful auto attack. And we're starting off already with taking amazing trades. Cassiopeia is also a champion that usually starts with mana with the tier instead of the Dorans. So that's going to make our early lane actually quite strong into Cassiopeia because of the fact that she doesn't have that much self-peel. So Cassiopeia in this case also took barrier, which is a pretty good pickup because of the fact that she can deny a lot of damage with it. And in this case, we take ourselves a beautiful, beautiful early trade into the Cassio. One thing that you can do is you can use your W to dodge out on Cassio's Q. You will win trades into Cassio as long as she doesn't have her empowered E on top of you. So if you dodge out on her Q and her W, you're going to be completely fine. So in this case, I W forward, knowing that if I see her Q cast, I can just always respect it and back off. In this case, I do not get the kill onto the Cassio because she uses both sums. Still puts me in an amazing position in the lane right here. And what we're seeing is that my wave is actually slow pushing into Cassio. So I'm actually looking to go for a dive on top of her. And in this case, what I should have actually done, right, is I trade kills right here because I take a tower shot, which is really unfortunate. But this is actually disastrous for me. So I got a little bit impatient. So if we look at this position, right, Cassiopeia is screwed. It's absolutely over. Her lane is done at this point. The only thing I need to do is just crash this wave and then dive her. She's got no flash, no barrier, no access to level 3 because I'm going to be, that means no W for her as well. That means that she can be able to get zoned up from this entire wave. She has no TP as well. So the only thing I need to do is just chill, not rush it, but I rushed my guts and I actually trade kills with a bad wave state for me. So luckily I can TP back, but I could have literally ended the lane right there on the spot. But I make a small mistake, which allows Cassiopeia to get back into the lane here. So lane still doesn't really change. So when it comes to what we want to be doing, we really want to put a lot of mental stack towards avoiding Cassiopeia's Q, because she's going to be trying to spam that out. It doesn't cost that much mana. And if she hits it, I cannot trade into her. So I really try to actively dodge out on Cassiopeia's Q. In this case, I slightly missteaded it. Really good Q by her. And we're going to be able to, we're going to try to let the wave slowly come into our side, because that's the place where we can take a little bit more, trades that are in our control. If the wave's on her side, she can actually force extended trades into it. So we got to be very, very careful with that. As you can see, there's a small tethering battle right here. And this is the perfect type of stuff that you want to be going for. Whenever she mistethers, plus she tries to land a Q on top of you, that's why you can jump over it with your own W, avoid her damage, and then get this beautiful, beautiful trade on top of her. And this is the stuff that you're looking to do as LeBlanc into Cassio. Very, very nice trade for us. Puts us in a very tricky position right here. Puts her in a tricky position, that is. So look at that. I'm now actively trying to look at my positioning in the lane, really trying to pressure her a little bit. But because she landed her Q on top of me right here, look at that. She now is able, the ability to just take space back in the lane, look at me, and I cannot extend the trade right here. I cannot W on top of her because I'll lose. If she lands the Q, if she lands the poison, I will lose. So I gotta respect that. So I just juke out the poison first. And in this case, very nice W for me again. Dodging out on her Q, out attack Q, not really extending the lane too much because she does have her W still available, which can be very tricky for me to deal with. And yeah, which is just a little bit of a war of attrition as well in this particular situation. This matchup can get really, really hard post 2 items because she has a lot of self-beating tools. But before that, it's really in your favor, actually. So in this case, I look to go for a dive onto the Cassio again. Once again, too forced. Just too forced in general. And the main reason why that's the case is because, like, just my wave's in a really awkward position, and I go for a trading pattern in which that I also miss my W. W is where I've got put 3 points in at the moment, and that's where all my damage comes from, really. So if I don't land W, I'm not going to be killing her as well. There's this 30-second like differential of ignite versus barrier. So I currently have she used her barrier like 2 seconds after I dropped ignite. So I currently have 9 seconds in which that she does not have barrier. That's why I try to brute force the dive right here, because I knew she didn't have barrier yet. But what actually happens is that I missed my W. So how could I have comboed and actually landed my W? Well, look at this situation. I should actually just go for an insta W and then QE to guarantee my W landing, because that's really where the damage is coming from, because she kited it out really, really well. Instead of going for a QW, I should go for a W, Q, E, out attack, and then flick back if possible right here. Problem is that she has her W, so I could probably not flick back, and it probably would have been a trade of kills. Would it have been worth? Possibly, if this wave crashes right here, probably yeah. I think the best thing for me to do is just chill, don't brute force a dive, wait for my ignite, and play a little bit later. But from this point, lane gets a little bit more tricky because I just trolled like twice. But I come back really quickly, I hold the wave. Amazing, amazing situation, because right now this wave is in such a spot that Cassio needs to step up very, very aggressively. I deny her a lot of creeps, and right now I'm going to be looking to take good trades into the Cassio. So what I'm really looking to do versus Cassio is versus Cassio, you really like to use double distortion, because of the fact that you want to put yourself in a position where it's hard for her to land her abilities. So if I W right here and I W behind of her afterwards, it's going to be really hard for her to land her abilities properly. In this case, she did a pretty good job with her RW. And we just go for a pretty even trade. Honestly, not too bad for me, because I can put her under a lot of kill threats. So I'm going to be slow building the wave out, helping my jungle, taking some plants, really playing the war of attrition. And in this case, what happens is I've got my R back up again, so I can look to take a trade into the Cassio. So I'm preparing the caster creeps. My Zyra is hovering right here. I W forward, land an E onto the Cassio, and I'm spacing out her range. This is a very important thing to do. Whenever you land a chain onto a champ like Cassio or any other medium range champ, try to space them out, because if I do not space the Cassio out, it's going to be really easy for her to land her E on top of me, and I will just get blasted right here. So really nice chain. Double chain actually with the setup from the Zyra, getting ourselves back into the lane, and now we're going to be in another position where we're going to be just looking to take good quality trades into the Cassio. So I've got my R back up, so this is prime trading time. W, RW, QE, pretty good stuff. Pretty happy with the trade right here that I took, and it makes it really hard because I've got multiple of these Ws for the recast up for Cassio to know where she has to be throwing her abilities. So her W is actually really hard to land actually. And she did a pretty good job with her Q. It was actually a fantastic Q on her part. But my Z was hovering, and the downside of these type of champs is that most of them don't really have that much self-pill or disengage, which means that they're really, really vulnerable to gank. So if you land a good chain like this, it's practically instantly over, right? Because the Cassio cannot really escape that, and sets it up really easily for the jungle. So I stay a little bit longer in the lane, trying to get for my Ludens. I help my set with a dragon. I take another wave. And what happens right here is that this is where I really, really troll. And this is where you can see the matchup interactions of these type of champs. If you mess up, you're going to get absolutely blasted by the enemy champion. So in this case, Cassio does a fantastic job with her W. Doesn't really allow me to get back to my initial position. And that means that I just get one shot. This is what happens if you mess up, guys, in these type of matchups. So what I should have done is, apparently she had a ward in here. So she did a beautiful preemptive W right here into an R. Yeah, this was just gorgeous combo usage. My passive almost saved me. But yeah, just gotta be careful. I just rushed it too much. I should have just reset, bought a Dark Seal, bought a Control Ward, bought my Ludens, TP back, and then instantly start contesting her and take a little bit more risk-free trades, and then I'm gonna be completely fine. In this case, you see what happens if you mess up like this. You're gonna get absolutely destroyed. So the next example is going to be a lane versus Ryze, and I want you to compare this to a lane, for example, versus Vladimir or Azir, I don't really need Flash versus a champion like that. Flash is not really gonna allow me to dodge anything, or it's necessary for me to get into their range. I can actually work with Ignite in these type of matchups because it helps me stat checking them and helps me prevent them from taking extended trades into me. So Ryze is a very similar example to that. So in this case, I'm playing versus Ryze, and I want to be playing aggressively early because I have a lot of kill threat onto Ryze, while Ryze has much less kill threat onto me. Don't be fooled. Ryze deals a lot of damage early, so definitely don't be fooled. But feel free to put the foot on the gas, right? Feel free to like play for lane prio and play for every trades early. So in this case, beautiful out attack W, out attack proc the electrocute, and now a beautiful W out attack onto the Ryze. I think I could have done a little bit better job spacing out the W right there, but overall, we got ourselves a nice slow push right here into the Ryze, which gives me a beautiful opportunity to eventually strike upon the level 2 timer. So I kind of fucked up a trade here. My idea was to try to punish him onto this last hit right here. The problem, my W cooldown wasn't up yet, so I should actually just not punish him onto that one and rather just do it onto the next minion, because Ryze's W has slightly shorter cooldown than ours. It's actually by quite a bit. So he was able to abuse that cooldown window pretty heavily, which I misspaced, and then also messed up my W cooldown. The biggest problem of that is that now, while I'm level 2 and he's level 1, I cannot really punish him onto the level advantage that I have. So pretty big blunder by me. Anyway, we're still in a slow push situation. He's still level 1. So I've got some time to redeem myself. I'm going to just nicely catch these minions right here. And when he's going to be catching the minions on the tower, I go for a nice out attack, proccing the cylinder impact, just a little bit damage. I would have loved to get the Q off of as well, but I didn't really get it. So right now, when he's last hitting these creeps in the tower, and I know his mental stack is occupied with that, I can just throw a nice little Q on top of his face, proc the Scorch, pretty good stuff. And as you can see, he's getting lower. He's already slowly getting into kill trap real soon, because LeBlanc's damage in the early game is just really, really high. So once again, I'm going to be opting in for a little bit of a 2-wave cycle. Going to slow push into the Ryze, trying to still reach the level spikes a little bit earlier and try to contest him onto his last hit. So as you can see right here, I'm posturing very, very aggressively and onto the cannon right here. Beautiful combo onto the Ryze. Absolutely one-shotting him together with my Ignite. That's why I think Ignite is so good in these type of matchups, where the kill threat is just absolutely through the roof. So amazing job getting myself the first blood right here. Instantly matching the reset with my TP, and now the wave slow pushing into me. This is great, because Ryze just used his flash, I've got the wave slow pushing into me, and Belvav only needs to do the Scuttle Crab before she's on the gank timer. So this is going to be a really easy setup towards continuing onto the Ryze. Unfortunately, Belvav decides to go top. I could have done a little bit better job pinging. I didn't communicate well with my Belvav at all, and that leads that she does not see the gank opportunity, which makes a lot of sense because Ryze was indeed full HP. I also didn't ping Ryze flash, so I didn't give my Belvav any type of opportunity to help her with assisting me in the gank. That's okay. I just cleared the minions on the tower, and right now we got ourselves in a little bit of a neutral wave state, which I'm very, very happy with because I can use this neutral wave state to take good quality trades into me. So let's break this trade down. Like, I fucking blow this trade up. Like, how do I mess this trade up so badly? I'm ahead. I'm in a really strong position, and I do this. How does that even happen? Well, let's break it down. So first of all, what happens is that I just brute force a trade. So I brute force a trade onto the Ryze, and it doesn't really work out because I actually miss my W. I try to do a little bit of a fadeaway W, so my W cast location is a little bit further away. But therefore, I do miss the W. I do mess up. I also miss the E because there's minions blocking it, and he can just freely hit away from me. So that was an absolutely disastrous trade. Like, I should have just waited for him to last hit to be forced to step up. Thankfully, I got the Alistar here with me. It helps me with this particular gank. He absolutely smurfs it. I miss my E again. I'm absolutely choking. But overall, yeah, thanks to Alistar's gank, which is the downside of playing these immobile mages into LeBlanc, you're just incredibly vulnerable to getting ganked like this. And it's not like there's really any counterplay. And from this point, Ryze is just absolutely screwed, by the way. So I get myself a nice alternator. I think I don't know why I did that. I would have just went for the Lost Chapter. I thought I would just wanted to try it out and see how it is. But I need to go for Lost Chapter. It's a slightly better item. But right now we're into a position, right, where we can just set up a gank with Bel'Veth, Ryze no flash, incredibly vulnerable, and this is much, much better. I W forward, I land the chain, and even Ryze with Phase Rush does not have a way out of this one. Beautiful gank set up together with the Bel'Veth. I think once again I could have done a slightly better job communicating this towards my Bel'Veth as well, but overall we get the job done. And from this point it's just very, very painful for Ryze. We're just going to slightly play it out a little bit longer, see how my trading patterns are from this point. One thing I would like to highlight in this particular situation is I decide to blow up this wave and nuke it together with my RW. Why do I do that? Well, it's a lot of AoE, and the sooner I crash this wave, the more Ryze is going to be losing under the turret. So it's a pretty good job with my RW right there. I also get the plate because of that, and it puts me in a pretty happy position right here. I deny him the cannon. Great stuff. So right now, I just want to be taking good quality trades into the Ryze. So this was a pretty sneaky one. I tried to go for an out attack QE. If I timed this a little bit better with the tower shot, what actually would have happened is that the tower would not have hit me, but I mistimed it with the tower shot. Therefore, I take a tower shot, but it's not the end of the world because it's still a pretty decent trade for me. Look at the amount of damage that I've actually done towards him. It's really, really high. And that puts me in a position right now where if I land my R in the next combo as well, we can just absolutely nuke him. He does not know and he does not really understand the amount of kill threat that Ryze is under right here. With the amount of damage that I'm going to be able to do with my ult. That's why he's not popping his potions, because he feels safe even though he actually is not. So I'm just going to be waiting for my R cooldown. I now spot Kha'Zix on bot as well, and that means that right now it's time for a nice little combo together with my ult. Ryze also reaches level 6. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to punish Ryze onto a last hit. So that's the last hit I'm going to be punishing on. Perfect ability usage right here. This was the Showmaker combo that I use onto the Ryze. And his HP bar just absolutely disintegrated. And one thing that I recommend is if you haven't watched the RW section or the Showmaker section of the guide, check that one out because that's where I go in depth into this combo. From this point, 3-0 onto the Ryze. Game is in a fantastic spot. I'm in full control and there's not much for him to do anymore. So for the longer range matchups, we're going to be breaking an example down. We're going to be starting off versus Lux. And this is an example provided by Shok. Maybe some of you may already be wondering, why the hell is there a minimap on the left and not on the right? Well, it's because this is not my gameplay. This is Shok's gameplay. Really appreciate him for sending this one to me. Just going to be breaking it down. I think it's a really good example of what are the things that we need to look out for in these type of matchups. And I can already say to you, there's going to be a lot of W usage towards these type of matchups. W usage makes or breaks these type of matchups because these are very long range. So we need to use our W to get in range. And they're only very rarely they will ever give us the Q into W combo in these type of matchups. So we're really going to be using our W max range to try to get into range. And this is usually the ability that we're going to start off trading combos with. So into these type of matchups, you want to be using your offense as your defense. So you want to be pushing very, very, very hard. You want to be pushing hard. So these guys need to respond towards the wave. And that's going to allow you to stay healthy. If you're going to get pushed in all the time, yes, there's options for gank setup, but you're also going to be struggling in the actual 1v1. So try to get the push. And what Shok does here is absolutely fantastic. And I really want to highlight this. This is an important concept to look at. Shok's does a very, very good job. This Lux has actually bone plating. And with a champion that has bone plating, we want to be going for two-part trades because bone plating denies our initial part of damage. So what Shok does is Shok actually W's on top of the caster creeps right here and auto-attacks the Lux. There's two reasons why that's incredibly important. Number one, we proc off the bone plating. Number two, we actually thin out the minion wave, so we get a little bit of damage onto the casters, which is always nice. If we can hit the casters, it's going to speed up our push by a landslide. And the third reason is actually because we hit the Lux, look what happens to the minion waves. These minions now start chasing us. So he backs off through here instead of through here. What happens is that all of these creeps start filling up a little bit closer towards us. And that's going to make it easier for us to access them later. Because now all of these minions group up. Now if we get another W, we can just finish everything and we can hit a lot, we can AoE a lot. So this is really easy for us to grab the push in. Plus, because we're now so much closer to these minions, it's much easier for us to hit them and actually guarantee the push. Look at the nice aggressive posturing from Shok right here. Really guaranteeing the push in this matchup, but just because of a high value ability. And really putting the pressure onto the Lux. So, yeah, amazing job guaranteeing the push using a small little neat trick that we can apply in these type of lanes. Also in other lanes, by the way. Feel free to use that in other lanes as well. So what we do right here is we go for a little bit of an extra trade onto the Lux, trying to deny, like pressure Lux onto this last hit right here. Very nice stuff. W, out attack. A little bit unfortunate because Lux actually deals a lot of damage in return, but we're pretty happy trading. Like, we have to be trading in this type of matchup. Use our offense as our defense like this. Put them under kill threat, make them scared. And because we're going to be reaching the level advantage right here, the level 2 advantage, what's going to happen is that we're going to be able to get a nice new trading window into the Lux. Actively try to stand outside of the minion wave, so you prevent the Lux from getting high value abilities onto you, in which that she hits both you and thins out the wave so she can get the push. So actively stand outside of the minion wave and try to bait out her E very, very precisely too. So right here, we also try to get a trading opportunity into the Lux. As you can see, we're trading a little bit more HP. We get hit by that E at the end. That's a little bit of an unfortunate E to get hit by. But overall, it was a really good Q by the Lux. We got to give credit where it's due. It was a really good Q by the Lux. This is a pretty good position for us, because look what we can just do is we can just W forward, Q the Lux, proc off the bone plating, drag the minions up all the way right here so we can get access to the level 3 spike. And right now, because we've traded so much as LeBlanc, this is an advantageous position for us because we are the one in control. We are the one that's proactive in these trades. So we are very, very happy right here. And we can just now play onto a nice little opportunity right here. And look at that gorgeous E from Shok, almost guaranteeing the kill on the Lux. So let's break this down. Another very important concept that we're going to get used to while playing LeBlanc is lowering minion HP from the enemies. Because the enemies feel safe behind these minions. They feel safe. They feel like they're safe from your E. Because if they dodge your E, you're not going to be dealing that much damage to them. So what we do is we finish minions off with our W so that they become lower. And then we can, because they die actually, and because they die, there's now room for E to land. In this case, Shok perfectly circles it around the creep, landing it onto the Lux, and unfortunately, we don't kill her. So why do we not kill her? Well, Shok probably thought that the end of the E would buffer, and he would actually get an out attack and then go back. Like, I think the timing on this, he missed it up a small millisecond, but the intention behind it was really, really good. Another thing that we can do is we can next time, if we don't want to take this risk and guarantee the kill, we can flash closer towards the Lux, also preventing her from flashing out. Still out of tower range though, and get another out attack in to guarantee the kill. But honestly, this is not that bad at all, because the wave state would have still been pretty awkward for us to get in on that low amount of HP. So it's actually it's actually completely fine like this. And what we then can do is we can just get the wave in right here. And now we can dive the Lux onto this crashing wave. And it makes it really hard for Lux to get access to these minions, right? So I actually think this is much better because we kill the Lux like this and she loses all the creeps. Otherwise, she would have just TP'd back and she would have been able to catch all the minions and possibly lock us in the lane. So absolutely fantastic game state. We buy Dark Seal, Amtome, Refill. Perfect base. Absolutely perfect base. We see some shenanigans happening in the river and stuff like that, but we cannot really join in because it's too chaotic. We're too late and it doesn't really seem winning anymore. So that's okay. We're in a great position in the lane right here, and we're going to try to continue that. So what we're going to see right here is a perfect example of how to deal with bone plating as well. This is very well done, very creative from Shok. What he does, he actually goes for E fish. And because he fishes with the E, look what happens is that the E actually procs after the bone plating gets activated. So the bone plating actually stays active for 1.5 seconds. The E actually, before it takes a little bit longer. So Shok does a perfect job trading onto the Lux right here. Procs the electrocute, dodges the Lux E. Very, very sexy trade onto the Lux. Really well done by Shok. And this puts us in a position where the Lux is now under a lot of trouble here in the lane. So what actually happens is that we're thinning out these minions. Look what Shok is doing. He's thinning out these minions so he can get a high value ability with his W. Beautiful W right here into a Q and a very sexy chain. What a nice chain. He knows that he cannot hit a chain right here through the minions, so he holds the chain. And when Lux tries to extend the trade and walk up, that's when he keeps the chain and still lands the Q at the end. So incredible, incredible trading by Shok. Very impressive right here. And right now, because we can just thin out these minions, we're not killing them because we like the wave state pushed into us right here because we put a lot of pressure onto the Lux, given the fact that she's incredibly vulnerable with this amount of HP. We just want to be lowering the minion health so it's easier for us to thin out. And because we can always W the caster creeps like that if it's necessary. And we can also then instantly look for E angles. So beautiful hold of the wave state, very large wave state. Look at how many minions that Lux loses right here. We do a fantastic job and then we let the wave crash. So there's two things to do. We can actually freeze this wave forever if we want, but we can also let the wave crash depending on how we want to be playing the wave states. If Jarvan would be looking for a gank, what we do... I just followed this message right here. If Jarvan would be looking for a gank, what we do is we actually keep freezing the wave, so Lux is forced to step up. But since Jarvan is not looking for a gank, we just let it crash so we can slow build the wave back out and look for look for better trading opportunities onto the Lux, onto their last hits. So we reach the level 6 right here, and Lux tries to clear a ward, so we can actually zone her off from this nice little choke right here, making it impossible for her to go through there, denying her even more minions. And this is great stuff. So we are like, I think 1.5 levels up onto the Lux right now. We're doing an amazing job. We're slow building the wave out very nicely. What we can do is, since we're level 6, is we can eventually look for this an amazing trade onto the Lux. So let's see what kind of trading pattern that Shok uses here. He goes for a 2-part trade, of course, because the bone plating was up from the Lux. So amazing stuff. Proccing off the bone plating first, and now we can go for a little bit of a different trading combo onto the Lux. Personally, I really like using RW trading patterns into these long range mages. But if they ever get into a position where they're vulnerable to getting landed by an E, in this case, Shok sees the angle instantly right here. That's perfect as well. Very good attempt on the E. In this case, we do not really hit it, but the attempt was really, really nice. If we could just stand our ground with our Qs and our auto attacks as well, since we're so much stronger than the Lux. So it's completely fine. We're getting into a position where we get a lot of gold, and that puts us in a really, really nice position because we can heavy trade into a reset. And look at that. Shok found the angle with the W into E. Perfectly timed. This was such a good setup play, because what happens is Lux needs to be walking up to get this last hit right here. And we have prepared this minion so low that we can combine last hitting this one with our W, instantly finding the angle on top of the Lux, making her feel safe while she's actually not safe. So fantastic trading combo. Very good kill. And from this point, Lux lane is over. It's just absolutely done for her. There's no way around it. It's absolutely done. Yeah, so really good example by Shok. And this is a very good comparison as well, is that we see that Shok's lane compared to my lane is, Shok's lane is a little bit more controlled. I'm more aggressive. I take more trades. And Shok actually takes a little bit less trades, but he takes a little bit more thought out trades. And I think this is a little bit more consistent, actually. If I compare this to my own gameplay, I think there's some stuff for me to take away. I do actually think that Shok is also missing some trading opportunities. And I also watched the rest of this vault. Doesn't really matter. And I think he can use the RW a little bit more, especially in these longer range matchups. The RW is actually going to be a great tool for you to find a little bit more trading opportunities. Every LeBlanc player trades a little bit differently. And I really recommend, therefore, also checking out multiple LeBlanc players just to find your own style and combine all of their knowledge. In this example, we're going to take a look at me versus a Grandmaster brand player in a 1v1. And it just really isolates and shows how a lane like this can be played well. So initially, you want to stand outside of the minion wave because you don't want to give brand high value abilities. And where this brand actually runs bone plating, what I'm actually trying to do is I'm trying to put my minions in such a way that he needs to walk up to last hit when I have already done my last hits. So I'm just last hitting right here. And right here, brand needs to last hit this minion while I've already last hit my minion. So I jump onto the brand right here, and I go for a nice W, out attack combo. And he cannot really reach me back because he just out attacked the minion. So he's getting incredibly fucked by this trade. Even though he had bone plating, I just win the trade because I timed my engage of the trade so well. Plus, I got the final creep, which is a nice cherry on top, of course. So right here, we're just going to be slow building into the brand, because the slower we build, the more means he's also going to be losing. So I'm not really trying to brute force anything. I'm just posturing incredibly aggressive. And if he decides to walk up too close, that's when I just jump onto him. I reached a nice level 2 advantage right here. So I go for a nice W in, W to get in range. That's very important in these type of matchups. And then out attack Q, out attack, proccing the electrocute. And you can really see that the brand really struggles with a type of slow build like this. Once again, whenever he gets too close, in this case, I don't have my electrocute, so I just jump in, out attack Q, and I don't even lose a minion because of it, because I time my engages so well. So I'm really chipping away at Brand's HP bar, and I'm going for a nice little bit of a slow push into him, and that means that he's eventually forced to catch this wave in the third. And what actually happens is I slow build this wave incredibly well. Be very careful for the enemy long range abilities. You don't want to just get poked by them. And I'm just posturing very aggressively, zoning him off the creeps. In this case, I go for a nice little W into chain. and I angle the chain around the creep. And what I do is I actually walk outside of turret range, but not next to this line, and I tether still within my E, so I get the second part of my E damage off, which is amazing because that second part deals a lot of damage. As you can see, 83 at this point in the game is a lot of damage. So beautiful tethering, dodging out on LeBlanc's on Brand's Q. If Brand's Q would have hit, or at least be aimed at me, I would not have done that. I would not have let the E continue. I would just W it back. And in this case, I see a perfect example of what Brand actually does. He uses his W and his E on top of the wave. He does also hit me, and this is the time where I'm going to be crashing the wave, and I get this beautiful, beautiful dive onto the Brand, killing him with the final minion out attack. Shout attack to my minions, by the way. And that ends the review right here for the Brand. So to go a little bit more in depth on this combo that I use is he gets too close. I go for an E flash W into Q, and then also proccing the second part of the Q with the second part of my E. So E flash W, really solid combo, really hard to react towards, and deals a lot of damage. Beautiful dive, ending the review right here. So for the next category of matchups, we're going to be running it through the AD carry mids. And the AD carry mids are a very tough category if we don't know how to approach these type of matchups. And initially, I'm going to be honest, I was very lost against these type of champs because I didn't really know what to do versus them because I felt like they would just beat me. They just stat check me. Well, the reality of the situation is that's true. So we got to adapt our playstyle. The normal LeBlanc trading playstyle doesn't really work. And this is a VOD that really opened my eyes. And I want to show you guys what I saw and what I learned from this VOD. And this is played by Showmaker. In my opinion, best LeBlanc in the world. And this is on the patch 14.13. For the people that remember that was the patch where the AD carry mids were like wrecking havoc on mid lane. Like it was bad, really bad. And this is the patch in which that is. Lucian is just incredibly strong, right? Personally, like this is also before the tech of Ignite TP on LeBlanc was actually found out. I reckon Showmaker, also me, would take Ignite TP into these type of matchups because it helps with stat checking. And what we're really going to see is the importance of valuing your own HP. What's going to happen is that we cannot just go ahead and brute force trades into these champs. The benefit is we do still win short trades, but we do lose extended trades. The downside is that Lucian can E after us and always basically force an extended trade. Same with Corki, same with Trist, same with Ezreal, anything in those type of champions, they can force extended trades into you. So it's going to be incredibly important for us to understand that we don't want to take extended trades. So this was a very good example of look what happens if we just W out attack onto the Lucian. He just Q out, double out attacks onto us and he wins the trade. We cannot stand there for another out attack because even though we proc electrocute, he procs PTA, we lose because his out attacks just deal more damage than ours. It's that simple. So what we're going to try to do is we're going to really try to keep our HP high and prevent Lucian from chipping away at us. And we're not really going to be looking to trade aggressively. We're also going to be giving a lot of minions. And that may sound crazy, but we have to give minions in order to stay at high HP. And if we're going to be dropping HP, we're not going to have any type of trade threat. And we're really going to be looking to try to win the trades into the Lucian. And if we can do that, over time, once we're going to be reaching the level 5, level 6, that's when we can actually get into the position where we can actually win trades. So really, really tether out Lucian out attacks range. Never get into these AD carry mids their out attack range for no reason. Never let them out attack for you for no reason. Always force them to dash forward if they want to out attack you, because that's when you can strike. That's when they cannot extend the trade afterwards. And another thing in these type of matchups, you really want to be using your E reactively. It's incredibly important you use your E reactively because these guys all have dashes. All of these AD carry mids, they have dashes. So what's going to happen is if you go onto them, QW them or just W them, they can then dash after you towards your initial W cast location. If you don't have E, you're going to get chased down. You're going to get absolutely wiped in the trade. So Showmaker does an absolutely incredible job showing how to stay healthy in these type of lanes. And by just tethering out the Lucian enough that he doesn't get hit by Lucian's out attacks, but also giving him some trading opportunities every now and then, but he's really, really careful with the times that he trades. And once he reaches level 6, that's when, of course, stuff gets a little bit better for him because he can actually get a lot of damage done in a very short amount of time. And that's when he can very slowly chip away at the enemy's HP bar. But staying healthy and not getting railed by the enemy's trading patterns, that's the most important thing to do in these type of matchups. I'm going to be showing an example of this type of matchup from my own games as well, in which which is played on the newest patch. And that's going to show you the contrast of and how strong these champs actually were. And that you now actually stand a pretty good chance. But it still shows a very good example. Look how easy Showmaker's going onto this Lucian. In this case, he does go for a QW out attack and he still loses trade. It's kind of wild to me. LeBlanc goes for a QW out attack and she loses the trade. It says enough about the category of champs that we're going to be playing against. And the main reason why Showmaker traded right here, because he spotted that the Belvev and the Alistar were coming. So if he can butter up the Lucian a little bit, that means that he's under gank threat, and that's exactly what he's playing for right now. So another thing in these type of matchups, you want to get pushed in. If you're going to be pushing in the early lane, it's going to be in a position where you're going to get very vulnerable and the enemies can just look to hit you when you go for creeps. So you want to be very careful in the way you approach the early lane and just let them push into you. So this is a perfect example of why Showmaker is so good on LeBlanc. He will just land every single E. This guy just lands every E. And the way that he does that is he just W's forward, out attacks, and he then quickly like checks what the enemy mid is doing. And then he always manages to land his E. He sometimes swaps up his combo patterns. Sometimes he starts with E. Sometimes he out attacks E. Sometimes he out attack Q E's. And it's almost impossible to know when Showmaker is going to be firing the E ability. And that's why it makes it so hard for people to dodge it. So Showmaker's doing an amazing job right here. Now finally being able to, after these short trades, being able to be in a position where he can actually pressure Lucian a little bit. But he doesn't commit to the trades because he knows that if he commits to the trade, there's a big chance that he's still going to lose the trade. So he's waiting for Lucian to go in like this. As you can see, Lucian just absolutely obliterates Showmaker. And he stays a little bit longer because he's comfortable, like he can extend the lane a little bit and potentially get to a spike. But right now he resets because Lucian just needs one Q and an out attack to kill him. So beautiful reset. Now he gets a Dark Seal, Amp Tome, refill. What a perfect base. That's an awesome base on LeBlanc. And we're going to be reaching level 6 real soon. So right now our trades are going to slightly pack a little bit more punch. And that's a good thing. So in this case, the Alistar comes to gank. We go for double distortion into an E, into Q. Pretty nice short trade. Alistar combos the Lucian for some reason in the tower, thinking he can do it, but we would have been just really happy with this trade in general, because this is a nice 100 for 0 trade. Lucian doesn't really hit this back. We get a lot of damage onto the Lucian, which we're really happy with, because on the next rotation of our ult, that's when we can really strike. You can see that Lucian, if he extends the trade like this, he just beats us. Look at the amount of damage that Lucian's doing. He's almost 1v2ing. That's crazy. So don't extend trades into these type of champions. And we got a little bit of a clown fiesta going on. KR Grandmaster, KR Challenger, the classic. We're going to be skimming through this. We see a little bit of a skirmish breaking out here as well. It's good to look at Showmaker's ability usage. He goes for a nice double distortion, gets the kill into the Viego and backs off. He knows he has no cooldowns, so he doesn't brute force his play. What a crazy situation this is actually, huh? And then eventually gets caught off by the enemy. Guys has roam. Crazy drafts, all of the AD carries everywhere. What are we even witnessing, guys? Anyways, he comes back to lane, and it's good to look at the few trading patterns that Showmaker is going to be going for right now. So he's very happy to slow building the wave out. And look at that, very sexy trading pattern. Using his RW right here that he's preemptively stacked up to get a very short trade. This is a perfect trading combo into these type of champs. That you RW, Q out attack W with another out attack possibly at the end. I think it was a little bit slow on the trading pattern. I think the best trading pattern to go for is RW, QW out attack. Instead of weaving in the extra out attack in the middle, he tried to get an extra out attack. A little bit too much for these champs because it allows them to retaliate. Potentially even dodge your QW. Maybe he was waiting for the Lucian dash actually. That may be the thing. Maybe he was expecting Lucian to dash out of his W and dodge it out. Potentially. Anyway, this is a perfect trading pattern because he only needs to be in range for a very short amount of time. And he does a really good job like this. And this is also a very good example. He clears the minions with his W and he goes for a little bit of a short trade, instantly backs off. And he doesn't really get into Lucian's range ever. He never gives him the opportunity to out-attack him because that's when Showmaker is going to be losing these trades. And you can see right now that Lucian's starting to run a little bit, playing the War of Attrition, and we can actually now very slowly start chipping away at these guys' HP bar. So as you can see, very short trade, proccing Oh, that's sexy, actually. I didn't see that one before when I watched this. So what he does is he actually procs the electrocute. He gets procced in the passive, and then he goes for one more out attack while he's invisible, so Lucian cannot hit him back. Like, the definition of each out attack matters, right? So he does an insanely good job with that with that trade onto Lucian. And LeBlanc now has the R up, so Lucian just using his R, LeBlanc now having R, means that Lucian is under a lot of kill threat. And that's exactly the situation that we want to be in. So let's see how Showmaker tries to continue on with this lane. He knows that he also is under a little bit of threat because he's also a little bit lower. But look at the trading combo that he goes for. Very nice try. Honestly, really, really nice try. So what he does, he starts with EQR with an out attack at the end. And if Lucian doesn't tether the chain here properly, Lucian dies, actually, because the second part of the QR would have finished him off. Honestly, really good trading pattern by Showmaker. Lucian stays in lane, which means that we can also stay in lane. And then Draven takes over lane. Really good macro by the Draven. Fantastic job. And we get kind of stuck and we have to reset. So you can see really how these type of matchups interact. Now let's take a look at an example of me playing versus Lucian. So right here, we're going to be taking a look at my own gameplay versus Lucian. And I actually take Ignite. So when you take Ignite, and with the now nerfed AD carries on mid, what's going to happen is that it's going to be much harder for them to out-sustain your damage. Still, all the same rules apply. And you just want to be able to just take a little bit more trades into these champs, because you're actually going to be able to put them under kill threat a little bit earlier. So versus Lucian, try to always dodge out onto like being in the same line between him and his minions, so you don't get hit by his poke on Q. And then what you can do is you can actually look for these trades whenever your W is on cooldown. Always tether Lucian's auto attack range. Never just randomly get hit by Lucian's auto attacks. And what I do right here is I do a really nice job at tethering out Lucian. And I'm going to be able to reach level 2 here on the return. I knew that Lucian was going to try to jump into me when I would W in to get these creeps right here. And I knew that I was going to be reaching level 2 onto the return end. So I'm happy taking this trade. This is a good trade for me. Mainly because I run double pot. Lucian and AD carry mids run single pot. And I've got Ignite. So I've got a lot of kill threat onto this guy. So the lower he is, the better it is for me right now. So I'm just going to be looking and aiming to take good quality trades, while still keeping a little bit higher HP. In this case, Lucian dashes forward. I'm happy to take trades if he dashes forward, because that's when it's really easy for me to land my QW combo, and he cannot really dodge it or guide me or extend the trade, because then I trade on my terms. So I'll just let Lucian mess up first, and that's when I'm going to be able to strike. So right now we're in a position where we're winning versus Lucian. This is awesome. In this case, he uses his Q right here, and he gets too close, and I see a nice little opportunity, level 2 versus level 3, where I can jump in on him. I want to kite out and tether out my E range at the end without him being able to hit back at me. But what I should have done is I should have actually instantly backed off towards my W and then clicked forward. So if he kites back, he cannot juke it out. That's the way how you tether your E range while going back towards your W. Could have done a slightly better job. I W'd back too late, which then meant that the tether actually broke because he was stepping backwards. So in that case, the best thing, the most consistent thing to do is actually to stay there. But I tried to be fancy and I fucked up. So that happens sometimes. Anyway, we're in a really good spot here because he just lost a lot of HP and he's got no potions. So if he's got no potions, I'm willing to play the War of Attrition with this guy. I'm willing to trade more with him because I do have pots and I can put him on a kill thread a lot. So I'm positioning myself very, very aggressively right here. We got the Skarner hovering. I'm looking and I land this beautiful E, but unfortunately he barely dashes out and he's actually able to get away. That's fine. Still a really good trade. Look at the HP deficit. I punish him onto his last hit right here. So what do? Is I just Q him while he's going for the last hit. Very nice. He cannot really retaliate with that. Beautiful stuff. And we're getting into this position right here where I think I slightly mess up. I'm really happy with this wave set and just slow building it out. But I actually, yeah, I try to fish for him onto him right there, but wasn't really ideal because I'm running pretty low on mana. So I should have just waited for him to like get closer and should have just rushed onto the wave right there. I was pretty happy with that wave state. So I think I kind of messed it up. But still, look at his new wave state right here. I'm trying to punish him onto his last hits right here. Very aggressive positioning, not giving him free access to the minion wave. And if he ever messes up, that's when I get onto him right here. So I Q him. I don't commit to a W because he can just dodge that with his own E if he's fast. And then I keep my W up for this next cannon minion right here. Because he will definitely go for this cannon minion and I will try to punish him for it. He wastes his W for it. Great, that's a lot of mana. I take that any day of the week. And we see that the lanes like this, it's not really brute forcing. You just play it a little bit slower. And if he messes up, that's when we can actually go for these type of trades. Pretty good stuff. So in this case, I'm still level 5. And we get a gank from both sides. My Blitzcrank is the GOAT, so we kill the Lucian, and in the end, we're in a pretty good position from this point. It gets it repeats itself a lot right here, and a few more things to like break down at the end is some of the trading plans. Once we're level 6, right, especially when we got a lead like this, really important to use your E after they have used their dash, because otherwise they're going to be able to extend the trade into you and you're going to be losing. So this was a perfect example of a nice little combo. Double distortion and only E after he dashed. So it's really easy for me to land the ability. And when they're so low like this, it makes it just really easy for us to put them on a kill threat, especially with Ignite. And if you ever miss tethers, aka he goes for this creep right here, I just jump on top of his face and I'll be able to kill him like that. Perfect situation. Using E after the dash, gonna kill. From this point, it's kind of over for Lucian. It was like 20-minute, not too long of a game. When you fall behind as AD carry mids, it's just, let's not speak further. So in this next example, I'm going to be playing versus Abbedagge on Corki. And this was a pretty rough game for me. It wasn't easy because he actually played it incredibly well. But it's still good to review and show you guys how I could have done it a little bit better. So this is a lane that very similar to Lucian. This was also a little bit earlier patch, I think. I'm not sure. But I should have taken Ignite here as well, because I think that's the best combination. You stat check the Corki a little bit with that. And what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to just let the Corki push into me right here. And tether his out attack range. So right here, I already make a mistake. He tethers me, hits an out attack on top of me. And that's pretty rough because he grabs the wave push like this. And now he tethers me pretty well. I go for a pretty nice W out attack. W out attacks are really good into these type of champions because that allows you to go quick, short, bursty trade without extending it. And it can do a pretty nice job like that. So what actually happens is that the wave is now pushing into me. I'm in a pretty happy position. Right here, I'm just last hitting. But what's going to happen? He uses this E right here. And what happens with this E is that he actually gets a lot of priority. And I make a massive blunder. Because what I do is I go for this W forward, out-attacking him, but now I don't have W. And look what happens. He's going to reach level 2 with the wave pushing into me like that. And because I use my W like that, I can now not contest. Because he's got his E up, and look at how sexy he positions himself. Look at how good that he positions himself. I'm getting absolutely railed in the lane here at the moment, by the way. So he does an amazing job zoning me off 2 millions of experience, and that is just really well done. I fucked up my W and I got punished for it by him. So very nicely played by Abbedagge right there on Corki. But right now I got my QW, and this trade is actually completely fine for me. This is a pretty happy trade for me, mainly because I got 2 potions. He's only got 1, and if I can find heavy trades like this, especially if I would be theoretically running Ignite, that's pretty nice for me. So the only downside is that I'm a little bit down in experience, and I think it's gonna bite me in the ass a little bit later down in the lane. Yeah, because otherwise I would be level 3 right now, but because I'm not, pretty sure he can like contest me onto this cannon. I'm not sure if he's going to. No, he's not going to. So I get a little bit lucky, but because I'm pretty sure he could have. And the wave stage just overall in a pretty good spot. I'm very happy with how it's slowly pushing into me, but not so fast that he can find a lot of trading opportunities onto me. So I'm really happy with this wave state. So there's a little bit of a skirmish breaking out, and what happens is that I get myself a nice trading opportunity onto the Corki right here. Mainly because he's forced to move as well, because the Hwei invades, and I'm in fog of war right now. QW out attack, and what do? I don't E. Do not E proactively right here. If you E proactively, he's going to be able to W on top of your face, extend the trade, and with your long cooldowns, you're going to get absolutely railed by the Corki. So I keep my E reactively in this situation, and that puts me in a great position. So right here, there's a little bit of an invade happening still, so it's not ideal and all. And he reaches to level 4, so that's not really good for me, the fact that he reaches level 4. And that means that his Q right here just absolutely nails me, and it deals a lot of damage. So I think I should not have moved here. I think right here, what I should do is I should actually stand right here, so I prevent Corki from going through this area, force him to go through there. And I kind of need to catch this wave because I'm a little bit behind, so I don't want to be losing my own lane because of a little bit of a skirmish that's happening right there. And it seems like my team's actually doing quite all right, but that's just honestly a little bit lucky rather than it is anything else. Anyway, so we're playing with the push out, with the bounce out, and he's reset, so I am forced a tempo reset now as well. Otherwise, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. You can just instantly W back to not miss any XP, so it's completely fine as long as you have TP up. And now it's just going to be a little bit of rinse and repeat, in the sense that we're going to try to play dodgeball, stay outside of Corki's range, make sure that he is that you also try to dodge out on his Q, because his Q deals a lot of damage actually, and slowly start chipping away, get to level 6, because once we're level 6, we can actually take really good quality trades into him. So he does an amazing job playing with Fog of War right here. I think, I'm not sure why I actually move here, because we spot Hwei on top, so I think I'm just trolling a little bit. But he does a great job with this trade, extending the trade into me. As you can see that I actually can bounce back pretty hard at the Corki. But when I miss the E or the trade gets extended, that's when I actually lose. And yeah, he lands a lot of good abilities onto me. And I think right here, what he does is he finds a very nice W on top of me. I get a pretty good E and a pretty good Q, so I force his flash, and then my teammates are actually able to pick him up. So shout out to my team here. Nice job, team. And yeah, from this point, we're really trying to take short trades onto the Corki. One thing that you can really try to do is stack up your W, so that you can actually start trades with your RW. And in this case, I went for I went to try to take the Showmaker trade, but this guy has clean movement, dude. He dodges my E like that. And what happens if you miss your E like that, you're going to get chased down and you're going to get absolutely destroyed in the trade. So I get really lucky that he gets minion blocked, by the way. Because if he doesn't get minion blocked, I just get nailed by this Q. I get nailed by 1 or 2 more auto attacks. And it's going to be very, very problematic. So overall, you can really show the trends in these type of champions, in these type of matchups that you're going to be playing. And yeah, there's quite a lot to it. But once you get the formula, once you understand what to do versus these champs, you're going to be in a great position. We're moving on towards the melee matchups. And we're going to be starting off with an example versus Yone. And in these type of matchups, you really want to put an emphasis on slow building waves and harassing enemies on their last hit timers, or when they're walking up. And this is also the matchups where you can really try to pressure the enemies under turret and look for these QW combination onto the turrets. I'm going to be showing you heaps of examples of it. So starting off, I do a nice little LeBlanc trick and go for a nice level 1 ward where I jump over this wall, place a ward right there. So even if people are actually hiding, I'm not really scared of it. I can always flick back to the W. So pretty nice. Just make sure that your W is back up when the lane starts. So lane starts right here. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get myself in a position where I can take many trades onto Yone. So it's going to be a lot of small details in here. Brace yourself. It's really good to watch. What I'm going to try to do is I'm not pushing the first wave too fast. Mainly because of the fact that I want to actually let the wave slow push so I can find more harassing windows. If I'm hard pushing, he needs to walk up less towards the wave, and that means that I lose trading windows on top of him. So what I do right here is I do a really nice job mixing up the enemy's minions HP so that he cannot take 2 minions at the same time. So let's see how I do that. I hit the caster minion once right here, so that swaps up the minion aggro and starts nuking 1 minion. And then I also prepare this one, so I make sure that I can last hit my minions at different times, so I don't need to auto-attack multiple minions at once. And what this forces Yone to do is that he forces to walk up at different times and last hit minions at different times. So look at what's happening right now. This gives me a nice W auto attack onto the Yone. If I positioned myself a little bit better, if I didn't walk back like a pussy, I would have just been able to get an auto attack W, auto attack, and proc the electrocute. But anyway, it is what it is. It's good enough. So I'm actively trying to auto attack the Yone right now. Why? Because I want to pull the minions. If I auto attack the Yone, I'm going to be taking caster minion aggro. I'm going to walk back, pull the minions further up in my lane. So I need to force the enemy melee to walk up even deeper in the lane, which is going to, when he needs to CS, give me a better trading window on top of them. That's going to be my goal. That's what I'm trying to achieve. So I auto attack the Yone, auto attack W, auto attack, beautiful electrocute trading pattern. And I look what happens to all of these minions, because I auto attack the Yone like that, right? They actually group up a little bit closer. I should have walked, after going back towards the W, even further back, so I drag the minions even further back. making it almost impossible for him to walk up, because also my creeps will then follow these creeps deeper into my lane right here. Against these Yone champs and other champs with D-Shield, really value your HP, because they've got a lot of health regeneration. So I really want you to be careful with like brute forcing trades. Only take trades on your terms and make sure that you don't lose any HP in return. That's what LeBlanc's also really good at in these type of matchups. So I do crash, I do get the wave in. And right now, I'm going to be punishing Yone onto his last hits right here. So beautiful combination onto the Yone right here. Avoiding a turret shot damage, and look at what I do right here. I instantly out-attack Q the Yone when he goes for the last hit, and look at the minion aggro. I'm pulling the minions deeper into my terrain right here, which makes it much harder for Yone to just walk up and hit all of these minions under his tower. Which means that I'm going in a two-wave cycle right now, and this is going to give me a lot of trading windows onto the Yone. So absolutely amazing job right here. Landing ourselves a very sexy chain with a Q, amazing trading pattern, and he's getting a little bit lower. And look how aggressive I'm posturing right here, denying him last hits. I know he's aiming to get that cannon. He cannot leave that cannon to die, but look at that. He lost the cannon. And another beautiful QW out attack under the turret. It's like the perfect example of how to go about these lanes. I can put a little bit more mental stack towards trying to dodge out onto these Yone Ws. I think I can do slightly better on that, but overall it's still really good. So right now I'm aiming to actually dive the Yone with my next W, but he gets the reinforcements. It's complete sub gap, of course. Rel is helping him out here mid. Zyra's also hovering, like, what is even going on right now? Is something going on here? But still, look at the lane state, right? Even with Rel hovering, he's going to be absolutely screwed, because the wave can now be bouncing back into me. So I can actually prevent him from crashing the wave. And even though he's got a lot of health regeneration, I'm still going to be in a fantastic position. So Rel is still hovering right here, by the way. So it's really hard for me to pull the trigger and actually kill him. But I'm just really happy taking this wave state for the way that it is, because he's going to be losing minions. And I can just step up very, very aggressively like this and just prevent him from getting access towards the minion wave. And I ping for assistance because I want to gank right now, because of look at the wave state. I want to gank. And my Hecarim actually finally comes. He does come from the gank. When Yone, of course, he cannot drop the cannon minion. I W in onto the Yone, and I think I rushed my E. I absolutely rushed my E. My E was completely dog shit, but thankfully, I've got the Hecarim to back me up. Hecarim plays it really, really well. Yone insta-flash, and we get the nice little kill onto the Yone right here, which is deserved after a pretty solid early lane. So now we're going to be coming back into the lane. We build ourselves a beautiful lead, and in this case, very nice chain right here. Beautiful trading combo, proccing the electrocute. With this wave state, I can really put a lot of pressure onto the Yone right here. And as you can see, the Hecarim is coming in again. Perfect QW out attack. I'm like, why is my Hecarim standing in the bush right here? Why are we not ganking this? Maybe he's waiting for my chain or something like that. So I flash chain. Hecarim is like, I don't know what he's doing, but anyway, we didn't manage to get the gank off onto the Yone, unfortunately. But still, he ints with Rel coming in, thinking Rel is saving him. So we now get into this beautiful position where we still kill the Yone. We then crash the next wave because I want to be matching tempo, reset. I'm a little bit lower. So look at how I do this. Double RW, clearing the wave at level 6 right here. Killing all of the creeps, finishing off the cannon with the Q. Perfect wave management into a reset, buying a refillable potion because we are going to be losing a little bit of HP every now and then. That's how it works in these type of matchups. That's why I love refill. And now we're just going to be slow building the wave back out right here. Perfect example of just slow building back into the Yone. And we see a nice roaming opportunity on bot because the Zyra ganks there. I recognize that she has no vision in here because of how she positions. Like, why would a Zyra ever run into this bush if she has vision in this bush? So I just stayed in here. RW, QW, very fast, easy trading combo. Getting myself a nice little pickup onto the Zyra. And the rest is history. So for this next example, we're going to be taking a look at LeBlanc versus Naafiri. This is another VOD provided by Shok. Thanks, Shok. Appreciate it a lot. We're going to be breaking down how this matchup interacts. So very similar to the Yone matchup, we're trying to get a slow push going into the Naafiri, mainly because it's going to allow us to take a lot of good quality trades. Really put a lot of mental stack towards dodging out on Naafiri Q, guys. And dodging out on Naafiri Q means that we can stay healthy ourselves, and that's going to be a blessing. So landing E onto Naafiri is really tricky, mainly because of the fact that she's got these dogs running around, which makes it really, really hard. Like many other melee matchups, your E wants to be mainly used reactively. Why do we need to be using reactive E? Because these melee matchups usually have the possibility to actually chase you down the long lane. And if you keep your E, what's going to happen is that it's going to be making it hard for them to actually do that. So keep that in mind. And yeah, this is a very nice trade right here from Shok. Mainly to get a 2-wave crash right here. We W the caster creeps, Q the Naafiri to get a little bit of the push. We unfortunately do get hit by Naafiri's Q. And you can see that it deals a lot of damage. So that's something that you need to actively put mental stack towards to make sure that you prevent getting hit by these Naafiri Qs. This is also true for any other champs. Talon Ws, Z combos, Kiana Qs, Yone Ws, everything. You need to stay healthy. If you drop low, you're going to not have any threat onto them. Very sexy trade here by Shok. What do we see? We see that Naafiri is actually walking up to CS lost it. QW out attack. This is going to be a bread and butter trading combo versus these type of champ, guys. Mainly because of you wanting to be using your E reactively into these type of matchups. You're going to be mainly trading with your QW out attack. This is what we're constantly looking to do. Versus Naafiri, specifically try to get rid of those dogs. Also opens up a little bit more space for us. And look at what Shok's doing. Whenever Naafiri goes for the last hit, that's when we try to QW out attack. Naafiri has 2 dashing abilities, one her E, one her W. We definitely want to avoid her Wing on top of us and then doing some nasty trades into us. So that's why we keep our E reactively. Perfect QW out attack trading combo, keeping our E in case of Naafiri pressing W. So we try to hold the wave right here, which is a very sexy hold, I'm going to be honest. Because this prevents Naafiri with the low HP right here without any potions from just going for the reset unscape. She does go for the reset, and that means that she's now, I think she loses a few creeps right here. Yes, she loses 1 creep, and she's forced to teleport, which means that now we can eventually get a little bit of a better reset than this Naafiri, while also still keeping our teleport. And this is a perfect situation where you got to be very, very careful that you do not take a bad trade. So make sure that you nuke this minion wave so you can match the reset and actually pressure the Naafiri. So that's exactly what we do. We try to nuke the wave right here. Personally, I'm a big fan of keeping your abilities at the end and then nuke the abilities with the end of your abilities. Because if you keep your abilities, you prevent the Naafiri from just going on top of you like this. So I think we could have held our abilities a little bit better. But overall, we got an okay position here with the wave state. We are forced to cancel our reset. And I would just probably stay. I would probably stay. Yeah, we do get hit by the Naafiri. It's not looking pretty. We lose a few creeps, mainly because I think we rushed our abilities onto that minion wave right there. But anyway, we're now forced to take a reset. We got a very nice reset right here. Amp Tome, Dark Seal, refill, the classic LeBlanc reset that we're constantly aiming to get. And from this point, now we also use the RTP. Naafiri's got no potions anymore. We can just hold this wave and make her lose a lot of minions as well. So amazing job. Unfortunately, the minions lose aggro off us a little bit too early, which means that it crashes a little bit too early, but sometimes we make a small mistake. Naafiri stayed anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. But this is a perfect opportunity to get a gank going with our Kha'Zix around mid lane as well. So we got to be a little bit careful with the big wave. Try to reach level 6. Kha'Zix goes for the dragon. It is what it is. And I think we do a fantastic job trying to hold the wave right here. Versus these type of matchups, the most important thing to do as LeBlanc is make sure that your wave never gets frozen onto the enemy side. And that's when we're going to be completely fine, because that's the only time where the enemies can really capitalize upon our mistakes. So we're really forcing the Naafiri to stay in lane, and we're doing a pretty good job. Absolutely beautiful W. If we get hit by that Q, Naafiri nukes us. Absolutely nukes us. So eventually we're forced to let the wave crash. We tried our best. Jungle went for dragon instead of a gank. It is what it is. But now we get into this position where Naafiri forces a skirmish right here onto our Kha'Zix, and we do a massive, massive job killing the Naafiri. Very nice skirmishing. Let's break the skirmishing down. So what we do is we W on top of the Naafiri. Therefore, it makes it pretty easy for us to land our chain. And it almost looks like all of her dogs die with 1 W. Not really sure how that works, but it looks like all of our dogs die with 1 W. That means that we can also land the second chain with the Q. Perfect little pickup right here. Very nice job onto the Naafiri right here. Beautiful stuff. We can just nuke the minions. I think we messed up our wave management somewhere, in the sense that it seems like we either push, we cannot really push it a little bit harder. So we should have actually pushed this one a little bit slower and hard push the next one. But it doesn't really matter that much. As long as we get the wave in, we're completely fine. We do get the wave in, but Naafiri cancels our reset. So that's the downside of messing up that wave, is that we now get cancelled, and now we're getting a little bit later towards the lane right here. And we lose like 4 creeps. So small things adding up. I think we get a little bit unfortunate here in this lane, but it's also is being a little bit complacent with some of our wave management and other tactics here. Maybe it was the end of the block. It doesn't really matter. I think it still shows really well what happens in these type of matchups. So this is what I really want to show you guys. So this is the most important thing in these type of matchups is knowing to use your E reactively. So what happens right here is that Naafiri jumps onto our head, right? And Shok recognizes that, drags her into the turret, and then tries to E reactively to chain Naafiri into the turret right here. This was a fantastic attempt here. The only problem with Naafiri in this case is she gets these dogs. So we need to use our E while she's still in the W cast, so the dogs do not get hit. So right now is the time to throw the E. And we did a little bit late, which means that the dogs can actually intercept the E, and therefore it's a little bit unfortunate. But the attempt is really, really good. We can also do this versus the likes of Talon, versus the likes of, I don't know, man, everything. Zed, we can reactively E towards Yone. We can all use reactive E's towards that. It's really, really good into these melee matchups. And I think maybe this one is a little bit better. Yeah, so this is the perfect example of how to do it. Look at that. We crash the wave onto the Naafiri. We go for, I think it's QW out attack trade. And then we E reactively onto the Naafiri right here. That's a perfect example of how to do it. Really nice job by Shok, preventing the Naafiri from extending the trade. This E is crucial from preventing Naafiri from extending the trade. Otherwise, she can just run us down with her move speed, with her Qs. And then we're getting absolutely blasted. So this was an amazing, amazing job by Shok. And I think he does something pretty creative here. I'm not entirely sure what's going to be going on here. But overall, yeah, he jumps on the Naafiri. He does the double distortion. Very nice E. And I think he does something really cool here as well, in which that he baits the Naafiri in. Need to be looking for that one over here. Yeah, it's right here. So this is one thing I really want to show you guys. This is what you can do versus some other champs as well, right? Where you can really bait them in like that if they have like these targeted abilities on top of you. So what Shok does here is he takes this beautiful little trade onto the Naafiri. Sadly misses the W, so we just commit the RW, which is completely fine. Pretty decent trade. And then he W's forward like this. Okay, so look this. And this is what a lot of people don't understand. This also works versus Talon, versus Ekko E. This is great. So we got the recast W available because we just used our W. And then they press this point and click ability with the reactive E, absolutely locking up the Naafiri. This is amazing. This is what you can do versus these melees. Melees just struggle so hard into LeBlanc because of the reactive E and because of the mobility of your W. It really shows right here. Pretty nice example by Shok. For this next example, we're going to be playing versus a Pantheon. And Pantheon is a pretty unique melee mid laner. In the sense that he's actually pretty strong in lane with his level 1 and 2, with his empowered W. So versus these type of champions, you can get really, really creative and actually take bone plating. And that prevents all counterplay. It literally prevents all counterplay. Because Pantheon can theoretically like absolutely demolish me in trades early, but because I take bone plating, it's actually not possible for him because he's forced to commit like that. And it's really hard for him to proc off my bone plating with his Qs as well. So a very similar example is, for example, Qiyana. You can theoretically run bone plating into Qiyana to make it like extra hard for them to find these counter all-ins into you. I wouldn't really recommend it to champs that can proc it off really easily, but very few amount of melee mids, it's actually really, really good into, and it literally prevents all counterplay. Like melee mids already struggle into LeBlanc, and now you make it absolutely unplayable for them. So I do not condone unfair behavior, but if you need it, do it. So let's show what it actually looked like. So look at Pantheon doing this empowered W into me and deals 0 damage. Like, just to show it again for you guys, like it's crazy, right? How hard that a rune can counter these type of trading patterns. It deals 0 damage. So we get this massive, massive trade into the Pantheon. And because he cannot really trade back into me, I can just fully trade upon my own terms and on my own cooldowns. And what we're going to be seeing is that we can just slow build waves into the Pantheon, and then we're going to be able to just deny him last hits. We're going to be pressuring him last hits. We're going to be building this massive advantage, and he just needs to mess up like once or twice, and he's going to just be losing the trades. So you can also W reactively and kite them out like that. So this was a really good example. If they ever jump on top of you, just W away so you can continue out attacking. Then you can kite them out, play the kite war. And also versus a champion like Pantheon, reactive E's work incredibly well. He can practically never W on top of you if you use your E reactively, because you can just lock him up, kite him out for the next 6 seconds, and just absolutely nuke him with your extended range and abilities. So versus a champ like Pantheon, you're usually going to be losing push levels 1 and 2, but when he crashes wave on 2, you can just slow ball it out and make his life an absolute misery. Which is what we're going to be doing right now. And look what I'm specifically doing. I'm positioning myself up aggressively to prevent him from being able to get all of these creeps, and that's how we're going to be building this slow CS lead. So look at that. He cannot respect the creep. He cannot respect the fact that he cannot get this creep. So I just QW out attack whenever he gets too close, proc the electrocute, and he cannot really return trade on top of me, mainly because I've got bone plating. So he procs off my bone plating right now, but he's now in a position in the lane that he cannot really retaliate onto me anymore, because he's so low that he's just under kill threat. He, of course, still has a potion. Most of the champs will run D-Shield second wind because Leblanc is just a very oppressive laner. But still, it shows incredibly well. Now we're going for a little bit of a 2-wave cycle crash. Make sure that the wave never gets frozen onto the enemy side. And this is a perfect example of what we can do. We can just W forward and then E, while also he's Wing, guaranteeing the E. My Pyke is cooking really hard here. Not sure what he's doing, but we trade kills like that. And since Pantheon's got no TP, I'm really happy with this position. I crashed the wave. We got ourselves a beautiful boots, Dark Seal, Amtome reset since we still had 1 pot left. And Pantheon is now in a lot of trouble in this lane. Like, he's in so much trouble. So we're just going to be continuing this trend. We're going to be taking trades around my cooldowns, not really brute forcing trades, just mainly QW trades. That's what we're aiming for in these type of melee matchups. Look at that. Perfect. QW out attack right here, proccing the electrocute, keeping the E, so in case that he actually jumps on top of me, I can just E reactively lock him up and extend the trade on my terms. Ideally, I prevent him from crashing this wave. I'm doing my best, but since I just used my W to trade, it's really hard for me to do, and he actually is able to get this wave crash. So slightly fuck up in the trade. This is not that good of a trade for me, because I just lose too much health, so I should not really W right there. I should just accept the fact that the wave's going to crash, be okay with it. I do eventually get into the position where he actually stays, and that does mean that he's under a lot of kill threat still. And this is the downside of a champion like Pantheon. I fuck up right here. I think I can do a pretty interesting combo with my Q out attack and the second part of my E, proccing my electrocute. This would have worked into any other melee mid instead of Pantheon, but I messed it up. What you can do, by the way, is if Pantheon W's on top of you, you can just flick back towards your initial cast location and the W actually disappears. So that's why I'm able to do this without Pantheon being able to W me. Anyway, I slightly mess up right here. I sometimes get a little bit overzealous and I try to do a little bit too much, but it is what it is. We reached the level 6. And yeah, very nice thing to do when the enemy jungle thinks that they can just go ahead and waltz up to your lane. Is just one-shot them whenever they come to your lane. So thank you for that free kill, Lilia. That's all I really wanted to show. Why do I go for a double E? Because I can get the opportunity to weave in a lot of out attacks right here. I think I got like 3 or 4 out attacks in here, which is really the difference between me being able to one-shot this guy and not being able to one-shot this guy. So thank you very much, Lilia. Great stuff. Let's move on to the next example. So in this next example, I'm going to be playing versus Ekko. And Ekko is actually a melee champion that doesn't run D-Shield. So you can play a little bit more lenient in this matchup. It's an even easier matchup because he doesn't regenerate that much. I decided to go for TP Ignite in this game, mainly because Flash doesn't really help me versus Ekko that much. And the enemies had an 8-rock stop. So I didn't really... I kept my Ignite up. I wanted Ignite for that matchup because of the fact that potentially in the mid game I'm going to be facing off against Aatrox in the side, and Ignite's going to really help me in that case. So versus Ekko, very standard lane, very standard melee lane. Try to go for 2-wave crash, deny him onto his last hits. Perfect W out attack W, and look at this nice little backstab after the W forward, so he cannot hit me back. And then proccing the electrocute, and look at the wave state. I pull the minions all back as well. And what I did at the beginning is I out-attack only one of the casters, so the casters start targeting different creeps. So all of these creeps start dropping lower at a different amount, and that means that he cannot just go ahead and queue and catch 3 creeps. No, he only needs to queue for 1 creep, because I manage the minions in such a way that he actually gets punished for it. So, amazing situation right here. I want to be very careful with last hitting creeps right now, mainly because I want hitting minions right now, because I want to keep the slow build going. I want to slow build into the Ekko. I think I could have done an auto attack onto him instead. As you can see, that Ekko actually does hit the minions like very, very hard. So you got to be a little bit careful of him just nuking the waves into you as well. If he decides to go for that strategy where he just fully nukes minion waves, just keep hitting him. He's got no cooldowns. Just hit him, kill him if he does that, okay? So I go for a little bit of a W trade right here. I try to get 2 autos in. I sadly cannot, so it's okay, but maybe I could have held my W. I don't think it was the highest percentage trade. I think it's much better if I have my W when I reach level 2 right here. Pretty good auto attack onto the Ekko. Right now I reach level 2. I get my Q available. And the wave state's nice and neutral. And look what happens right here. I auto attack the Ekko and I pull the minions, guys. I pull the minions. A little bit deeper. I pull the minions. Look at what happens to these minions. That means that my minions also are deeper. And it means it's harder for Ekko to reach them. I could have done an even better job putting the minions by not auto-attacking the creeps and just instantly walking backwards. But anyways, it does the job, so that's alright. And now I can just take good trades into the Ekko. Trying to go for QW auto-attack trades right here, but it doesn't really give me the range. And he Qs right here, which means that he doesn't get access to any of the minions. And in this case, I want to go for QW auto-attack. He doesn't really give it to me. He tethers it out. He can also E reactively, so we got to be a little bit careful for that. So I only go for the Q, and I'm just slow building waves into this Ekko. And then I go for W, auto-attack Q onto the Ekko right here, because I know that he's not going to give me the QW auto-attack. He's going to E away from it. So I start the trade with W, so I still get the electrocute proc and all of my damage. Which is good, which is great. So perfect wave state, perfect trades into this Ekko. Now we reach the level 3. And we're going to be in an amazing position. Already you can see that the Ekko is under a lot of pressure, a lot of threat. Very hard for him to reach the creeps with his Qs. Really abusing the Ekko if he ever gets too close to me. And eventually I crash this massive slow build into the Ekko. I'm asking for a dive. I'm calling for a dive right here. And the Jarvan is coming. So I build the wave really slowly. And for the dive, I want to make sure that I keep my... abilities, so I don't want to be wasting my abilities onto the Ekko right now, because then we cannot really dive in properly. So Ekko just used his E, massive minion wave under the tower, and then we just zone him off the minions, right? It's pretty okay. We zone him off all of these creeps, and that's because I built the wave really, really well, and because I took some decent trades beforehand, and sometimes just positioning myself really, really aggressively, trying to deny Ekko some creeps. So we got some shenanigans happening here on the bot side scuttle. I think I kind of fucked my Jarvan over because of the fact that he now is level 3 and Rek'Sai is level 4, but I do still have priority because the wave's pushing into me, so I'm happy. If something happens, I'm really happy in this position, because Ekko will be losing more creeps than me, so I can just move and help my Jarvan secure this scuttle grab, which is eventually what I do. The enemies are forced to give it up, and now I get this massively slow building wave back into me. So right here, I fuck up. So I do a really, really shit trade right here onto the Ekko with this bad wave state. Like, this is just me getting complacent right here. It's a disaster. I got him into an awesome position. All I have to do is just try to make sure that he cannot crash this wave. Or I just let him crash the wave and be okay and extend the lane a little bit until my lost chapter. But I have to, like, trade right here, and I give him an option to actually stay in the lane. Even though I do hold the wave, it's not really ideal because of the fact that I'm not really pressuring him with this amount of HP, and my jungle's not really ganking. So best thing would just be to let it crash, I think. Anyway, I take a trade into the Ekko. He takes the... I actually keep him in lane right here, which is pretty okay for me because he's got no mana. I do have a lot of mana. I've got Ignite, which means that I've got a lot of kill trade onto him. So I definitely zone him off to a little bit more creeps. And I know that Rek'Sai is hovering right here. We actually spotted in this position. So that means that I got to be really careful with my ability usage. Honestly, I should never W in this particular situation. But I may just get greedy and do it. I don't know. I'm a kind of guy that would just, yeah, look at me just inting this, dude. That's crazy, actually. The fact that I do this, just, like, it's just suicide what I'm doing. If Rek'Sai has flash here, I'm pretty sure you can just flash on top of my head because I got no flash. So I may just have died here if the Rek'Sai played a little bit better. But I think as well, because of my E being like this, we probably would have traded kills. But anyway, it's crazy I do it regardless, right? But yeah, I'm a very greedy player, guys. I'm a very greedy player. So I stay, I take the reset, perfect reset onto my Lost Chapter refillable potion. We're very happy from this point, and right now we can just take incredibly good trades versus the Ekko. So look at that, beautiful trade, with landing my E, landing my double Q, nuking the Ekko. Ekko has got no pots. At least he's got one ticking right now. So this was a very nice trade up on my level up timer right here. Onto the W, killing the creeps, landing the E, weaving in some out attacks. Really good job. And getting in a lot of extra damage. And this really puts me in a lot of control in this lane. Like a trade like this, Ekko doesn't really recover from it that well. From this point, it's like constantly we can take good quality trades around our R, not even intentionally around our R. And we're just going to be building this massive CS lead onto the Ekko. Because he cannot really be trading back into me. Because of the fact that I can just always lock him up with my chains, prevent him from ulting, and being in a really awkward position. So I try to do a little bit of a fancy trade right here. I do land a very nice initial W, but I kind of... oh yeah, I didn't really want to trade. I wanted to clear the wave right here, mainly because of the fact that my team is off the map. So I want to get out of this awkward wave state, because I'm in a vulnerable position right here, because my team's not putting any pressure on the map. So this is me managing the wave like that. And yeah, from this point, lane's pretty solid. I grab myself the plants, and we're just continuously the short trades, right? Make sure that the enemy cannot really trade back into you. Very nice usage of the R. In this case, I did not have E, unfortunately, but still, really good trading pattern, proccing the electrocute, slowly chipping away this guy's HP bar. And we can just do that again right now, right here with my next W, finishing up all the minions to be in last hit range, and then Q them, slowly chipping away at Ekko's HP bar like this. And this is going to be just repeating itself over and over again. So Ekko's going to be in a really tough position. I'm really abusing his cooldowns, denying him a lot of creeps. Very nice E fish onto the last hit. I know that Ekko's going to go for this last hit right here. So I fish for an E, and I should actually W forward right now to make sure that my E sticks on top of him, just to guide him out. And then after the shield disappears, I can go for an out attack Q, maybe another out attack proccing the electrocute, and get a nice trade going. But I should have just W'd forward. But it's honestly, it's all right. It's not the end of the world. As you can see, he's forced away from a lot of minions given the wave state. I'm in a really good position. And then eventually Ekko goes for a dive on bot. You can see I built a 20 CS lead. Overall, pretty good position I'm in this lane. I could have done a little bit better, but honestly, not too bad. We're going to be breaking down the LeBlanc counter matchups, and we're going to start off with Vex. Because this is probably the most common counter matchup that's going to be picked into you. And it's a pretty tough matchup if you don't know how to approach it. But if you do know how to approach it, which is what I'm going to be explaining to you guys, it becomes actually a very easy matchup. So we're going to start off. There's two types of Vexes. Number one, there's the Vex that counterpicks you with Vex, but has no clue how to play Vex. These are free elo. This happens a lot actually. When there's just guys, and then we pick LeBlanc. I got my pocket pick Vex. They got no clue how to approach this matchup. There's a lot of small details in this one. You're going to absolutely blast them in the lane. And then you got the actual Vex players. And these guys can get a little bit scary. So there's a few tricks and tips that we're going to be explaining versus these guys as well. So we're going to be starting off with a VOD versus someone that just counterpicks Vex into me. Even though he's Grandmaster, he does not have the champion mastery that I have compared on my LeBlanc that he has on his Vex. I think he's played some Vex, but not that much Vex. And in the second VOD, we're going to be breaking down a lane versus a Vex main. So starting off, what we're going to try to do versus Vex is we're going to start with Q. Because what we want to do is we want to... Vex is a champ that if we dash, she's going to get extra damage onto her passive. So we never want to start with W because there's two dashes in our W. Initially the dash forward and the blink backward. So there's the potential for Vex for getting two empowered auto attacks. So that's why W start is actually really dangerous into Vex, and I'd much rather start Q. There's a few rules that we have to apply versus Vex. Number one is that if she has her passive bar up and she hits it, we will lose the trade. So most Vexes start with E. Sometimes they start with W because they think that they can fear if you ever W in on top of them. Sure, it cancels your dash. It does indeed mess you up. That's why we don't start W. And some Vex will start Q if they're going to try to get priority on the wave. The Vex mains will do this because they know that there's always this mini game around their fear and with our W. But we're just going to start Q because that's the most high percentage thing for us to do. And what we're going to do is we're going to try to push the wave. Right? I'm going to actively bait out Vex's ability. That's my goal. Because if Vex hits me with an ability, we're going to get absolutely reeled. So my goal right here is to position myself in between the Vex range and bait out her ability. Because she has very long cooldowns. Look at that. She just fucked up her E. Well, great. Now I get full lane control. Amazing stuff. I got shorter cooldowns on my Q than she's got on her E or her passive. And we're really just breaking down, like, we're really just scared of Vex, her passive. That's what we're scared of. We're not really scared of her abilities. We're mainly scared of her passive because it's fierces and it gives us the extra auto attack, gives her the extra auto attack and potential to proc electrocute. So this E is completely fine to take because I can just Q auto attack her right here and she cannot get that extra auto attack plus electrocute in on, and I can just trade back onto her. So this is great. And now we can just take the level 2 advantage right here and really get this nice electrocute trade. And now we're just going to back off because she's going to reach level 2. My W's on cooldown. I'm just going to back off and respect. Make sure that you give a creep if necessary at this point. This is the time where Vex can absolutely annihilate you. Boom, dodge the E. This is the classic thing that you can do, right? As long as you dodge the E, you're going to be good. Now she's got this massive cooldown onto her where she does not have this passive and we won the minigame right now. So right now, we're just going to be able to just jump on top of her face, look for a trade. I'm waiting for my electrocute right here. I'm waiting for her to actually get close. So that's when I go for QW out attack, proc the electrocute. She cannot hit me back because she does not have a passive right now. And she's already lost lane here. This is a very snowbally matchup. The one that loses early is going to get absolutely blasted by the other one. So we've won the early snowball right here. And look at my aggressive posturing. I got the level advantage. Vex is in a lot of trouble at this particular point in the lane. And we do a really, really nice job right here. Pressuring her. Lucian sees that we actually been winning the trades. And this is the downside of like Vex or free. I think it's good to show, right? Like if Vex reactively fears like this, you get cancelled in your dashes and she actually obliterates you in the trade. So luckily we have the Lucian being absolute jungle canyon right here. Killing the Vex. If Lucian wouldn't be there, I would also not go for this trade because I know that the trade has a really high likelihood of being very high risk and being very bad. So the only reason I do this is to bait for the Lucian, of course. So he gets the job done. Very nice stuff. Now he flashes on my head. So yeah. Anyway, just going back. I'm joking, by the way. I'm coming back with TP, and now we're in a position where we're going to be playing with the same mindset. Dodge out onto Vex her E and try to bait out her abilities, and that's when we can strike. So the reason why this matchup is actually LeBlanc favorite is because if Vex has no passive, we actually win. But Vex cannot use an ability and sit on her passive all the time. While we have the option to use our E and our Q because we can always just use those abilities without her forcing to be using her passive. And if she ever eases, if she uses ever her passive E on top of us or anything like that, we can just W out of it to dodge the passive. Or W on top of her to dodge the fear, and that's when we win. We dodge the fear, we win. We get hit by the fear, we lose. So in this case, I take a trade onto the Vex right here, because I know that she just used her Q. She does not have her passive available just yet, and it gives me the opportunity to take the trade. So unfortunately, enemy jungle and Nautilus are hiding in the bush right here, but anyway, it's completely fine, because I took this good trade. I just have to flash out, and Vex has no potions in this case, so we're just playing the War of Attrition, and Vex is really, really screwed in this particular situation because of the fact that their wave state is so bad, and we get a little bit of a skirmish breaking off here. Lucian absolutely smurfs it. Who is this guy, by the way? We get a nice little chain onto the Nautilus, and with my team following me up, we're in a really good position right here. So look at the Vex. She's absolutely screwed with this wave state. She misses her abilities. She baits out her passive. And from this point, it's just over for her. Let's just be really honest. And with this wave state, what I can do is I can just W on top of her face, land an E, go for my classic combo, and we get ourselves a nice little kill, extending the trade, ending the lane right here. Let's take a look at an example of an actual experienced Vex player. So in this game, we're going to be playing versus a different Vex player, and I've actually found out over time that I actually prefer Ignite over Flash in this matchup, because the good Vex players will actually take Ignite themselves, and you need the Ignite to kind of stat check them in these all-ins, and then you're going to be able to play TP Ignite, while these guys are forced to play Flash Ignite. And yeah, you're just going to win the War of Attrition. You're going to be winning the resource war. So this was the first time I played against Vex that Vex actually started Q. So this guy absolutely caught me off guard here. I fuck up my own Q. Vex goes for a beautiful out attack, and this guy starts Q. So I'm like, okay, he just wasted his fear. But what he actually used with this Q is he actually used this Q to get the priority on top of me, which was actually really, really smart. because I cannot match his pushing power right now since I started Q myself. So maybe he reactively started Q to me starting Q. I'm not entirely sure, but his Q cooldown is pretty short. It's AoE. So it does a really good job with getting the push right here. He got like a ward early, so now he's level 2 as well. That puts me in a pretty tricky position. I'm really actively trying to tether out Vex's E. I do not want to get hit by Vex's E right here. That's going to make it very, very ugly, and I really want to make sure that I prevent HP loss. So Vex had a beautiful EQ. He is absolutely nailing the lane into me right now. But still, does that mean that the lane's over for me? No, not at all. He's got no W, so no passive right here, so I can go for a trade onto the Vex. But what happens is I go for the trade without me having my Q, because I just used it on the previous minion and I didn't execute it, so I didn't get the cooldown back. So stuff like that, it's looking a little bit shaky right now. It's looking a little bit shaky. I don't get my electrocute proc, and she does. So I've taken some shaky trades here. So the mindset from this point, right, really starts to differ a little bit. I need to be in damage control. Once again, she hits me with an E, thankfully not a Q. But I need to prevent like damage taken. But this was a beautiful example of a good trading pattern. I dodged out on her abilities. She now gives me an opportunity to trade onto her. QW out attack, amazing stuff. Really getting me back into the lane right here, especially since I've got Ignite. I've got a lot of kill threat under this Vex, and Vex now gets a little bit desperate because she just took a lot of damage, and she also knows that I got Ignite. So what I can do is I can just step up aggressively. I dodge out onto her E, but she still's got her passive up, right? So I'm actually fishing for an E. Versus Vex, it's really good fishing for E's like this, because if it lands, that means that you can just go for a Q and some out attacks, and you can also always use W later when they use their abilities, so like this. So right here we see that we trade kills. Great, completely fine for me, because I got TP. I can just TP back right now, and I've got a slight experience lead right here. So this is great for me. Trading kills like that, I'm happy trading. She's now under more threat than I am for her. So this Vex is clearly a lot better than the previous one, even though that this guy's rank was a little bit lower. This one just has more experience on the champion. He also rocks the cool skin. So yeah, says enough, huh? And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be like versus Vex. We still cannot brute force trades whenever she has her passive. So one thing that I like to do versus Vex is just W away if she ever lands an ability like that onto me, because we want to prevent her from being able to damage us without us damaging back. And what it means like this is ideally I prevent getting hit by this E in general, but like this, it's also fine. Just make sure you don't get hit by the Q. That's where the real damage comes from. Udyr yank some XP. It is what it is. And these are the trading patterns that you want to go for into Vex, because this is where Vex cannot really counterplay you. Once you reach this level 4, I also like to put 2 points Q versus Vex, mainly because my trading patterns are going to be revolving around my Q and not my W. I cannot never really find W angles on top of the Vex, so I like to put 2 points Q. So what I do right here is I land the E, I land the Q, and look at the insane amount of damage that you deal with 2 points in the Q. These are the trading patterns that we want to be aiming to go. And because I took this good trade, right now I'm in an amazing position right here, because she's now really low and she's under kill threat. So I actively try to bait out Vex's cooldowns right here. And since she's not using her passive right now, I'm just going for fish E, fish Q, and I'm not really doing something to like fully commit onto her, because she can always block out my W dash with her fears. Look at that. She just used both of her abilities. She just used her passive. This puts me in a position where I can play very, very aggressive onto this Vex. So look at that. I'm zoning her off creeps. She's on cooldown with her passive. Beautiful little Q, getting a little bit of poke on top of her. Every bit of HP counts in these type of matchups, guys. Every bit of HP counts. And eventually I nicely crash the wave right here. And I look for another Q onto the Vex. And not really overextending or overdoing the trades. I'm just nicely, slowly chipping away at the Vex HP bar. And the most important thing in the meantime, I have lane control. I have full control in this matchup. And that's what makes this matchup winning, is because I'm just slowly chipping away the Vex's HP bar, which means that I'm in a winning position like this if I can keep the lane control. Because if anything happens on the map, I'm the first one to move. So really good stuff. I'm almost reaching the level 6. Constantly slowing into Vex, knowing that I'm going to be reaching level 6, right? What I'm doing is I'm actually popping my potion, because I know that I can kill her with level 6 real soon. So really good stuff right here from both her and me. I can never W on top of her, because she'll just reactively W, and I'm going to get fucked in the trade. So I really take it easy. I'm just slowly chipping away their HP bar with my Qs. And then right now, where I'm going to be reaching level 6 is where I'm going to be looking to get this chain. Absolutely amazing chain, and I can just chase her down like this. Even though the enemies come and get me, the Avengers are coming. I'm really happy with this trade of kills. My team is getting the dragon in return. And from this point, like whenever you get a kill like that, the Vex really starts struggling in the matchup in the 1v1. For the next matchup, it's going to be Lissandra. Lissandra is also an OG counter for LeBlanc. And it's not so much in lane, but it's rather a little bit more in the mid game. In the mid game, it can get a little bit tricky because it's going to be pretty hard for you as LeBlanc to jump in on her team, look for poke, because Lissandra can always just RU, flash WU. That's really like the annoying part of the matchup. But the lane in itself is also not too easy. But if you know what to look for and you know what to do, then you're going to be able to like absolutely dumpster the Lissandra. So let's break it down. This is a matchup in which that you can take both flash TP, or TP Ignite, depending on what you prefer. I like to make it depend on the enemy team comp, the entire enemy team comp. So in this case, it was Flash TP what's necessary. And what you want to do is you want to like understand that Lissandra's Q cooldown is really low in the early game. So most likely, more likely than not, she's going to be able to get the push into you. That's okay. The time where we are really going to be winning this matchup is like starting level 4. That's when we really are going to be winning the matchup. Even though that before that, it's still incredibly winnable still. So what we want to do is we want to aim to dodge out onto Lissandra's Q ability constantly. Because she's going to be throwing this on a very short cooldown with a lot of damage. So we want to be positioning ourselves in a way that it's impossible for her to do that. So initially, I go for this trade onto Lissandra. She walks into me. I proc the electrocute. Very sexy trade. Really, really good. And I'm going to be trying to match lane push. And what I'm actively putting mental stack towards is I'm actively trying to juke out and bait out her Q. Because if I bait out her Q, that's where all of the damage is going to be coming from. And that means that I have some time in the lane to do whatever I want. So I'm actively trying to bait out her Q right here. She nails me with a Q. Very nice stuff. I'm still going to be putting mental stack towards it. In this case, I got my W back up again. And this also means that right now, look at that. She just used her Q forward. I can potentially find a window on top of her. In this case, she doesn't really give it to me. But look at that. I'm happy just taking trades out my electrocute. And it's okay. Even trades are fine for me like this. Because of the fact that I still have slightly more kill threat onto Lissandra than she does onto me. So what we're going to be doing right here is bait out her Q. I did slightly mistether it. I think I should have done this a little bit later. Go for one more backstab and then go for this trade that I go for. What you want to do with Lissandra is, especially if she has Q up, we cannot brute force trades into her. Because her W can also just root us in location and just absolutely nuke us. So we usually are going to be Wing a little bit from distance, and we're going to actually play and damage her with our Q and with our E's. You can potentially also put more points in Q in this matchup, like 2 or 3 points in Q before you start maxing W. It really depends on what you prefer. In this matchup, in this game, I actually went for W max, but as I said, it really depends on what you prefer. This is also a matchup you could theoretically go Airy into, because you don't really want to ever give Lissandra the range to Q you. In this case, I do a pretty poor job tethering out her Qs, but I do take some good trades in return, which does allow me to hit back to Lissandra. So very nice trade around my electrocute right there. And you can see that I'm slowly chipping away at Lissandra's HP bar. I bought myself the nice slow push, which puts me in a pretty good position. If you can fight for the slow push, do it. But sometimes you're going to get into a position where you cannot do that and Lissandra's going to brute force it. That's fine. Just let yourself get brute forced and you can just play with the bounce. Because really starting level 4 or 5, that's when you're going to get stronger. So this is a good example of dodging out and baiting out her Q. This is what you need to be doing all the time. So I get into range right here. I bait it out. And this is where you get, look at how much space you get back into the lane. She's actually forced to drop the cannon minion because of that. Absolutely amazing. Bait out her Q. Even though it's on a short cooldown, you're going to get a lot of room in the lane because of it. Another great example of baiting out the Q. I'm starting to get a little bit better feeling of the range right here. And I'm not really brute forcing trades right now. If I can get an opportunity like that, this is amazing. I trade with the Lissandra. She's incredibly low. I'm incredibly low. That's favorable for me because I am the one that initiates the trades. I am the one that is in a good position. I reached the level 4 level up. I go for a flash W, predicting her flash, but she absolutely outplays me and she kills me in the tower. Like, honestly, props to this Lissandra. Like, she read me like a book. So my plan was to actually read her flash W by flash Wing me myself, but I don't know, she flashed outside of the damage zone and I didn't kill her like that. So props to her, dude. Like, she played it well. Still, even though I die, it's still okay position for me versus Lissandra. Like, right now is the time where I shine as LeBlanc. This is the time where I'm going to be really favorable. So I get a kill into the Viego, nice little roam because I got the TP. But she's got a little bit better base right now. So we're pretty equal in strength. She's got the null magic mandal, which denies a lot of my damage. But what we're really going to be focused on right now is trading patterns into the Lissandra. So I'm going to be, this is crazy that Q hits me, by the way. But I'm going to be trying to take small HP advantage trades into Lissandra without losing that much HP in return for myself. So I bait out a Q right there. I step up aggressively, in this case, to get a creep. And look at that. I now can trade around my E right here. And even though she's a level up, I proc my electrocute, I proc my Q, I proc my E by hitting the minions. Very nice job. In this case, she was forced to Q the cannon and she thought I would go back right there. A little bit of a mini game that you can always do. You can actually react towards Lissandra's Q with your own W since it has a small cast animation. But yeah, she does a pretty good job landing these Qs onto me. Like, she does a pretty good job beating back at my trades. But I'm still the one that has the initiative right here. I'm still the one that's in control. So beautiful bait out on Lissandra's Q, and that gives me the opportunity to now go for this E into Q trade. And this is really what makes this matchup actually pretty favorable for LeBlanc, because I can do this on long range. I do not have to commit. I do not get into her range of her W nor her E. And that's a fantastic example of trading patterns in this matchup. And since she's got no refillable, what I do is I just go for this short burst trade without attack Q, slowly chipping away their HP bar. And she's now so low that she's lost the resource war. So we're just playing the resource war here as well. You can theoretically run Mercs in this matchup. And right now she just tilted and she fucked up trying to get the wave in. She's really screwed at this point. And yeah, that's amazing. All these small wins trades leads into this bigger win right here. So now we come back off the lane. We are going to get level 6. And now the trades really start favoring LeBlanc right here. Mainly because of the fact that we can initiate the trading patterns. So, and also like dictate the range that we want to play on. So really nice W from the Lissandra right here into an RW on my part. A pretty even trade right here. I think I fucked up. I think I should have actually E'd because she was outside of the minions. And I think I could have E'd her there, which would have been good. But honestly, it's fine. We trade even, which I'm okay with right here. Because I can just dictate the trades. And look at what she does right here. She missteps and can go for this beautiful QE trade with my Bard running around, setting up for a nice little gank. She's always the one that's under more threat than I am as LeBlanc. There's going to be arguments, right? Like, Lissandra can ult herself in this situation. Yeah, she can. But her ult cooldown is actually really, really long. And my ult cooldown is really short as LeBlanc, so I'm really happy trading ults or trading in general is going to be very favorable for me. So a little bit of a skirmish, which goes amazing. We get a lot of kills. I stay in the lane. And right now I'm in a position where, even though we're like pretty even on items, I've got extra regeneration from my red buff. I'm in a really happy position right here, and I'm just happy taking trades into the Lissandra. I'm taking myself a reset, getting myself the alternator. And right now it's brutal for her. So let's just break down how we're going to be playing out these trades. We're just going to be playing on range. I'm actively thinning out the caster creeps right here. Hitting the caster creeps. So we're going to be Wing on top of the caster creeps. And then fishing for ease. Because that's really what Lissandra struggles into. Playing on range, fishing of ease. Dodge out her Q. And I W forward and I fish for an E. I land it. I cheekily kill the creep. And look, Lissandra cannot do anything in return. She's getting absolutely blasted in this trade. And this trade already like means that she has to reset. So I can do it just again. In this case, she ults herself to protect herself. This is what Lissandra's can do, right? But we can just constantly initiate these trades, and she only has one ult every like 110 seconds. So she's just in a lot of trouble, really. That's just the moral of the story right here. And once again, we fish for these E's, flashing on top of her right now, so she cannot outflash my E range, and I know she has no R. So then I QR to get both procs, nuke the Lissandra, end of review. Really, levels 4 to, yeah, level 4 onwards, the lane is just incredibly hard for Lissandra. And if you really want, or if the enemies have a lot of high threat, feel to just go Mercs, because Mercs does really help versus Lissandra in the lane. Yeah, but overall, pretty good example of the matchup. So the next matchup is going to be Malzahar. Malzahar is actually rather easy, mainly because of Malzahar's incredibly weak early lane. So our job is really going to be to abuse Malzahar in his weak early lane. What we're going to try to do is we're going to try to constantly put pressure onto the Malzahar by having the wave priority. So in this case, I start Q because it's going to help me a little bit more with last hitting. And because if he did not have a spell shield, I would actually start W. But just starting Q just gives me shorter cooldown, and it makes it easier for me to trade with him, especially with my scores on my Q. So I'm going to be using my offense as my defense in this matchup, and priority is going to be meaning everything. Because what we're going to try to do is we're not really... The chances of us killing this Malzahar is actually pretty low, but we're just going to try to have constant prio and constantly be first towards plays. So this was a really good example of a trading pattern. Malzahar overextends, out attack Q, proccing the electrocute, just does the job. This matchup really starts becoming interesting whenever Malzahar gets a few more points in his abilities, in which that we're actually going to be using our W to kill all of those little voidlings, and that's going to prevent him from ever getting priority into you. And then you really want to be taking the type of trades in which that you're just going in and out, and really prevent him from being able to trade back into you. So trades like these, you W forward, you clear the minions, you take the priority, and you proc the electrocute, and it makes it really hard for Malzahar to trade back at you. Actively try to avoid getting hit by his Q. Malzahar is going to try to chip away at your HP with that. Just make sure that you try to avoid it. So we're in a really good spot so far. This is a lovely wave state. Malzahar kind of struggles CSing under turret. I do a really good job with this long range trade. Going for the Q into E. Unfortunately, cannot proc my electrocute, but overall it's a really solid trade. I place a nice little ward on bot side to make sure that I do not get ganked. And we put a lot of pressure onto Malzahar in this position. As you can see, he's dropping creeps by the minute. So that's the exact goal. We're not really playing to solo kill this guy into oblivion. We're just playing for a nice CS advantage, and we're going to play for the priority advantage. Because we can use that priority to actually get stuff done upon the rest of the map. So I'm really putting a lot of pressure onto this Malzahar. Getting off a spell shield. I'm actively calling for a dive right here. Not really sure where my Pantheon's going, but seems like Pantheon's a little bit stuck. There he is. Beautiful dive onto the Malzahar. And we're just going to be able to escape from the Nilly as well. So pretty good stuff. Very small wins oriented matchup as well. We cannot really brute force into the Malzahar. We have to do two-part trades. He's got his passive bone plating right here. So perfect. E to just proc off his passive. And we're going to be constantly trying to keep this passive procced as well, so that we can keep these trading opportunities into him. Make sure that you, once again, don't brute force trades into the Malzahar. Always keep it a little bit short oriented, so he cannot really nuke you down. And this is a perfect example of where you just W on top of these creeps right here. So you kill the creeps, and ideally you start trading with the Malzahar as well. So in this case, I don't really do it because of my wave state being a little bit tricky, and I want to focus on last hitting the minions. But for the next one, I'm going to try to do that into the Malzahar. So my top lane is getting ran over here by the enemy top, which is okay. It is what it is. And we really want to be using our W in a way that we're going to be preventing Malzahar from constantly pushing us in. Like, the way that bad LeBlancs will actually lose this matchup is if you're actually constantly getting shoved in by the Malzahar, and that's something you want to prevent. So this is a perfect example of a trade. First of all, we proc off his passive, then we W, also clearing those small little voidlings, E into Q, back off, shortening the trade. Really good example of a trade. And then we get ourselves a nice little gank from the Skarner, and I miss my E, but Skarner kills him, so that's a pretty good job. Amazing stuff. Malzahar is really vulnerable to ganks, actually, to you. Like, you have insane gank setup, because Malzahar should never really be able to have his passive up against you in the lane. We nicely use the WRW to clear the minion wave right here, and this is a classic example of how the matchup is going to be looking, where you're just going to slowly chip away, slowly win into the Malzahar. It's going to be really hard for him to get priority and get stuff done. So we get a little bit of an interesting skirmish rolling up here. Really good stuff, one-shotting the Malzahar together with my Skarner. From this point, right, it's going to be in a pretty... The game set is going to be pretty good for me in this matchup, and I can just constantly use my priority. So pick ourselves the Rel off really nicely, coming back towards the lane. And this is the perfect example of another trading pattern into Malzahar. Q him, doesn't deal much damage, but the W is amazing with an out attack at the end. Very nice chain at the end as well. But unfortunately, I have to out-tether it because Malzahar does have the all of these voidlings and can take extended trades into me. And this is honestly fine. Like, I'm just baiting out Malzahar's abilities. I got the ult. I got an insane amount of gank threat onto this Malzahar, put in a really good position. His passive constantly being procced off. And then I can just do this nice little double dash. Not sure where my Skarner is going, but yeah. What the hell did my Skarner actually do? Does he not have E or something like that? I don't know what my Skarner was up to. Oh no, he fucked up his E for so... What? What? I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, well, really good chain by me. And then this happens where I think my Skarner just gets blasted by the Malzahar. Luckily, he doesn't die, but still really, really strange situation. Anyway, we just push the wave. We try to get a reset right here. And from this point, we're in a really happy spot versus the Malzahar. We can take incredible trades, especially with our E. Just like that. This is a perfect example of a trade that we want to be taking into the Malzahar. Very similar as to Lissandra. And then we just absolutely obliterate him. Very similar to Lissandra. The main tricky part of this matchup is when it comes to the mid game, in the sense that he can just press R on you if you ever get too close, and you're going to get absolutely obliterated. So I really actually recommend buying QSS versus Malzahar. You don't necessarily need it versus Lissandra or Vex, but buy QSS versus Malzahar because he will target you with his ults, and this is also always going to win you the side lane versus the Malzahar. So get QSS. In this game, I'm very, very greedy. I'm a very greedy player, and that bites me in the ass because I didn't get a QSS right now. Ideally, I get it after Ludens. I think it's best to get it after Ludens. And what happens right then is I go for this beautiful, beautiful trade, and don't get cocky into Malzahar, guys. He can just point and click you, and this will just happen. So just don't get cocky, please. This will just happen. Even though you set up yourself up for a beautiful little sequence here in the lane, you do a fantastic job. High CS, high pressure, good gank setup. Just don't get baited into getting dunked by his ult and ganks. Just be careful with that. So the next matchup is going to be Galio. And Galio is really unique because to understand the Galio matchup, we need to swap up our entire mindset, really. It's going to be a different mindset of laning as to the other champs. This is actually a lane in which we take first strike into. Because the reality of the situation is, with the current iteration of Galio, we will never kill him. That's how it is. We'll never kill him. If this guy has 2 brain cells, we will not kill the guy. So what we're playing for is we're playing for bank. We're playing for money. We're going for a first strike, playing for the scaling setup page, and we're just really playing for priority and we're playing for bank. So make sure that you always have to prio into the Galio, make sure that you're the one that's moving first, make sure that you skill harder than him by focusing on hitting every single creep and denying him some creeps. So for Galio, first thing that we're going to be doing is play for push. Galio wants to play for push himself. We don't want to give him the opportunity to play for push, so we're going to be nuking the caster creeps. And we're really going to be slow pushing into him, ideally. We don't want to be hard pushing. So I'm going to be hitting the minions a little bit, making sure that I build my slow build. And depending on what Galio does himself, I can actually adapt. And if he queues my minions, I'll just hit the casters and match the push. And if he, in this case, he started W because of some invade, right, then you can just slow build into the Galio. So what I try to do right here is I try to hit my W on top of him for money with my first strike. But you can see that Galio can instantly reactively W and get a trade onto you like that. So you got to be very careful with just going onto Galio because he can just CC lock you like that. So really nice W out attack, slowly chipping away at this guy's HP bar. Yes, the early levels are actually pretty favored for LeBlanc, mainly because of the fact that Galio just doesn't really hit that hard in the early levels. He just becomes very annoying to deal with post like level 5 or something like that. So just go for a nice 2-wave crash, playing for bank. Very nicely right here. And Galio is also a matchup that he can, he can dodge your E if you ever WE on top of him. Be very careful. You really want to be using your E a little bit more reactively as well. So we're just going to make sure that we hit all of the minions. And just like that, Galio tries to W reactively. Be careful of that. Instantly flick back. Sometimes swap up your movement patterns. Don't make it too obvious to Galio what you're going to be doing. In the meantime, my focus is just trying to hit every creep. Right? That's what I'm trying to do. Hit every creep. Stack money with my first strike. It's not really all that complicated. But it is effective because I constantly keep up the prio like that as well. And this is a really good example of what we see with E usage right here. If we just jump on top of the Galio, I try to deny him the cannon minion right here, make him sweat for his creeps. You can also just do this nice little thing where you just ease out of your E. Only if you're on long range. You cannot do that from short range. But yeah, I'm really playing for money right here. And just make sure I hit every creep, get a small CS lead versus Galio. And yeah, we're just constantly slow building waves from the neutral state. I'm really happy just proccing my first strike over and over and over again. Stand outside of the minion wave, by the way, so you never give Galio the opportunity to get these high value abilities onto both you and the wave. And feel free to just just slowly chip away this HP bar and mainly just build a CS advantage. Your W is mainly going to be used to make sure that Galio can never get on top of you and never can get nasty trades into you. Because if Galio gets the opportunity to take these nasty trades into you, that's why you got to be very careful for him. So you really want to be using your W a little bit more reactively as well. If I just W on top of him there, he's going to nuke me in the trade. So I'm really going to be trying to just use my range advantage, pressure him a little bit, zone him off creeps, and only when he makes mistakes, that's when I'm actually going to be actively Wing in. Putting a lot of mental energy, a lot of mental stack toward dodging his Qs and just playing, once again, playing for bank. Look at what's going on here. Galio just used his Q, so that gives me an opportunity to W forward. If he did not use his Q, he can absolutely combo me right here and deal a lot of damage with his Q on top of me. So this was completely fine, in which that I just W forward when he's got no Q, and now he's so I'm in a pretty happy position. I should take the reset, get my lost chapter. Try to get lost chapter on your first reset on this matchup because you're going to need it because we're going to be extending the lane a little bit. And really keep your eye on your jungle because you want to be complementing your jungle. And this is a perfect example of what you want to start doing at this point right here. So you just look for Q, E's, fish fit E's, and then W's away. Make sure that Galio doesn't really get these opportunities to trade into you and stay high HP because Galio actually packs a pretty big punch at this point in the matchup. You really want to try to play for slow builds and make sure that Galio cannot really look for free roam. So Operation Anti-Roam is also going to be what we're going to be looking to do. Right here, pretty cool example of what you can do with your level 6. Look for these creative trading patterns into Galio. Just slowly chip away its HP bar. Try to time your trades with your abilities with your first strike, so you're going to get a little bit of extra money with your first strike. Every bit of gold counts, and this is what happens if you get railed by the Galio trade. By the way, I've been outplaying him really, really well, but right here he actually eased towards where my recast location is. So really well done by the Galio. Thankfully, I have this very, very nice chain on top of him. And that is going to actually set up for the Lux that's coming in here, which Lux does a fantastic play, like absolutely stellar play, which means that we actually get the kill onto the Galio. Really well done by the Lux. What a nice play by him. And we're just going to be able to just hard push the wave with my RW right here, really nuking the minions. And I do not want to reset because my Lee Sin's onto the dragon. Don't leave your jungle alone. Game. Like, there's going to be a lot of 2v2s, a lot of 3v3s. Make sure that you're there with your jungle, because Galio is going to be with his jungle. Keep that in mind. So I just stay a little bit. I still got a potion. I got the plants in the river, which I can use to get a little bit of HP from. And in the meantime, we're just going to be very careful with the trading patterns that we take into Galio. Really make sure that you prioritize your HP. I think I'm losing slightly too much HP right here, but I actively wanted to trade with Galio to prevent Galio from ulting the MF right here that was getting chased by my Lux and Lee Sin. So Galio does in the end ult the Kha'Zix, tries to look for a 2v2, and right now this is my timer to take a reset. So it was my timer to take a reset. I think I should have taken a reset. I think I am absolutely greeding for this plate. Very, very bad play right here. Yeah, this is just me being greedy again. Imagine if I reset and I link up tempo with my team. What a game changer. Actually, I fucked up so hard here. Anyway, it is what it is. We're not perfect players. So now we have to overstay a little bit longer. And luckily, I've got lost chapter, so it actually allows me to stay in lane a little bit longer. And I'm getting a lot of bank because of the fact that I took first strike. And we go for this beautiful CC chain into Galio. WE on top of him, like almost guaranteeing the E, making it almost impossible for him to dodge it. Following up with the RE, and look how long he's standing still in that particular situation. Blocking out the Galio E, and then just finishing him off with the Lux right here. Really nice job. And as you can see, he survives for so long, by the way. He survives for so long. This guy's so tanky. It's crazy. And we nicely flash out of the Kha'Zix ganks. And look at this insane clone movement, by the way. I send my clone all the way back here to eventually let it block the Kha'Zix W right here, all calculated. I'm joking, of course. This was pure luck. I think I can do a little bit better job with my clone control, but it is what it is. Anyway, from this point, Galio is in a lot of trouble. And yeah, the game actually is really, really easy in the sense that from this point, we just completely wiped them. Next up, we got Kassadin. Kassadin used to be a pretty hard counter for Leblanc back in the days, but right now, I actually think that the matchup is incredibly Leblanc favored. I have actually not really struggled into Kassadin for a while. So definitely take Electrocute, don't take First Strike. We need to play heavy on the early lane. We need to punish him really hard right there. And what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to constantly 2-wave crash into the Kassadin. Constantly 2-wave cycle, 2-wave crash into him and pressure him in the turret and then try to contest him onto his last hits. And eventually you'll get like a 20-25 CS lead if he doesn't suicide and kill himself, because it's an absolute misery to play like that for Kassadin. And what we can also do is we have constant prior, we can constantly support our jungle, and this game just snowballs out of control. This is also a matchup that we got to be very careful on when our E usage. Post level 6, we got to be using E reactively. Because if we miss our E, or we give Kassadin an opportunity in which that we don't have E cooldown, he can just jump on top of our face, take a very nasty trade, and we're going to be in a lot of trouble. When it comes to taking trades early, try to let him use his Q first to CS, then go for your abilities. You can see it in this lane. I can sometimes make a mistake when I trade a little bit too early and his W actually blocks a lot of the damage. Trading in general before level 6 is incredibly favorable for you because of the fact that you have kill threat on him and he has 0 kill threat on you because it's a fucking Kassadin, let's be honest here. So we're going to go for 2-wave crash constantly over and over again. So I get this wave in right here, and this is a very good example of nice ability usage. Unfortunately, I get a tower shot. Very good Q out attack, pressuring him onto his last hits. Don't give him free access to the minions, guys. Like, that's the plan. We're just not going to brute force trades, but we're just going to not give him access to any of the minions. So what we do on the turret right here is we bait out his Q first. We're not really going to punish him onto these melees. Don't punish Kassadin on the melees. Punish him on the casters. He needs to walk up all the way here to get the hits on these casters right here. So we get a Q into a W out attack on the turret. Perfect example of a trade onto Kassadin. And then we constantly pressure him onto the hits. In this case, I couldn't really pressure him onto this next minion because all of these minions would be aggroing me. And I want to be dragging the wave up a little bit deeper so I can stack 2 waves up again. So we've taken so much damage of his HP bar already that he's in a lot of trouble here. Kassadin is in a lot of trouble. So we're going to be able to punish him really, really easily. Don't brute force it once again. Just try to let him go for a last hit and then punish him. So in this case, he's forced to already blow abilities. Look at the wave state. Look at where my minions are. It's really hard for Kassadin to move up there and start last hitting them. So we're now just waiting for a Kassadin mistake. That's when we can go on to them. In this case, we slowly start getting out his abilities. Don't really brute force trades. Everyone wants to go for the cannon, dude. They can never resist not to get the cannon. They always need to get the cannon. And he just walks up for the cannon. I get myself a very sexy E between the minions. He was probably thinking he could skill check me on dodging the E because he was walking in between minions. But since I'm on top of him, it's really easy to land it. And that makes this beautiful first blood nicely punished onto the enemy cannon. Tough position for Kassadin, that's for sure. So we TP back, we get ourselves a nice Dark Seal Amp Tome. From this point, the lane is actually really, really easy. What we can just do is constantly, repeatedly crash minion waves into him. And in this particular situation, it's very similar. He's got no potions. This guy's got no potions. So every bit of damage that we get on top of him is going to stick. And with now the wave state being a little bit neutral like this, we see that the skirmish breaking out. Hey, nice, I got full prior. I can just be the first one to move. So what do? Hearts full send it onto this Graves, saving my Lucian together with my Senna. Also getting the rel kill right here on me. And this is amazing now. Like, the lead that we've just created, not only in mid, but also on the rest of the map. This is the way how you beat Kassadin consistently. Like, just be there first for the skirmishes and start beating him up in the lane or near the game. And now we're just going to be very slowly playing the waves into him, constantly pressuring him to last hits. Like, this guy has some issues with cannons or something like that. Or like, just in general, look at how hard he's disrespecting me. Beautiful ability usage by me. The E usage is absolutely insane. First of all, I bait out his Q with an out attack. Look at this. This is important, guys. Bait out his Q with an out attack. Then QWE. And keep out attacking him like this. and then we just kill him in the tower. Beautiful little kill. And this, yeah, his lane is in shambles right now. It's absolute horror. Always get yourself a control ward. Make sure that you place that on the side that your jungle is going to be playing on, and then you can ward and lean towards that side and really be first on the map with all of these plays. So Kassadin decides to go for Negatron Cloak or something like that. I think this guy is like, he's scared of me. Oh no, we also have Seraphine. So I guess it's not that bad of a buy. Anyway, yeah, whenever you're level 6, just start nuking him. It's not really much to do. And whenever he reaches level 6, that's why you got to be a little bit careful and use your E a little bit more reactively. But overall, this matchup is actually really, really straightforward. So I reckon you guys can do this as well. So the next matchup is going to be Akshan. And a lot of people think this matchup is incredibly hard for LeBlanc. And it is if you don't know how to play it well. There's a few tricks and tips when it comes to this one. Number 1, make sure you always short trade. Never take extended trades. This guy absolutely blasts you in extended trades. It's like crazy. He absolutely blasts you in extended trades. You can also take Ignite. Ignite's really good for Akshan because of the fact that he wants to take extended trades into you, and Ignite's actually going to prevent him from being able to do that if you play along with your minion lines, because there's too much damage there for him to just be able to waltz past you and start hitting you. So I really like Ignite because Flash is not really helping you against Akshan anyway, and the Ignite is really helping you put a lot of kill threat onto this guy. So there's a few small niche micro interactions that you need to know as well. If you W on top of his face, he can never E away. So if you ever want to like catch this guy, W on top of his face, and it will prevent him from Eing in any type of direction. So versus Akshan. In this case, some Akshans start E, some Akshans start Q. I don't really know what the general consensus is against LeBlanc, but just be aware of him Eing at you, and if necessary, W away. It's good to start W in this matchup. You want to give Akshan push level 1. You want to let him push into you. And the main reason why that is because if you push into Akshan, he's going to get a lot of opportunities where he can just stand there and out-attack you when you need to out-attack a minion. That's something that you want to avoid. Always stay outside of his out-attack range. So just let him push into you easy. Into Akshan. Akshan is a really long out-attack wind-up animation. So you can abuse the fact, because he's usually double out-attacking, right? You can use that to just W forward and out-attack Q and go for very short trades in which that he cannot really hit you back. Another thing to keep in mind for Akshan is always stand outside of the minion wave. Never give him an opportunity in which that he can snipe a Q onto you and then just dash at you from long range, because that's when the time where you're going to be losing the trades, because he can get a lot of burst damage on top of you. So for future, just let him push into you. Respect the range, as you can see right there. Really, really respect the range. You don't want to do anything crazy. And if he ever tries to get onto you like that, I think I should have W'd away here. I think the best thing for me to do is just W away, prevent all the damage taken. He did a pretty nice trade on top of me there. I got to be very honest with him. So what we can do into Akshan is just CS all the minions on the turret. It's okay if he's going to push us in early. We're only going to be fighting for priority a little bit later. Try to go for 2-part trades onto Akshan and dodge out on his Q first. So I'm actively trying to bait out Akshan's Q right here. Right now, I've also procced off his bone plating beforehand, so this gives me an opportunity to look for a trade real soon. I've reached now level 2, so if he ever missteps, I can go for a trade. Looking for this QW trading combo, but he doesn't really give it to me. Nice tethering by him. And yeah, I can just continue just hitting the creeps in the tower. This matchup becomes much easier from level 6. Like level 6 onwards, this matchup actually becomes really easy. So beautiful trading pattern right here. Look at that. He absolutely... mistethers, I can go for W, Q, out attack, getting yourselves a lot of burst damage. Be careful because your W cooldown is actually really, really long. So you really want to be careful of him actually getting stuff done in the meantime. So right now he's actually going to be able to reach level 3. I W in on top of him, matching the level 3. Perfect trade, proccing off his bone plating right here, and also dodging his Q. Make sure you dodge his Q, because whenever he gets his passive, that's when he deals extra damage, and he gets a shield. So that's why you want to be dodging the Q. So he needs 2 out attack rotations to get the Q on top of you. To get the passive shield and extra damage on top of you. If he has Q up, he can do it with 1 Q and a double out attack, which means that it's much easier for him to prevent damage taken and do more damage towards you. That's why dodging out on his Q is so unbelievably important. So for Akshan as well, if you're like in danger of getting extended traded upon, try to E reactively. In this case, I go for a little bit of a shaky QW. I think he tethers me out pretty well. What happens right here? I just think I misplay. I shouldn't start with Q in this trading combo. I should actually start with just W, Q, E, and out attack and do it like that. In this case, it wasn't too bad. I could have procced my electrocute. I sadly didn't, but it's okay. And we're dropping a little bit lower, and that's honestly fine because I got 2 potions, Akshan got 1, and I've got the ignite. So what happens is I've just got a lot of kill threat onto him, and a lot of Akshans will actually misread the amount of kill threat that you have onto them. And I think this is a perfect example of what's going to happen right now. This guy absolutely just fucking ints it in the tower. Thank you very much. We gladly take those. From this point, the matchup is unplayable for him. So let's break down how we're going to be doing this. So we TP back right now. And now we're going to be really brute forcing trades into this guy. Proc off his bone plating first, just like that. Really good stuff. Proc off the electrocute. Amazing. And he's really going to be struggling from this point. So we get hit by his Q, which is a little bit unfortunate. You got to be careful when he hits Q onto you because he can always swing on top of you. He's going to try it like this. Just W away. That's completely fine. Starting from level 6, you can actually look at in trading patterns. This matchup becomes so much easier. So from this point, right now, he's got no bone plating. Let's see if we can take a good quality trade onto the Akshan right here. He's respecting pretty well. If we can slow build into Akshan like this, where we can actually zone him off creeps like that, we're in a really, really happy position. First, we proc off the bone plating. And right now, we got the level 6 versus level 5. W forward, E, QR. Look at that. You just get blasted. This is LeBlanc for you right here. This is amazing, right? Very nice short trade. Beautifully with my W into an E. And he just get absolutely nuked. And there's very little counterplay to that as well. So he's forced to reset. Otherwise, he's going to lose. Otherwise, I can dive him in the turret. Unfortunately, I wanted to reset, but fucking Lilia, unfortunately, cancels my reset, which it is what it is. Sometimes it do be like that. And then we're forced to stay. Doesn't mean that we cannot really trade into Akshan anymore. What we do right here is we proc off his bone plating very nicely when he needs to CS that minion because he's stuck in that long auto attack animation. And that now means that we can go for another nice little trade onto the Akshan right here. So let's see what we can bring up here. If he ever gets into a nasty position. Beautiful attempt on the trade. I just slightly fucked up. I think that this is not a good trading pattern to go for. I should stop going for these QWs because he's not giving me the range. Of course, if I can actively get the range, that's fine. But he needs to CS. Maybe I could have probably done it on this creep. Because on this creep, he needs to overreach. He needs to get really close to hit this creep. But on this creep, he can just stand it right here and he can just tether my range really well. So I mistook my trading opportunity. Massive, massive blunder. And therefore, he can just take this extended trade on top of me. And I take a lot of HP. So that was pretty rough, really. He also nicely jukes out on the Jarvan gank. And then I'm not really sure what's happening. Oh, yeah. They do some crazy dive here in which that I kill the Lilia, Akshan kills me, and then Jarvan kills the Akshan. So very chaotic game, which is going to be continuing right here. And we're going to show like the trading patterns into Akshan. This is stuff that I'm talking about. If you jump onto Akshan with your W, he cannot jump away. So this was amazing. Nice E, beautiful trading pattern, and he gets absolutely nuked. Next time I've got R, right, he's in a lot of trouble. And especially because I blew out his E right here. I didn't necessarily need the pike. That's why we take Ignite. We can just kill him. We're in an amazing position. Let's take a look if there's some more nice matchup interactions right here that we have to look at. Oh yeah, just from this point, right, it's just really easy to take these short trades into the Akshan and make him suffer. Like 80 carries on mid did get nerfed quite a bit, and so did the Akshan. Akshan was incredibly strong at first, but right now it's just really easy to dictate trades into the Akshan as long as you know what you're looking for. So now that we know how to lane, getting ahead is the easy part. And you're gonna get ahead a lot on LeBlanc. Lane, especially with all the tips that I've given you, should be pretty smooth sailing. How do we translate the good lane, the winning lane, into actually winning the game? We're gonna start by snowballing in the late lane. So whenever we've established lane control, whenever we can have priority, we can actually translate our lead. We're going to be leaning towards our strong side, which is usually the side of our jungle in 90% of the games. And we're going to be syncing up with them because LeBlanc's 2v2 is incredibly strong. And especially because we can set up with our single target pick, with our E ability and our high mobility, makes it really hard for the enemy jungle and the enemy team just generally to play against LeBlanc plus a jungle. We also want to be buying sweeper whenever we're ahead because we want to be denying enemy vision and we want to get roams off. We want to be translating our lead. LeBlanc is not a 1v9 champion. We need to get stuff done on the map. We need to get someone ahead. We need to make someone strong. So we want to be looking for skirmishes. We want to be looking for roams. We want to be looking for dives onto the enemies together with our jungle. Your jungle is going to be the key. If, for example, right, everything is going to shit on the map, like your bot lane, your top lane, both are struggling, you can also look to kill and play mid. Like, it's possible. Just make sure that you try to make progress somewhere, because that's going to really be our absolute strength as LeBlanc. So we're going to be taking a look at 2 examples right here on how to snowball on LeBlanc. In this first example, I'm doing pretty nice in the lane right here. I got myself a nice bit of lane control, and I see that some action is happening on bot. I also see that my Hecarim is actually ready to make a play. So I clear the wave and I sync up with my jungle's tempo, and look at that. I follow the Hecarim, I'm just looking what happens, and he sees a nice little opportunity onto the enemy bot lane. We also spotted that Kindred was dead at the beginning of the play, so this gives us a beautiful opportunity to actually dive onto the enemies. What's my participation in this case? Well, I killed a Vayne. I pick up a 600 gold bounty. I'm pretty happy with that. But it's just covering my jungle, make sure that these plays work without the enemies being able to retaliate for it. So this is a perfect example of syncing up with your jungle, making plays happen. And because we win the bot lane right there, we're going to be putting ourselves very ahead in this game. I get myself a nice shutdown, and it's going to be creating win conditions. It's going to make it easier for us to win the game, because it's, once again, as I said, like, it's pretty hard for LeBlanc to 1v9. So for the next example, a little bit of a longer sequence. We are really ahead in this lane, in this game. As you can see, Belva is really strong. Kai'Sa is very far behind in farm. It's okay. Top lane's winning. We're in a good spot. What do we see? Me and Belvev are a very strong duo. If we compare it to the enemy mid jungle, us two is absolutely dominating. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try, like, the mid game start slowly rolling around. I'm trying to try to link up with the Belvev. So in this case, my bot lane lost tower right here. So what I do is I just swap with my bot lane. I go in towards the side lane, especially because my Belvev is right there. I'm really happy going into the side lane, linking up with my Belvev right here. So my Belvev gets out the Ryze. Ryze plays it really well and survives. I'm just going to be clearing the wave. And I just want to make sure that whatever Belvev's doing, I'm going to be ready to respond. So in this case, the enemies actually decide to go for a little bit of a play. I didn't expect my teammates go for a play. I didn't expect that to happen. I should have actually been there. But in this case, it worked out greatly. So I can just continuously push bot. So we're in an amazing position right here. Which is exactly what we're going to be doing. We're going to be pushing bot right here. And look at my Belvev. She's hovering me. And it puts us in an amazing position, especially since we have 6 grubs, and she's got the little void links as well. And my Alistar is hovering with me as well. So this is this triple raid pulse combination that's just almost unstoppable. And together with Belvev, we're just able to absolutely nuke this turret, where all of these creeps are dying, making these small little void links right here. And we're just linking up together, and we're instantly getting this next turret as well. And this is insane. I think we even get the 3rd turret right here. It's absolutely insane. No one can stop us because we're so unbelievably strong. So it's actually really good what the enemies are doing. They're making a counterplay on the other side of the map. And yeah, eventually we get the inhib because of all of those little freaky things. But that's okay. Next up, we just reset right now. What do I know? Okay, we just got everything done on bot. So where are we going to go? We're going to go to top. Where's my Belvev going to go? He's also going to go to top. Herald's going to be coming up. That's exactly where we want to be playing. So I'm going to preemptively put myself in that position. I'm sweeping a little bit with my sweeper, putting myself in a good position to make a play right here onto the Rift Herald with my Belvev. Boom, perfect. Kha'Zix walks into me. This is the classic mysterious camp into one shot. I love doing stuff like this. This is why I love LeBlanc so much. You just one shot someone unsuspecting player. We get ourselves the Rift Herald, and now we just link up with the Belvev once again, and we can just playing through the side. And within a matter of 3 minutes, we've just taken all of the sideline turrets, made an insane amount of progress. In the end, we do get a little bit of a nasty situation where Cassandra makes an insanely good play. Let's be honest, the Cassandra play was absolutely crazy. But we do still get the kill into the trash, and the Belvev gets out. So it's still incredibly worth, even though we do not get the tier 2 turret. Amazing sequence, perfect example of snowballing, linking up with your jungle, but also asking your jungle to play with you. Like, that's definitely LeBlanc's strength. A lot of people tell me, Tim, I just keep getting ahead, but I cannot win the game on LeBlanc. That is because we're going to be covering LeBlanc's mid game, and LeBlanc's mid game is hard. The reason why LeBlanc's mid game is really hard is because of the fact that she's got endless options. She can do everything. And recognizing what to do at the right time, given the game state, is what makes this champion so unbelievably hard. So we're going to be covering this through a bunch of examples. I'm going to give you all different kinds of situations that you can be solving, and I'm going to give you the tools how to solve it yourself in your own games. So a lot of examples. Let's start with the theory. Few facts to consider. LeBlanc is not a 1v9 champion. She needs a win condition. She will not be able to 1v9 a game purely because of the fact that she is mainly a single target damage dealer. With long cooldowns. So she can, in team fights, like nuke one specific person. But if your entire team is behind and you're the only one strong, it's going to be really hard to make that work because you need to kill 5 people, but you're the only one strong. It's not really what LeBlanc does. So we need to maintain our item spikes. If we are not strong ourselves, it's going to be really hard to pressure or get priority in the side lane. That's why if you are behind on LeBlanc, what I want you to do, instead of focusing on the mid game, make sure that you're even or ahead first, and then we can actually continue looking at the mid game. Because if you cannot get pressure in the side, you're not going to be that useful. The main things that we're going to be covering is that there's a fine balance between side laning and grouping. And because LeBlanc can do anything, this is where we're going to be putting a lot of our emphasis, is understanding when to side and when to group, given all the information and the details that we see in the game. This also means that we need to understand lane assignments, because we need to be in a side lane that we can win or get push in. If we cannot win the side lane, LeBlanc is going to be very, very useless. You need to be putting a lot of emphasis on the side lane as LeBlanc. In the side lane, we're going to be shove and moving, and we really want to be looking at our jungle and our support to help us with our shove and move, match tempo with them, and try to make plays happen together with them. LeBlanc plus a jungler and support is a very, very dangerous combination. Fog of War is our best friend. LeBlanc can do a lot with Fog of War because the enemies have to be very scared of getting one shot just in the blink of an eye. And we can use Fog of War to our advantage. We can either use Fog of War to set up plays. We can Fog of War to make enemies scared of retaking areas. But we can also use Fog of War to look for picks, get creative, sit in the enemy jungle. And if they just miss path or get close to you, can just absolutely one-shot them. A final thing to note is TP usage on LeBlanc is incredibly important because this is going to be allowing you to both utilize side laning and grouping at the same time. With TP usage, you're going to be open up towards the map. You don't have to be at the perfect place at the perfect time. As long as you use your TP well, it's going to be helping you a lot by being present while also staying high farm and high pressure on the map. We're going to be discussing all of this in plenty of examples. Let's jump straight into it. We're going to be covering a classing LeBlanc mid game. In this example, we see that we're slightly ahead over Lissandra, pretty even in gold, but we're slightly ahead on experience. We see that our top laner is slightly behind. Our jungle is pretty ahead. Our AD carry is slightly ahead as well. So this is a pretty average game set for LeBlanc. We're going to be finding yourself in this game set a lot. We also see that the next dragon is currently being taken by the Nidalee. And that, the enemy win condition is really going to be the Varus. This guy is really strong, actually. So what's going to be really important in this game is that I'm going to be making sure that I'm going to be pairing up against the Lissandra because I do not want to be matching the Varus in the lane. If I'm going to be facing off against Varus, I cannot really do much against him. I've got Mercury threats. I don't have Tabis or like play the steel caps. So what do? Oh, right here, we see that Lissandra is answering bot lane wave. Nidalee is doing the dragon. Herald is up as well. And top lane is slow pushing into the enemies. So what do? Is I actually open up through mid. The reason why I open up through mid is because of the fact that that's going to give me a lot of options in this particular case. And I want to be matching my tempo with this Nidalee. She together with me is what's going to be allowing us to eventually snowball this game and win it. So this particular first situation, we see that Nidalee just died and gave a very big shutdown. And the enemy Varus got killed in return. So recognizing what is going on the map right now is I want to be matching up my tempo with the Nidalee. As long as I just play with the Nidalee, that's when we're going to be fine. So I'm going to be heading on bot here. I'm clearing some wards in the meantime. I see some action on mid, and I do not really want to be joining there, even though I know that the Lissandra has a move timer, because my Nidalee is going to be the strong member. That's the member I want to be playing with. So I'm going to be pushing in bot, and I'm going to be trying to make an enemy respond right now. Even though there's a lot of action going on mid, I do not really care. I want to be in the side lane. I want to be playing with my Nidalee. And when my Nidalee is going to be making a play, that's when I want to be ready to make a play. So I see that my Nidalee is actually going in towards the Herald. That's fantastic for me, because that means that I have now shoved the bot lane wave, and Varus is now matching me. I do not want to be facing off against Varus in the side lane, so I'm just going to be shove and moving right now, and I actually shove and move towards mid lane right here to help my Ashe with getting the push and make sure that we have the push priority for the Rift Herald and we can actually play it. So I almost inted for some reason. Sometimes I do stupid stuff like that. That's classic me. But the idea here is really, really good. I'm playing for a little bit of poke because as LeBlanc, we are very effective pokers, especially at this point in the game. And this poke is going to allow us to get control for the Rift Herald. In the ideal world, Lidley would have already started the Rift Herald. I think I could have done a little bit better job pinging. Anyway, what's going to happen is that we're going to start the Rift Herald right now. So I TP top lane to be able to play together with the Nidalee. So I kind of messed up, but overall, we salvaged it by TP usage. So why is it fine for me to TP right here? Well, because I'm actually on the strong side. I'm playing where the action is already happening. If I would be on the opposite side of the map, I cannot use my TP like this because I need it for in case a fight happens like that. So my Nidalee is still not starting the Rift Herald. So in that case, what we do is we get some poke off onto Lissandra first, and then after getting that poke off, right now, I think I'm going to be calling the Rift Herald again because I really want to do this Rift Herald instead of just pushing right here. But it seems like that's not really being listened towards, and sometimes you just gotta make your team excited and help them with some pings. So yeah, in this case, Nidalee finally starts the Rift Herald, but the problem is that in the meantime, my Mundo got dove onto his bot turret because we just took so unbelievably long. But Ashe absolutely smurfs it, gets a kill onto bot, and I wanted to chunk someone that was walking into here. We already chunked the Lissandra, and we finally are able to get the Rift Herald. And that's going to allow us to like make a little bit more progress in the game. So in the meantime, right, there's a few things that I can do right here in this particular situation. So first of all, I know that the next play is going to be on the dragon, and in the meantime, we're going to be grabbing the Rift Herald, and I want to be playing onto this mid tier one because the mid tier one is the only turret still left available. So I know that if I move mid lane right now, right here, with the rest of my team moving mid lane, and I chunk this Ezreal, this will lead to him being under threat and us being able to actually siege down the mid tier one. So unfortunately, Lissandra comes to defend. And what do we recognize right now, given this lane assignment? I do not want to be matching the Varus, that's for sure. So I want to make sure that I'm going to be playing away from the Varus. Because if I play into the Varus, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. I already pinged for the dragon coming up in 125. We already have 2 dragons, so we want to get another one. And we see that the Varus nicely opens up topside. Great, I'm picking for the dragon in 125. I do not want any crazy action or something like that happening right now. I also don't have TP. So we see a big fight happening on mid. And in this case, I need to ask myself the question, do I move or do I stay bot? That's a really, really important question to ask yourself. So I decide to actually move up after the enemy Lissandra engages. Why is that the case? Well, because they go really, really deep. And my Nidalee, the strong member that I want to be playing with, is ready to play right there. So if I move up right here, I can be the difference between us winning or losing this particular fight right here. So we get the mid turret, and in the end, I'm actually not that useful. I think in hindsight, of course, it would have been better if I could have stayed bot. But the idea behind this was actually, it wasn't necessarily bad. So now, right, we got the dragon coming up in about 40 seconds or something like that. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to get control in the enemy bot side right here. And I find a nice little chain upon the Ezreal with my Nidalee hovering right here. This is a great, great skirmish. Enemy Lissandra is dead. And because my Nidalee is here, I know that I can go for this type of setup and go for these type of aggressive plays, mainly because of the fact that I've got the damage to back me up with me. So this was a pretty good pickup. Let's rewind it real quick. I link up together with my jungle, link up together with my support, and we get this nice little pickup together with my chain. Really, really good initiative fight, and mainly because it works because we're in a man advantage situation. So people would be asking why you're not going bot. Well, we already have the Lissandra dead. So yes, we could theoretically go bot. That's possible, but you can also hard force a play. There's really more options than just one, and that's the thing with LeBlanc mid game. There's not just one good option. There's multiple options that are playable, and it's a little bit of that gray area. It's not black and white on this champion. So we see that there's a little bit of a fight with my Nidalee and Taliyah. And it seems like my Nidalee absolutely obliterates the Lilia, so that's fantastic. So we got the dragon coming up. What do I do is I'm sitting in the area because I don't deal any damage. As LeBlanc, you don't deal any damage to objectives. So just sit in the side, sit in bushes, prevent the enemies from entering, poke them out. That's mainly going to be your job. It's not really your job to kill the objective. In this case, I slightly help the Nidalee with securing the objective. I grab my Crypt Bloom because we got a lot of AP in our team. And now, what do we see? Next objective is going to be the Baron. Great. Let's fix up the lane assignments. I do not want to be playing versus the Varus. The Varus will beat me in the side. The problem is only now, Mundo is already top. So ideally, like, we send Mundo down bot here, matching the Varus. But it's going to be really hard because Mundo is already top. So that's going to be inefficient. So since I have TP, I'm fine going to bot here. I just got to make sure that I don't get killed by the Varus. And I just got to play a little bit more weak side and a little bit more minimizing role. Potentially swap up the lane assignments later. So I spot the Varus on top right here. So this is a really, really big low stat right here. I spot the Varus on top. And my team is making a play onto the enemy Lissandra right here. And what happens is that Lissandra stalls the play out. My Ashe stays mid. So there's going to be people that would like say, okay, why are you not teleporting here? Well, main reason why I'm not teleporting right here is because even if I teleport, what's going to happen? My Ashe is now stuck on mid. My Ashe cannot move because she was left behind. So if I TP right there, at best, it's going to be a 4 versus 5 instead of a 5 versus 5. So the best thing that I can do is just ping back, right? Hope my team does as best of a job as they can and just continue sieging bot. Because that fight wasn't initially looking too good for me. And it seems like my team is actually smurfing it in hindsight. Thankfully, that means that the enemies cannot really go for Baron. My team is incredibly strong, so they do a really good job. Even though that the Varus actually gets a lot of kills and gets a big shutdown on Ashe, we have 5 grubs, so I actually get this bot tier 2. So I'm being very efficient in the way that I approach the map. And I've been grouping a lot, and now I actually go for the split push because that fight didn't really look good to me. Then, after pushing bot, I make someone respond to bot. What do? I instantly move back towards mid lane to try to get the mid lane push right now. Because the mid lane push means that someone has to answer to mid, and I instantly shift up to top. And this is where we swap the lane assignments. We send the Mundo towards the side where we want to have the Mundo right now. And I go towards the strong side of the map where I want to be playing. So this is great. In this case, I reset. So why would I not be instantly going top? Well, my Nidalee just pressed the B button. So I'll also press the B button. I want to be matching my Nidalee and my Ashe's tempo. Ashe is dead for 10 seconds. So if I reset right now, I'm going to be pressuring on the map at the same time that these guys are going to be pressuring on the map. So that's exactly why I do that. So I open up and I go towards top lane. See that the enemies show there. So I got to be very careful with pushing. And since I have TP, I can just be a little bit more, more lenient in the way that I approach these side lane waves right here. Because if something breaks out, I can teleport in. But what we see happening in the meantime is that our bot lane is also pushing with the Mundo. So we have 2 pushing sides right now, which means that the enemies are forced to respond in a little bit. So I hover a little bit, go for a little bit of a half roam, and it seems like Ashe got nuked under turret. So really good hard force engaged by the Lissandra, let's be honest. That was impressively played by Lissandra. I think Yone is a little bit out of position. She should be there defending the Ashe, but she wasn't. And I just come snoop and sneak around, see if I can do something. I don't really want to be hard forcing anything here because my Ashe, which is the main source of DPS in this game, is actually dead. So I do a really good job baiting out and wasting Varus' time, creating space in this fight. And in the end, the fight's really, really hard to win, mainly because of the fact that we have no DPS carry anymore. So I recognize that, and I instantly go back to top. So I go back to top, and what do? Is I see that there's fights happening on mid. Am I teleporting? No, my team can just do fine by running away. And since no one's responding to me, right, I'm not really necessarily creating a man advantage. I can just take this tier 2 turret. LeBlanc is really good at sidelaning and pressuring the side like this, as you guys can see. So right now I've got my item spike. Instantly, I want to get back to base, buy my next item spike. I press tab. What do I recognize? What's the next objective? Dragon in 123. So with the dragon coming up in 123, what I can just do is now open up the bot side. I want to be playing on the strong side of the map. And since I'm on 3 items right here, I'm very, very strong. I can get a little bit more creative. So I push in the bot lane wave, forcing the enemies to respond. Look at what the rest of my team is doing. seems like they're engaging on mid, so I'm keeping close eyes onto my team, and this is a really good fight. Why is this a really good fight? Well, because I'm in a position where I want to fight. I got 3 items right now. I'm on my spike. Everyone of my team is linking up with the same tempo, so I just instantly TP, make sure that I'm there on time. Yone gets a beautiful engage with her ult, and this should be meaning Baron for us. So we grab ourselves the Baron, and after the Baron, we're instantly opening up towards the Dragon. So we have to retake area control, which is really, really hard for... it's not that easy for LeBlanc, retaking area control, but I do think that we can still play this play because of the fact that we're so far ahead. So I try to do something fancy, and I try to one-shot the Ezreal. Unfortunately, I missed my chain, and therefore we don't get him. But still, yeah, like, I think therefore we also like don't get the soul. So we lose the soul right here to the Lilia. And I think what I should have done, right, my job's not really to one-shot the Ezreal, because we have a better, like, we have more DPS, we have stronger carries. So my job is just to prevent Lilia from entering. That's all I have to do. So I misunderstood my role. We're going to be covering this more in the team fight section. And because I misunderstood my role, that's when the fight becomes a little bit harder than it actually had to be. Let's just build towards the next item. I'm keeping even CS, so it's okay. Herald's up. You gotta be careful of a Kaisa move towards the Herald here. Oh, I need to be quick here. I gotta sacrifice the wave. I gotta move up. Okay, keep my R here. Could be free Herald. Fantastic, we got a splash. Holy moly. I think I stopped their resets, which means we could probably get some vision priority. I just wanted to blow her W. I can cancel their resets a little bit more. Oh, not much to see. Take a reset myself. So the Corki is a little bit problematic now. That's for sure. But we got some players to do with it. I don't want to be mid. I missed the cannon, fuck me. Right. Okay. Get ourselves a nice moving window here. Let's take another wave. Reset time. This. Open up right here. Beautiful pickup. Really want to be pushing bot, forcing the enemies to answer. Salva had the same ID. Very nice macro here. Didn't get any of the gold, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. I missed another cannon. I look like Curtis right now, missing every cannon. Damn. That was close. If I could have, like, gotten that, I'm pretty sure we'd kill her. But it was close. Let's take Pry on to this next mid wave. They've got no information, so I can just threaten the enemies. Pretty good rotations here. Let's take a look. Interesting FF vote. Gotta answer top lane wave. We're messing up macro. We need to go mid. Take Pry on the mid wave. Play on Mordekaiser's Rome. Whatever. Very nice. Let's not 1v1 the Kai'Sa. It's a quick way to get one shot. We have the Crypt Bloom now. Open a bot side. I love how we changed up the lane assignments this game. I think the lane assignments were fantastic. sure what my guy is doing here, but it's alright. It's the... Okay, nice pickup. Let's take another bot lane wave here. It's really shove deep. He's now forced to respond here. We dove mid. Play bot then. Don't want to be sacrificing minions. Hope he dies. And we won the game. Very nice. Really clean game. So in this next game, we're going to be taking a look at the mid game, and we're going to be highlighting the power of picking enemies, being creative with your positioning, being creative with your movement, so you can actually turn really tough games into wins. So in this particular game, we see that we're in a pretty tough spot. The enemies are breaking down at our inhibitor right here. I've got 3 items. I'm pretty evenly strong with the enemy mid. The only problem is that her champ is a little bit easier to execute and skills a little bit better than mine. Our AD carry is doing great, very strong. Our top laner is absolutely useless, and our jungle is a little bit behind of the enemy jungle. So it's a pretty tough game. It's a really tough game. And what we see from the enemy team is that their team fighting is actually incredible, and this is really where the mastery and the tough part of understanding LeBlanc's mid game comes into play. Is if you start team fighting in this game, look at your tools. You got a Jace, you got a LeBlanc, you got a Jhin, you got a Zed. It's not the best team fighting. Zara's okay, but it's not the best team fighting. If you compare this with the setup from Rek'Sai, Aurora ult, Cassiopeia, Jinx, resets, and Yone, their team fighting is just 10x hours. 10x hours. If we play this game through team fights, we will lose the game. The downside of their team composition is that they're vulnerable. Look at their amount of self-peel. This guy, she's got Zonias, but she's got very limited amount of dashes and self-peel. Very vulnerable. Very vulnerable. Also Cassiopeia, no dashes. A little bit of self-peel, but not that much. Same with Rek'Sai. Quite squishy, actually. Really squishy build. So we got some options to work with. And we have a lot of pick tools. We got Jhin that can pick from distance, me, and Zed. So this is really the way that we want to be approaching this particular mid game. So we're going to be starting off in this base right here. This is, of course, a disaster. What's happening right here? We're getting sieged upon. Jhin is dead. It looks like, thankfully, the enemies have no minions. It looks like the game is going to be lost real soon. And what we're really hoping for is for the enemies to make mistakes, because if the enemies play it perfectly, the game is just going to be really hard to win. So I'm actively hoping for the enemies to make mistakes right here. This Cassiopeia in regards is actually one of the best Cassios in Europe. It's Punisher Cassio. So it's definitely a really high stakes game here as well. And what we see is that the enemies slightly overextend, and their team composition doesn't really engage well into ours. They kind of want us to come into them, especially with the Cassio, with the Jinx. So what happens is they don't really play towards their team composition, even though it was a really good attempt from the Cassio. Slightly missed out the R. I get some nice damage. Aurora overextend. Rek'Sai goes really deep. And that means that we get ourselves a nice little pickup onto the Jhin. I get a beautiful chain onto the Aurora. And this means that we get the Rek'Sai, we get the Yone, we get the Aurora. Perfect picks. Great. Look at that. They just fucked up. Nash is actually up. They made this really hard blunder with Nash being up. That's fantastic for us. So what I do is I see that Cassio tries to be creative and sit in the side. And Jinx actually tries to join in on the action right here. And that gives me a nice little opportunity to pick the Jinx off from for a war. And now we can actually get the Baron. And beautiful, this Baron now can actually give us the opportunity to get back into the game. So I know that my job as LeBlanc around Barons is not to hit the Baron. I don't deal much damage to the Baron at all. So look at where I'm positioning again. In the Fog of War, in a position where I know that this Cassiopeia wants to, of course, make sure that we don't get this Baron. She spotted that the Jace and the Zed were low. She knows that we don't have that much DPS with the Jhin. She knows that Zyra is not here present. So Cassia thinks, okay, maybe I can do something right here. And I know that. And I know my job is not really to help with the Nash. I sit in Fog of War. I see the Cassio come in. Beautiful pickup onto the Cassio. And this will guarantee us the Baron. And now we're suddenly back in the game. Amazing. We just made a few picks. We punished enemy mistakes, which is something that we're really, really good at. And we're back into the game. So now the dragon's going to come up. And I think I'm going to be making a massive blunder here. What I should do is I should actually signal that we cannot fight this dragon. But I think I only realized in my review, so outside of the game, that this was a game that we cannot really team fight into. So because I didn't realize that until out of game, this is the hard part of LeBlanc as well, right, is that I decided to fight this Drake. And you're going to see it's not going to, I'm going to spoil it, right? It's not going to go that well. And it also, especially since we don't have area control, right? We're late to the fight, so I'm not in that good of a position. Even though that Rek'Sai absolutely missed positions, and I nuke him, and that makes it a 4v4. So honestly, like the Drake should seem pretty fightable right now with enemy jungle being down and our jungle being alive. But it's still just a really hard fight because the enemy's team fighting is just so much better. And Zed goes in really, really deep. Cassiopeia makes a massive play by sitting in the Fog of War of the bush, gets a really big ult, and I as LeBlanc, like I cannot really do much here. My champion doesn't function. So Jinx gets a reset, flashes on me, and kills me. So unfortunately, we just threw the Baron. All for a dragon that we didn't even need because we already had to. Yeah, unfortunate. So that's almost the game. Luckily, Zyra ults the wave and prevents the enemies from ending because the enemies actually have pretty short range. Jhin is there too as well. Aurora counter trolls even though Jhin dies, and Zyra clutches it by clearing the minions and killing the Yana for some reason. And look at the damage that, by the way, that Zyra is doing towards the Cassiopeia as well. Like, she tethers it up beautifully. Her plans do the job. And we actually are able to survive in this game state. What a nice job by the Zyra. We do lose the dragon, but that's honestly fine. So what happens right now is that the Cassiopeia, she splits up from the rest of her team and tries to make a pick onto the Zed, probably because she's also a little bit lost on how to win this game, how the team comps interact. It's a very tricky game. And Zed gets a beautiful micro outplay onto the Cassio, putting ourselves in a position where we can now fully take area control. Cassiopeia is dead. We have a full tempo advantage. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be positioning myself really, really deep right here, looking for potential enemies that misstep or that make a mistake. So they spot me, great. I'll just blow Aurora's ult right here and get pushed onto the wave. And since I've got red buff, I'm completely happy trading, poking enemies out right now because I know that I'm going to be regenerating in it anyway, and the enemies are not. So this is a really good position for me. So I grab myself these little bit of fruities here. And I'm just looking for picks right now. I know that we cannot win a straight up 5v5, but we got full control in this jungle. Rek'Sai missed positions. We get the pick onto the Rek'Sai. Absolutely gorgeous. So let's break this down once more right here. Rek'Sai tries to clear some vision, thinks he's safe, but I've got double distortion into an E with the Jhin ult following it up. And now look at the death timers. Rek'Sai's dead for 45 seconds. This means that we now have 45 seconds of pure control. And the enemies cannot really get control back. So this is an amazing, amazing pick. I go back towards top lane. I've got TP. So if something happens, I'm instantly able to respond. And I can actually put pressure onto the side right here. So I see the Zyra R. So I TP in. Honestly, pretty troll. I think this was a pretty troll TP. But it kind of works out, I think. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe my Zed dies because of me. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I think the TP was just whack. I should have just stayed top. This was me not really recognizing the signs properly. Because the enemy team actually has very limited engage. So if I recognized in advance that the enemy team had no engage, I would have just been able to push top for someone to respond and not waste my TP like that. I'm lucky that Cassiopeia or Jinx actually don't step up to annihilate me there on the TP. So really, really big blunder. Luckily, doesn't really get punished. So in the meantime, like a little bit of a messy skirmish breaks out right here. Jhin gets a really big W onto the Jinx, so I almost kill her. I sadly do not get my ignite off. But it was a pretty good pretty good play regardless. And with Jinx now forcing to base right here, it's going to give us a little bit more tempo to make something happen around the map. I reset for my Robodons, and now it's go time really. When you have 4 items like this on LeBlanc, you're an absolute monster. So what do we recognize right here if we press on tab? Baron is going to be the next objective. Baron's the next objective. 1 minute. So I'm going to be opening up around mid lane to try to get mid lane push and then set up for the next objective. And in this case, we see that the Rek'Sai gets hit by a Jhin trap into a Jhin W. And I instantly use that as a way to nuke this Rek'Sai, get ourselves a nice pick. And what does this pick onto Rek'Sai now really mean? This means that we can actually utilize this pick to set up Baron Vision and make it really hard for the enemies to enter. Because I can just sit in Fog of War and I can make it very hard for the enemies to like get into our area control. And this is exactly what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be clearing all of the enemy's vision right here, making sure that I'm in the Fog of War. And if they misstep like this, I'm just going to be looking for a chunk. So what happens right here is that the Aurora, like, unfortunately for us, she lives. But because she's so low, she still has to reset. And that means that they still cannot go ahead and get vision control. So I'm just poking the enemies and making myself known that I'm in that area. And if they get too close, I will mess them up. So sitting in the Fog of War right here, and I see the Jinx misstep alone, which means that it's just free kill. They try to, of course, play for the Baron right here, but it's not my job to hit the Baron. It's my job to prevent the enemies from entering. It's my job to make it to make them scared, using the Fog of War, getting ourselves a beautiful pickup onto the Jinx, and getting the Baron on the back end. So that's awesome. We just reset. Now we open up on mid and bot, and from this point, we see that the enemies actually they start to get a little bit desperate. Once again, I jump over the wall from Fog of War, and Cassiopeia was watching mid and not on me, which means that we picked the Cassio, which was one of the enemy's biggest threats. Pick the Cassio, pick the Rek'Sai, pick the Aurora, and from this point, we win the game. So really nice job preventing the team fights, looking at these 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 picks, abusing Fog of War, abusing tempo advantages, and therefore pushing the lead and playing towards our hand. Really tough game state. Definitely a lot for me to learn as well from this one. I think only in the review I recognized how hard of a game state that this was. And it's really just a little bit of problem solving in that regard. Because you're going to, like, maybe in the next time that I play this game, I will only realize it in the review again and I lose it. So that's okay. As long as you just learn from the review. It's really hard. It's really hard. There's a lot of options. And it's not really black and white. It's very gray on LeBlanc. In this next mid-game sequence, we're going to be taking a look at how to play when you are strong, but your team is getting absolutely destroyed. And these are the hardest mid-games to play out because you cannot just go ahead, walk up towards a team fight and win it. You need to be using the fact that you are so strong in the side lane. You need to be using the fact that you can create man advantages to actually win the game. And these are so brutal, these games on LeBlanc. And only the real skill cap in LeBlanc lies into winning these type of games. How do you translate your own lead when your teammates are behind? So let's break it down. We see that we are very strong. We did a fantastic lane, 10 CS per minute, 2 kills, absolutely demolishing the enemy Z. So that means that we will always win the side lane versus this guy. We see that top lane is like equalized, like by the Karma. It's a pretty whatever lane. This guy will skill, but Karma is just really annoying for him at the moment. We also see that our bot lane got absolutely dumpstered this game. They got done so hard in the lane that their turret just disappeared at like minute 11. So really tough situation for my bot lane. Jungle, pretty even. Both aren't doing too hot really. So it's going to be up to me. It's really up to me to win this game. So if it's up to me to win this game, I want to be playing towards my strengths. What are my strengths? Making picks, my mobility, so I can create a man advantage really quickly, move around the map really quickly, and my burst potential. So that's exactly the stuff that I'm going to be trying to do. So that means that I really need to be using the side lane to win these type of games and create man advantages. That's my mindset right here. Play with the man advantage mindset. So in this case, I show him in the bot lane wave, and I'm just going to be looking if there's something for me to do around mid lane. So it seems that like there's a fight breaking out. It's always tricky when the enemy Asol is really, really strong. But it seems like we kill the enemy. We kill the enemy Lilia. My team barely escapes. Okay. I put my face in here. There's not really much for me to clean up. That's okay. I can just push this next mid lane wave. I did myself a shove and move. And I now make the enemies respond to the mid lane wave. That's great. They cannot really push the turret. And I'll just go back bot, catching the bot lane wave. I created myself a pretty big timer by pushing the bot lane wave. Secure mid. And we're going back to bot. Rinse and repeat. Trying to create a mana advantage like this. So I see something happening. I'm actively looking, okay, what's my team trying to do? When can I chime in? When can I make something happen? But also when, especially not to do it. The biggest problem that you find in these type of situations, if you die once, you misread tempo, you force a bad play, you miss your abilities, your micro execution is bad, and then you'll instantly lose the game. You're one strike and you're out. That's these type of games. One strike, you fuck up once, you instantly lose. So in this case, I just push bot lane wave. I know that the Rift Herald is up. If it comes to a fair 5 versus 5 fight, I know we will lose at this point in the game because of the enemies being much stronger. So what I reckon is I ask to play for bot lane. Knowing that we cannot play around the Rift Herald, I want to play on the other side of the map. Trading, getting strong. Because if I get strong and hit my item spikes, I know that I can do my job much easier. So I actually ask my Hecarim to help me ganking, overloading and forcing onto the enemy's head. Really trying to make something happen right here. Because we cannot play the Rift Herald at this point. We cannot play into the enemies. When you're behind like this, when your team is behind like this, you got to play on your terms, not on the enemy terms. So that's exactly what I'm doing. We're playing a bot. We get ourselves a beautiful pickup onto the enemy's head. Yes, the enemies take the Rift Herald, but this is just a fair trade. I can take the tower right here onto bot and I get a lot of gold with it. And I instantly ping my Hecarim to come back because I want to nuke onto this set again. We want to be playing through me. Let your jungle play around you. Let your jungle fight with you. In this case, the Zed makes the mistake of getting too close. And he dies again. So now we just bought ourselves an insane tempo advantage. This was huge. Really well played to my Hecarim, listening to my pings. Absolutely well done. And now we're trying to create a little bit of a mana advantage situation right here on mid. We see that the skirmish is breaking out, but we also see that the Karma TP's in. So look at this very quick decision making. Hecarim wants to reset. And before, I think the best thing to do, guys, is actually just to take a chill pill and analyze this tab, this little stat right here. We really need to analyze this. Because let's break down all of the second by second decision making that we're seeing here. So on this tab, we see that the next dragon is coming up in 1 minute. Knowing that our bot lane is still really far behind and that the enemy Asol is really strong, knowing that the enemy's team fight composition at this point in the game is very oppressive, we cannot play into the enemy dragon. So ideally what we do is we just reset tempo right now and we trade the dragon for the enemy top turret. So we're going to be playing on top. That's a completely fine play. That's great. That would be the ideal macro play, so to say. And that's why Hecarim's resetting. That's why I want to be resetting. But in the moment, we instantly see, okay, there's actually something brewing on mid. The enemies are overextending, they're overstaying. Okay, so maybe we can look for a man advantage fight. Sona is alive. They're doing a lot of resources onto the Sona. So maybe we can look for a pick. But what happens? Karma TP's in. Okay, boom, we instantly call the fight off because we do not want to be playing even fights into the enemy strong champions. So we instantly call the fight off. And what do we recognize right now? Okay, my team's resetting. I want to be making sure that I need to get out of this bot lane, really. I really need to get out of this bot lane because we want to make the enemies respond. So we got to be a little bit creative right now with our tempo because we do not want to be fighting into the enemy dragon. Because if it's a fair 5v5 fight, we will lose. But I do know that my Nazi just pushed in top. I just helped hovering around mid, preventing the enemies from pushing the next mid lane wave deep. Fogging, so giving my Zeri some cover by the enemies not knowing where I'm at. And then I actually recognize, hey, this set that's been inting the game is actually going to be pushing this next bot lane wave. Great. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be sitting in the bush here, waiting for him to overextend. I know he's got no vision because I just sweeped together with the Hecarim. And boom, look at that. We instantly nuke the Zed. And this Zed has now been dying 3 times in a row, like spawn dying, which continuously forces the enemies to be on the back foot. So I push that wave, force the enemy to respond to that wave, and that now actually gives me access to this dragon. So initially it wasn't even my plan to do dragon, but because the enemies had messed up and we were very creative in the way that we approached the macro, we actually got to a position where we were actually able to secure the dragon. So really unique decision making, and this is like it's so hard to explain this, right? And think about this because it's like anticipation, knowing what's going to happen in the game. It's really, really hard. So, a little bit of a trade-off on mid. The enemies take the mid tier 2. Really well played. I helped my team with getting the mid prio. And then, once again, I'm linking up with my Hecarim, trying to make something happen right here on bot. I kind of want to reset because I got my big item spike right now. But we see some things brewing and we see some things happening right here. Very nice ult with by the Sona. And because we are in like a pretty decent position right here, we opt in for a fight after we kill the Zed. But what actually happens is that the fight becomes really, really tricky. I die to the Lilia, and the Hecarim dies, and therefore I think afterwards, like, the Sona dies as well. So this wasn't the best fight. So a little bit of a mistake here. Let's break this mistake down. What happened is that we nuked the Zed. And after nuking the Zed, like, ideally we reset already right here. We're overextending our stay right now completely. But we nuked the Zed, and after that, play's done. I've got no cooldowns anymore. We're really, really deep. Nasus is pushing top, so we're overextending the play. And I think I had a small window in which that I could potentially, like, one-shot the Ezreal if I flash QW upon the Hecarim engage upon him. But I was too late at realizing that. Therefore, he flashes out. We don't get the Ezreal. We get Lilia sleeped, and we get absolutely nuked here in the fight. So, a little bit of an overstay. Pretty big mistake. Really tough situation. As you can see, the game is very complicated. This is such a complicated game. Anyway, what I want to do, I want to keep linking up with my Hecarim right here, and I want to go towards top lane. Because that's where, for me, it's really easy to play right now. Because that's where the T1 turret is. So, I play on towards top lane. I get some vision around this position. And knowing that Zed's been inting this game, I'm going to try to do the exact same thing. I am going to be sitting off in the fog of war right here, waiting for Zed to fuck up. Waiting for Zed to get into a position where he feels like he needs to be answering this minion wave. And then I'm going to be able to one-shot him and potentially get a tempo advantage. But look at that, he was already hiding in the bush there. So he was trying to do a little bit of a simmer thing. And now, there's many things that we can do. And this is where the creativity of LeBlanc really comes in, right? Because you can't just go ahead and push top, get the prio, force this guy to respond, try to take mid lane control afterwards, set up for the objective, set up for the Baron. But I know that if I can get one big pick right now, it's going to be setting ourselves up for success around the Baron area, especially with Hecarim coming top. So what I do is I know that I'm on 2-item spike. I'm just chilling here. Because I know if I make one pick right now, that's going to be super, super valuable. So the enemies have no clue where I am because I swept really well. And maybe even Karma or Lilia or anyone else comes into this particular position. And now I see that my Hecarim is actually ready to make a play on mid. And what I can do is, now recognizing where the enemy's vision is at with this Hecarim Scryer Orb, right, is I can dance around this vision. Since the enemies, I'm gambling that the enemies don't have any vision in this particular situation. It doesn't really make sense for them to have vision here because they were constantly in the lead around mid. So why would they ward defensively? They should ward offensively. So now I'm behind enemy lines as LeBlanc. And I'm behind enemy lines. Hecarim places a pink ward right here. This pink ward is masterful. It's genius. And what's going to happen is that the Ezreal feels comfortable right here to actually get that pink ward. And look at that. We blow up the Ezreal. The Ezreal, that was their 1v9 carry. We just blow up the Ezreal. We kill the Nami. And by me sacrificing the top lane wave, putting myself in a good position, we actually get this game from a really rough state towards a free Baron right here. And even though we lose the top tier 2, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. I think I kind of int the fight, but we still get the Baron. The rest of my team cleans up. And now we're suddenly in control. So we just turned this situation entirely around. I was the only one strong. I played together with my Hecarim. We linked up, played through the side lane. Then whenever I was strong, I looked at the enemy key target, which was the Ezreal. I danced around the vision around a really nice time in which that if we can get a pick, we can translate it into something, which is the Baron that was then up. By proper positioning, really creative map movement, we actually get ourselves a nice little pick onto the Ezreal. And that leads to us getting the Baron. How to play the mid game on LeBlanc when your team is getting absolutely ran through. So, in this case, we have double losing side lanes. Bot lane is getting absolutely slaughtered. Lost their turret at minute 10 or something like that. And now Draven and Senna are laning mid on my lane. I did an okay job versus Ekko. I got my Ludens, not bad. Top lane, It's not looking too pretty. Also getting absolutely shafted. Jungle, pretty decent guy. He's doing pretty okay here in the Rek'Sai Jarvan matchup. So this is just a horror game. Like if you get yourself in a position like this on LeBlanc, it's an absolute horror. And I think when I played this game, I said, all right, fuck me, this game is so unplayable. But there's ways to go about it. Like we got some tools to win this game. Few things to note. Number one, the enemy champions are squishy. That's a good thing. The enemy champions are really squishy. So my champion is LeBlanc can actually do a lot of work because the enemies won't be itemizing that much HP or MR in general. Great. That means that if I get strong, I can make stuff happen. Another thing that we recognize is that even though we have probably the most out of place Karma support, the rest of our team comp actually has a lot of high threat. And we really like playing aggressive and diving deep into the enemies. The good thing as well is that the enemy team has very limited self-peel. These guys are all really vulnerable to getting engaged upon. So my job is going to be making sure that I time my engages and time my plays together with my Jarvan so we play with multi-threat. Time up tempo with my jungle and play on threat. Try to utilize the side lane to create man advantage plays and utilize that man advantage plays to brute force onto the enemies, get plays going, make stuff happen. So first of all, we just need swap lane assignments. Like get out of mid lane. If you're facing off against double AD carry with long range, just get the fuck out of there because you're not going to be able to do anything. You're not going to be able to clear the wave since you need to W in. So I'm just getting out of here. And in that case, hey, look at that. Ekko's trying to greed for an extra wave. Let's just punish it. Let's just brute force on one side lane, create picks, and create tempo advantages. That's my mindset right here. So Ekko gets caught here in the side, and we get the kill. Beautiful, good start. And in this case, I won't stay right here. I got no TP. I want to be playing against Ekko. When it comes to lane assignments, at the moment, I don't want to be matching up against Aatrox. So Malphite TP's bot. I'm taking over top lane. Great, it's good for me. It's not my job to go bot lane right here as well, because first of all, I don't want to be matching Aatrox, because Aatrox is really strong at the moment. Even though I could theoretically do it, I don't really want to. Plus, a very important factor is we need to recognize what's the next objective right now. What's the next objective, which is going to be the dragon. Dragon is up right now. Do we want to be playing the dragon? Hell no. Why not? Because if we're going to be playing a fair fight at this point in the game, we're too weak to contest the enemies. We're going to get wiped. We're going to instantly lose the game. One strike and we're out in this game, by the way. So with dragon coming up, I want to avoid the enemies. And I do not want to play into them. So the next situation where we want to play is right here on top side. So I want to stay here and send my Malphite to bot. Because if I reset right now, we lose all tempo. So I stay top here. I push. And there's now two options. Okay. And this is where it's going to get tricky. So this is LeBlanc as well, right, guys? This is like so hard. You can stay top. You can hit the turret. Great. Fine. Get the gold. That's completely okay. But what I decide to do is I decide, knowing that my team has a lot of hard engage, knowing that the enemy team is squishy, I'm going to try to brute force on mid. I'm going to try to shove and move, brute force on mid. My Jarvan's in position, right? My Samira's in position. I'm pinging on the way. I ping on the way. I go for a little bit of a flank, right? Look at this beautiful flanking position. And knowing that the enemies have no self-peel, we get this awesome flank of nuke the Draven. Beautiful W flick back into a chain, and we get the shutdown to the Draven. Nice. Very, very good situation. Really good play. We also nuke the Aatrox. Of course, it's a really messy fight. It's not the perfect fight right here, but it does the job. We get a few kills. Jarvan gets strong. I get strong. Really nice fight. Great job. So what do we got to recognize right now? So we got to recognize, okay, what's the next play? Well, suddenly we just came back a little bit more into the game by brute forcing a play like that. In the meantime, Ekko was nowhere to be found. This was a really good brute force because Ekko was dead. So I see this opportunity right here where I can chunk the Ekko and potentially get an amazing position onto the top side where the grubs are up. And the reason why I'm happy to do that right now is because I am now happy to play into the enemies because I feel a little bit more comfortable fighting into them. Knowing that I'm a little bit stronger right now, knowing that my Jarvan is and everyone's a little bit stronger. And does that mean that we have to instantly brute force a play? No, not at all. We can just stay here. Ekko makes a small mistake, gets chunked, and that's fantastic. That means that I can now utilize this side lane to force another man advantage play. So what do? I make the ekko respond by pushing in the wave. I can do that because I'm ahead, also because I've got a good matchup. And instantly, we just brute force another play onto mid. And ekko is not able to respond. We get the kill onto the Senna. I get a nice little chain onto the Draven, but Draven has a sick E. Look at this Draven E, by the way. The Draven E cancels both Jarvan and Samira dash. So Draven kills the Samira. He barely lives my combo. Honestly, really well played by the Draven. Just gotta say it how it is. Just really well played by the Draven. The idea of the play was really good, creating a man advantage, brute forcing with the rest of my team. But the execution was a little bit unfortunate, mainly because of how well like Draven played it. Really, it was just really well played by him. Gotta give credit where it's due. So the play overextends a little bit, and LeBlanc is really good into these messy situations because she can go in and out, dictate the tempo of these type of plays. And my Jarvan plus Rek'Sai ult actually got back up. So I'm happy just lurking around, seeing if I can do something. And yeah, and I've got my arc back up right now. So I wait for maybe one of the enemies to miss position. Maybe I can pick up another kill. Stuff gets really messy here. This is classic solo queue experience. Stuff gets incredibly messy. And I know that I'm really strong, so I can do multiple things. I can go bolt right now, push. I can reset, buy items, match up tempo with Jarvan again. But I feel comfortable knowing that the enemies just used all of their self-peel and knowing that I am a really strong burster to utilize this small tempo window where the enemies have no cooldowns to actually get a pick onto the center right here. So I'm really trying to play in a man advantage situation. And this is hard to teach, guys. This is just intuition. This is something that you can do on LeBlanc, but you don't have to do. So I instantly reset and I open back up on the map. It's a little bit of a fight happening. It's not really ideal. I should have pinged that off a little bit better. I didn't really do that good of a job pinging it off. But this does open up an opportunity in which that the enemies overchase and I can potentially look for a nice little pick. What do we see? The Herald is up. What do I also see is that the Draven is now pushing the mid wave alone because I just killed the Senna. He's going through here and look at that. Perfect little pickup from the Fog of War, getting ourselves a nice assassination onto the Draven, which then guarantees us tempo. So, man. Man, what a mess, huh, this game. What an absolute mess. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start pushing top lane wave. I see the ekko on bot. I want to make someone respond. So I keep pushing and I ask for help right here. Knowing that the dragon's going to be the next objective, right? And you have multiple options. You can move down, play the dragon. You can also stay top and play through top. And in this case, my Samira died on mid. She got solo killed by the enemy support Senna. Fucking sucks. Well, that makes it really simple. Dragon's not really fightable anymore, right? That removes the option. If Samira's dead on the dragon spawn timer, it removes the option of Chauvin moving down. It only keeps the only option, play through the side and brute force onto the enemy top and trade for the top lane turret. And for the Herald, potentially. So I ping for assistance on the top here, recognizing that Samira is dead. And I try to poke the Aatrox, because the lower the Aatrox is, the easier it is for us to dive him, really. So that's actually exactly my mindset here. So I clear the minions, and I utilize these creeps to land a nice little chain. I don't mind getting hit by it, because I know my Jarvan's here, so you can just follow up, kill the Aatrox. Awesome. Great. That's really good. The enemy's brute force on bot, we brute force on top. In the meantime, I think like my Malphite like killed the Draven. Malphite has an incredible matchup into the enemy team right here. So we get a lot of it in return on top right here. We get a lot of value from the top lane play. Samira does something right and gets the kill onto the Senna. And now, because what actually just happened right here is we see some situations happening where the enemy now is TPing top. We killed a lot of their players, which means that the dragon is now up for the taking. The only one that can be done there is the Rek'Sai. You can see how messy that a game can get and how much split-second decision-making that you have to be making on LeBlanc. Recognizing, anticipating enemy game states right here. What are they doing? This guarantees us the objective bounty and the objective in itself. We also get the ekko pickup on the end. And now we're in a really good spot. So game state's looking absolutely fantastic. So I can just reset for my Roberts. I got my key spike. What's next? Very simple. Top side. We just got the dragon, so I want to be playing on top side. I already used my TP. I want to play with my Jarvan on top side. So what do I do right here? Is I actually push in a top lane wave, and I hover down because I see that my team is not playing around me. So that means that I need to adapt, as unfortunate as it is. So really, really close call right there with the Rek'Sai and the Senna. They didn't have vision on me. That's why it works out. So I got incredibly, incredibly lucky. But yeah, this is stuff that you got to be very careful about. I didn't time it properly with my Jarvan as well. But anyway, the Rek'Sai overextends really, really hard here. So we get a nice little jungle to the Rek'Sai. We have a very interesting fight coming up here. I'm playing really, really slow. And I'm looking, okay, what's my team doing? What's the rest of my threatening members doing? It seems like Malphite and Jarvan basically did the job for me in the sense that they got themselves a beautiful pick onto the Draven and Senna with the Jarvan plus Malphite ult combination. Because I still have my combo available, right? Well, I can just use it onto the Aatrox, nuke the Aatrox because he's got no MR, and we get ourselves a beautiful pickup onto the mid tier 1 and tier 2. So, next objective, Dragon. We're now ahead, and we're getting the compliments in the chat, you know? Gotta be very careful with that, because that's gonna make me cocky. But, yeah, I recognize, okay, next objective, Baron. Let's open up top side right here. I want to go true mid to top. Why do we go true mid to top? Well, because top lane is already slow pushing, and if I don't get mid control first, we're going to lose all vision control around the area. And even though I have a top lane pushing wave, if we lose vision control, I'm risking getting collapsed upon. So true mid to top. And I'm in this particular situation, I'm trying to get a little bit more creative because I got 2.5 items. I know that one pick can chase the game right here. So I'm sitting in the fork, hoping for someone to like walk into me. They don't take the bait. So what I should actually do is I should actually just push in top lane wave, force someone to respond, then play on a move timer together with my Malphite. So I'm kind of trolling here. So this is also a thing that I see a lot in my games and a lot in reviews, is sometimes you get too creative. You can get very creative on LeBlanc and like cheat tempo, but you shouldn't always do that because sometimes it's just not the best play to do it. What I do right here is I need to wait for my Malphite to also have a move. I need to just push top, play it top side, get top side vision right here, push top for someone to respond, get better vision, and I'm trolling right now. I'm being too creative right now, which loses us control, a lot. So we get this dance around mid. This dance around mid is not necessarily bad. It's pretty okay because we have a lot of engaged threat. We are the ones that threaten the enemies off, that we're playing on our terms right here. And I want to still get into the fog of war so I can get into positions where I can make picks onto the enemy. So I sweep right here, and what I do is I sit in the fog of war. Really good example of sitting in the fog of war, and I jump onto the Aatrox. So I nuke the Aatrox, perfect pickup, and this is great. So we just now got ourselves a fantastic angle of the fight. But what happens? We get absolutely blasted in the fight. Why? Well, the rest of my team didn't play too well. That's okay, right? Sometimes that happens. But that does put us in a really, really awkward position in this particular game. I think in the end, I also die here to the Ekko. So I'm pretty sure we lose to Nash. Disaster. Absolute disaster. Maybe some of you thought the game would be over. Hell no. Hell no. That's not how it is, dude. This is EOS solo queue. Come on. Okay, anyway. So let's break this fight down. This was a really good fight. I played it really well. Very nice pickup onto the Aatrox. But this is the downside of LeBlanc. LeBlanc is a single target damage dealer, mainly a single target nuke. And in a team fight like this, you get one shot. I killed the enemy Aatrox, and therefore I didn't have much left for the rest of the enemy team. And if my team then also makes a small mistake, you can sometimes lose. That's the downside of the champion. Anyway, we lose to Nash. What's next? So now we gotta get specific. So we're gonna be losing the Baron. We see that the dragon is gonna come up. We can do two things. Number one is we can play the clean game. We can play clean League of Legends, which is nice. Playing clean is good, but you can also play dirty. And you can play creative. And LeBlanc is a champ that likes to play dirty and likes to play creative. Because if you play clean on LeBlanc, you're not really going to be winning games because of the fact that your champ doesn't really play clean. You're a skirmisher, you're an assassin, you like full of war, you like chaos. So I opt in for the dirty playstyle right here. The clean playstyle would actually be going top, possibly TPing top, shoving out waves as deep as possible. The enemies are going to go bot, trade the tier 2 top, and then the enemies are going to start sieging with their Nash. Then you try to like force them to respond, to stall their Nash. All of that stuff, that's possible. You can also play dirty in the sense that I'm going to play dirty here and I'm going to try to create a tempo advantage. So I'm going to try to create a pick because I know I'm so strong that I can one-shot any one of their team except for the Rek'Sai with this build, that if I get into a good position before the objective and I can make a pick, I can actually turn that into a tempo advantage and is actually stalling out the Baron in a different way. Because we want to stall out the Baron to prevent them from making progress in the game. There's many ways to do it. I'm choosing the dirty style. So I need to make a tempo advantage. I died really late into this fight, so I need to find a way that I can get onto the enemies into the fog of war where they don't expect me just before they can strike. So initially I wanted to TP on this wave, but since I spawned so late, I cannot really TP on there, otherwise the minions would see me. So I TP on to the next minion wave. And I know that this Aatrox is really vulnerable to me because I just been one-shotting him all the time. So what I actually do is I get behind the Aatrox right here. He's not suspecting of me teleporting right here because it's not clean what I'm doing. And what happens is I land this beautiful, beautiful combo onto the Aatrox. Unfortunately, miss my chain. My team is here to back me up, and we get this pick. What a banger pick. The fact that Aatrox dies with a 45 seconds death timer just before, just with them getting Baron, means that their entire Baron siege just ends here. It just ends. So this was a massive, massive pick. Now the enemies are going to be playing on mid, but because Aatrox is dead, right, what happens is with Draven using Flash in the previous fight, he's just going to be a victim to Malphite ult. And now we get back, creating this man advantage fights, creating these small, dirty, chaotic picks, and now suddenly we are the ones in control. So I know that for a fact, okay, we've won the fight. What I can do right now is create an over tempo advantage so I can look for more continuously pressure. My team's going to take the dragon. Team doesn't need me because we already get the pick, so I'm just going to be pushing top. Push top, push top, push top, push top. Force someone to respond. I hit my item spike. Perfect, I reset. So where do I go next right now? Well, there's many options. My Jarvan's really strong. My Samira's really strong. I want to be playing with Malphite engages. There's many, many different options. But I do know for a fact that Aatrox just showed top. Aatrox just got Hexdrinker because he's sick of me one-shotting him, which makes total sense. So I'm going to need to find a new target. So what I do is I go into the bot side right now. And I'm going to be retaking area control. I'm going to make the enemy's map dark. So I'm going to be just sweeping right here, clearing the wards, getting into a position where the enemies don't expect me to be. And I want to be linking up with my Jarvan tempo. So I'm just chilling right here. And I see that the enemies go into the bot side jungle for some reason. And I'm like, okay, whoa, with the Aatrox just showing top and the enemies going in here, this may be a potential pick angle. I should have not shown my face right now. I think I overforced with showing my face. I should sit still in the bush, wait for Samira to get priority, then wait for Jarvan to come in. And that's when we can actually strike when the enemies are trying to go through here or back through there. So I slightly rush my position. So what I have to do is I have to W out. But because there's a small trick where you can do where you can catch the enemies off guard with your W recast, I actually force the fight onto the enemy squishies. We brute force a fight right here. And with our high amounts of multi-threat and our Samira finally becoming a little bit more relevant, even though I slightly misplayed it, we actually get into a position where we do eventually win the fight. And now the game is in a really, really good spot. Amazing. So we're really abusing the fact that the enemies have very limited self-peeling tools and very limited CC tools to just brute force fights and fights and fights on them. So what do I do right now? I recognize in this lull state, okay, what is the next objectives? Well, a lot of time before the next objectives. We got both Dragon and Baron coming up real soon. So what we're going to do is we're just going to chill out a little bit and we're going to try to make an enemy respond to our push. So in this case, we go top. Very nice stuff. And my Jarvan and the rest of my team is actually helping me with this particular push. I instantly see a fight break out. This is what you want to do in these explosive games, right? Initially, I'm just playing to shove a move, force someone to respond. But my karma gets engaged upon, means I need to move. I need to be there as soon as possible. Because I don't want something to happen without me being able to influence the fight. I'm the strong member right here. So Rek'Sai does an absolutely insane job zoning me off. He does a really, really nice job. And it means I'm not that useful in the fight. But it also means that Rek'Sai didn't really have any influence. And the rest of my team just started to get a little bit stronger. which means that they also now have a little bit more impact. And from this point, we really start winning the game. And the game kind of just stalls out. We actually play pretty clean macro right here. We get the Nash. I zone the enemies off, preventing them from getting in. We push in some turrets. We get the soul. We're playing nicely 2 lanes. LeBlancs love playing 2 lanes in this particular situation. And we're just helping the siege with the Baron. Playing off poke right here. Really nice poke onto the Aatrox. And that eventually leads to us getting the bot turret. Continuing. Eventually, like with the siege, what happens, we keep poking the enemies right here. And we eventually break down the tier 3. We get the inhibitor. We back off. We reset. We open up towards the other side of the map. Play 2 lanes again. Play top, mid right here. And what I do is I want to be upfront in tempo. I always want to be first on tempo because I can get into these positions where the enemies are going to be running into me. And I can potentially chunk them, kill them, and be put in a good position. So we want to be waiting for Malphite's shove and move from top right here, playing top and mid. But it seems like Jarvan gets a beautiful engage upon both Senna and Draven, finding ourselves this beautiful pick. I am very patient with my ability usage right here, but eventually we make it work really, really well, utilizing multi-threat incredibly well, eventually ending the game. What an absolute game changer given this starting position right here, where we got absolutely rilled by the enemy bot lane in mid. So in this game, we're going to be taking a look at a mid game where I fucked up. So we are actually really far ahead, but we got a team composition that is very specific in the way that it approaches fight. We got a hard winning top. I'm winning on mid, winning jungle, winning bot. 5 winning lanes, like 4 winning lanes. Absolutely insane. And we managed to hard throw this game, mainly because I did not realize the right way to play the game on LeBlanc right here. So let's break the correct way down. We see that we have a very split push oriented team composition. We got Fiora, we got Kha'Zix, we got me, we got wave clear on MF and engage on Rel. So our team composition does not team fight well at all. This guy doesn't team fight well. This guy doesn't team fight well. I can be a little bit more like a chameleon, but honestly, not too well. MF can do it pretty well. Rel can do it pretty well. But now let's take a look at the enemy team. Hwei, Zeri, Alistar to counter our engage. Singed, which is really hard for us to deal with because we got so much single target damage right here. Our team fighting is whack if we compare it to the enemy team's team fighting. Their team fighting is so much better. Also compare this towards me versus Hwei. All we have to do to win this game is just play towards side lane, play on Fiora's strength, play on my strength in the side, and we will win. Let's break down what goes right and what goes wrong in this game. So initially, there's some shenanigans happening around mid lane. I'm just going to go towards the side. I want to play on the, ideally on the strong side where the action happens. But in this case, I've got teleport. So I'm happy to just play on the other side right here. Ideally, I want to be matching up the Hwei. I do not want to be matching against the Singed because the Singed is just impossible for me to deal with because of how fast that he is and how much mobility that he has. I'll never land a chain onto that guy if he's got some hands. So we're doing some nice trading patterns onto Hwei in the side lane right here. And really, we can see that we're actually much stronger than this guy on the side. Like, we're making progress. So right here, I know that I've got Hwei pinned on bot, and I can create a potential man advantage fight right here on top lane. That's great. With the Herald being up and our team playing there, a man advantage fight is always fine. Because in a man advantage situation, it means that you're always playing in an advantage situation. So we get the pick onto Alistar. We get ourselves a nice position onto this Rift Herald. Hwei TP's in, really, really late. But what happens is I just jump on top of him and I kill him. That's it, really. Really nice combo usage, by the way. Land a nice chain onto the Singed. And yeah, we just get the Rift Herald. Awesome. I push out top lane wave. We're in a great position. What's next? Okay, Fiora's now playing bot, sieging out the bot tier turrets. We're getting the dragon. We want to be playing 2 lanes, so I quickly move toward. So I move mid to support my team in case anything happens. We want to match Fiora against the Singed, so we trade tier 1 top for the dragon. Absolutely great for us. We're in a really happy position. I help my MF with getting the mid lane prio, and then I just turn back into bot, playing into the side lane. We're in a beautiful, beautiful position in this game. So the way that we win is now by playing through the side lane because we have the side lane advantage. What do? I push bot. Hey, I match up against Singed. That's not so good. That's not really ideal. So we swap up the lane assignments. We let Fiora go bot. I help my bot lane with getting priority on mid so that we're always in a position where we're never really vulnerable to getting collapsed upon by the enemy team. We get some vision right here. Pretty good stuff. And there's some action happening around mid. I think I should actually go towards top. But what happens is that we do manage to, I think, get the... we don't get the LER. And yeah, it's just pretty whatever, honestly. Pretty whatever that happens here. So now I finally go back to top. And my Fiora makes a lot of progress on bot. So this is great. We spot the Singed on top right now. That means that I want to get out of this lane again. I don't want to be playing against Singed anymore. So I shove and move towards mid lane, which is good. We get the mid lane turret. We're in a pretty good spot. And eventually my team kills Hwei in the side lane on bot, which means that the Fiora can just... also kills the Zeri under the turret right there. Really breaking through to the side lane. And in the meantime, we're sieging on mid. So we get the mid tier 2. We capitalize onto bot. Cancels our resets a little bit, but it's honestly fine. So right now, crucial moment. We're super far ahead. Fiora, it's like 2 items or something like that. She's insanely strong at minute 20. What's next? We see Hwei playing bot. We see dragons coming up in a minute. What do? I go towards bot lane. Great. I go towards bot lane. I push bot. I push bot. I see Hwei on mid. So I see Hwei on mid. And I keep pushing bot. What do we know? No one's answering me on bot lane right now. No one's answering on me on bot. And I actually TP in. So this is where I make the mistake. By me TPing in, I didn't make someone respond. I didn't necessarily make someone play on my lane. And I actually try to brute force a fight right here. While our team composition doesn't team fight well. Our team comp has a lot of disengage as well. Kha'Zix, Rel. These guys will never get engaged upon by the Alistar if they want to. Right? So I'm forcing a play that's not good to force right here because we want to be splitting. In the meantime, my Fiora also TP's bot because she recognizes that the right play is actually just to keep splitting and that there's a tier 2 to be taken for free. I miss the chain onto the Singed and we just get ran through. Absolutely get ran through right here. So this was a massive, massive blunder. I die right now. And from this point, we're suddenly in a lot of trouble because we just died. We just messed up. And even though that Fiora gets the tier 3 turret plus the inhib on bot, we lose the Baron. And because we lose the Baron, from this point, I can just quickly skim through it with you guys. We're just going to be losing the game. It may sound crazy, right? But that's how it is on a champ like LeBlanc. The enemies are just going to start brute forcing through mid, grouping up. And I think like what's happening is like the Rel now dies. We lose some champions here and there. And Fiora is not going to be able to continue anymore when it comes to the pick making. When it comes to the split pushing, I mean, even though we get some nice picks still, we're not going to really be able to progress the game anymore because the enemies are just now so good at just defending and preventing us from like making progress in this game. And eventually we just get outskilled. And we go even further right here. Right, we start team fighting. Fiora recognizes that team fighting is not the right play in this game, and we just eventually lose the game. And that all by this stupid TP for me. If I did not TP right here and I just played through side, play 1-3-1, we would have just won the game. But I didn't analyze that before the game. I forgot to think about it. And that's why we lose. And this is just a very classic example of you fuck up once on LeBlanc mid game and you lose the game. And it sounds brutal, but that's how it is. Sometimes it actually is like that. And you got to be okay with that. That's the contract we signed before we queue up on this champion. We're going to be spiking soon as well, our comp. Our comp's going to be spiking. We do get outskilled pretty heavily though. It's not too pretty that we're behind, but I'm going to have to make it work. Ah, Nidalee was opening up here. Could have killed her on the Crux. Oh, it was Vigar. Ew. That's such an ugly build. I can't TP. Those guys are fucking gone. Why is he so fast? Doesn't really know where Graves is, so... Let's play with the next Shenar. That's worth though. Nice. That's really good. I don't know if Nilly flashed. I didn't see it. Maybe it was just me flashing. That's probably what happened. Shen is actually being incredibly useful. The only thing that I'm like doubting is if we have enough damage to win the game. Mill's kind of inting. Got ourselves a Winkle like that. Back off. Yes, let's fucking go. I hit the E. Holy shit, I hit the E. Holy shit, that's so big, dude. Nearly fucked up her positioning. Let's go. That's awesome. We're in such a good spot now. We're back. If I can get the turret, which gives us so much more room to play on as well. Unfortunate. Misfortunate, huh? I'm gonna read Nidalee's movements here. Fucking gorgeous read. Alright, that's... Oh, she's tilted now. Her dying there is so bad for her. Nice, we can now shift into mid tier 1. I don't know about this Vigar build. Oh, they FF'd. I wanted to make an extra tidbit because this is a very common situation in a lot of you guys' LeBlanc's games. A lot of people will get very ahead and then they feel like they make one mistake and then the game is over. And it's true. That's how LeBlanc works. The reason why LeBlanc works like that is because she's an AP burst damage dealer with very limited utility and pure damage. So if you die, you give the opportunities to the enemies to actually prevent them to get into one-shot range again. And that gives them the opportunity to stat check you. LeBlanc gets stat checked really, really easily. So especially like bruisers and stuff like that, that's stuff that you got to be very careful with. Or AD carries that can buy MR, you got to be very careful with those type of champions. So this is a situation in which that we're now getting the second dragon right here, which is what we can see. I am absolutely annihilating this Asol. Like, this guy just doesn't exist in the game at the moment. I bought myself a Magi's thinking I would be completely fine this game, thinking I was fully flowing, great spot. Kha'Zix incredibly strong. We got a very clear win condition on me and Kha'Zix just linking up and actually taking advantageous fights. So I decided to take bot lane. Very good stuff right here. Kha'Zix takes the dragon. We spot that the enemies make a play on top side. Really nice. What's next? We got to ask ourselves the question. Well, in this case, we just got the play done on bot. We need to reset, open up top, play top tier 1, because that's the next neutral objective that we haven't taken yet. Our job on bot is completely done. But what do? Is I greed actually on bot, and I try to do a little bit too much here, in the sense that I try to take this wave in the tower, which is not really realistic to take. Tahm Kench opts in for the dive, which of course doesn't work. And in the meantime, enemy Jarvan and stuff like that's of course responding. We're really not in the right spot here on bot lane. We want to be playing onto our top side because we want to be taking the tier 1 top. But what's actually happening is that Tahm Kench now gets a little bit caught. And I think, okay, I can probably just nuke this Jarvan, right? No, I deal 0 damage to the Jarvan. 0 damage. Even though I'm 8-0 LeBlanc, Jarvan has Mercury threats. And he has some shields as well. So that means that I deal no damage towards this guy. I bait the Kha'Zix in. Asol flies in. I jump out. Jarvan flashes. And I die eventually towards Lux. Even though I've got some nice movement. Boom. Massive shutdown towards Lux. So, also Kha'Zix dies. Jarvan gets the massive shutdown. Disaster. Absolute disaster. This is honestly your end of review death, because what's going to happen right now is that Jarvan is going to get an insane amount of items. And if we look at our team composition, we have a lot of stat checking champs. We have Burst AP champ in Cannon, which gets countered by Amar pretty easily. She has a pretty decent team fight, but we also have the Kha'Zix. We have the Ezreal. Our team composition is pretty disjointed. The way that we win this game is actually by playing through the side lane and making progress through the side. Guess what happens? Instantly after that, we get a little bit of a skirmish right there. Cannon uses R, trades 1 for 1. I go back to bot, I go back towards the side. Great, not the end of the world. I get TP, I'm on the weak side right here. Not a problem at all. I want to continue pressuring to the side, mainly because that's where the strength of our team comp lies in this game. So what happens is that there's actually fight breaking out on top. I buy Storm Surge, which is a completely bad buy, of course. Cannon dies. And what happens is I continue with the fight right here. Instead of disengaging, now the enemy Jarvan shows up. I look like, okay, Jarvan, this should be pretty easy kill, right? I do like a full combo into this Jarvan, like QRE. I don't even deal like 25% of his health bar. And we lose the team fight, we lose the Baron, we lose the game. We just went from a hard winning position on 1830 towards an insta fully lost game 2 minutes later. This is unique to LeBlanc. Like, there's some other champs like Yone and some other like really hard to execute champions that like fare the same results. But this is the reality of our champion, guys. You want to be very careful with throwing games. Your champ is really good at getting ahead. Your champ is really good at acquiring leads. But actually ending the game, you need to be very clean with your macro calls. If you make 1 or 2 mistakes, you're out, dude. You're out and there's no coming back and you will lose the game. How to team fight on LeBlanc? LeBlanc is a squishy champion. She's also committal with her W. That's basically her AoE ability. And she's also skill shot oriented with her E. So if she really wants to make the best out of her kit, it can be quite challenging to navigate fights. So I'm going to be giving you guys a framework of how to actually team fight on LeBlanc and understand how to approach those fights in the future. So we're going to start off with picking the right fights. There's 2 key things that we have to keep in mind when we want to be picking the right fights. First of all, if we're going to be taking a fight, make sure that you're there first and that you get into a good position. It can be on the flank, that can be maybe in the back of the enemies, that can be maybe next to your win conditions, maybe you got a Viego that you want to play reset comp on. And as long as you're in the right position, it's going to solve a lot of your issues because it's going to make your fighting a lot easier to do. And of course, that's a good start to a fight. But another thing that you can do is you can also just create a man advantage fight in the sense that you're just fighting 5v4, 4v3, just playing unfair. And that's the easiest way to put yourself in good positions. Hence is why shove and moving is so good on LeBlanc. Because if you're constantly going to be fighting 5 versus 5s, especially if the fights are not going to be optimal, it can sometimes be very hard to do because of how hard it is to actually execute on the micro. So how do we actually get our damage off now that we have picked a good fight? Well, first of all, we need to understand which combos to use. So for that, I'm going to refer you guys towards the micro trading and combo section of this guide. And as a mindset shift, I want you guys to compare LeBlanc to a sniper. If you go into a team fight, look at yourself as a sniper. You have one shot, you're hard to kill, so you better make that one shot count. Long cooldowns, very high burst damage. So you're a sniper, and keep in mind that you want to be hitting the right target. Hence is why we're going to the next section, is understanding who to hit, when to hit, everything like that. Is we got to understand our role in a fight. LeBlanc can adapt 4 different roles. She can play as an assassin, in the sense that she snipes the enemy squishy, takes them out of the fight, and that can be, for example, good if you're playing versus a 20 or no Jinx. Just nuke them, get them out of the fight, we'll win. She can also play as a disruptor, in the sense that the threat of her being in an area scares the enemies and forces the enemies to think about you, and that makes it really hard for them to go through chokes or hit your teammates. So just by you standing in the area and knowing that you got that one shot available, the enemies need to be very careful with where they position, because if they peek, they might just get shot. Then another thing that you can do in LeBlanc is you can play cleanup. LeBlanc can play cleanup pretty well because of her high mobility. And in some situations, you're going to be a little bit later to the fight. That's sometimes okay, because you can actually clean up with your high burst damage and high mobility. If the enemies are low, it's just really easy to pick a few off here and there. So this is also one that you can use. Probably this is the least one that I use. You can also play a little bit more pokey, in the sense that before a team fight erupts, you can just start nuking some of the enemies, making them lower and making it harder for them to come into you and contest you onto the objective. And the disruptor play style, right, ties in a little bit more with like peeling for your win conditions, creating space for your team. That really is the disruptor play style. Of course, we're going to be having examples of this. So now that we know when to pick the right fights, how to get our damage off, when do we need to time our damage so that we don't go in for a suicide bomber W? We W in, we're going to get instantly one shot, and we're going to not be able to do anything. Well, we got to understand the concept and the importance of multi-threat. Multi-threat is a concept that we're going to be talking about in these examples, in the sense that we need to have the threatening tools of our team to understand when to time our engage and when to time our damage, so that we're not the only ones going in and we're going to get one shot instantly, or we're not going to be able to get our damage off. Multi-threat is going to be a big factor. And another thing to keep in mind is, who's your strong member, right? Multi-threat. If you got a 20 no Jinx on your team, maybe it's good to like time your damage while she's also damaging, so you force the enemy to make a decision on who to target and give them a lose-lose situation. Another key thing to keep in mind is being aware of the enemy key CC and self-peeling abilities and cooldowns. Flash, barrier, exhaust, Zonias, spell shields, everything. Right? CC abilities, everything, right? So if the enemy Lissandra has her ult up still, it would not be too wise to just start nuking, trying to like solo go in, because Lissandra will just ult you, you're gonna die. Very similar with Malzahar. Malzahar ult, he'll just nuke you, CC you, you're gonna die. So you want to be very, very mindful of these particular CC abilities and self-peeling abilities, because they influence and impact the way that you want to be executing on the fight. Let's jump into the examples. So the first example of a team fight it's the perfect team fight on LeBlanc. It ticks all of the boxes. A lot of stuff happens in this one. We're going to be breaking it down. So we're going to be starting off on the tab right here. We see that the game is actually pretty even. We are slightly behind in jungle. We are doing pretty decent on mid. Pretty even situation here as well when it comes to the items. Bot lane is also pretty even. Both are incredibly strong. None are on 3 items. Support's even. And top is slightly behind. But Jax at this point compared to Draven, especially in teamfight, is going to bring his own amount of value. So we're going to start by taking a look at the macro right here. Is the fight going to be set up properly? In this case, Jax is actually in base with TP up. And we are actually running into the area, and we're going to try to take area control. It's really important. If you can take area control, do it. If you're first, it's going to be able to put you in a great position. It's going to be a 5v5 team fight. And what do I recognize? I recognize the enemies are actually going for another mid lane wave while the dragon's already spawning. So that's going to give me an opportunity to walk a little bit towards the side here and get into a good position. Because if I am on the side right here, what actually happens is that I can use my body, in this case, as a little bit of a zoning tool to buy time for my team and make it harder for the enemies to actually do something. So we're going to be playing out the team fight right here. I get a beautiful assassination onto the graves, and we actually win the fight. So we're going to be breaking this fight down step by step, bit by bit. And we're going to start off with understanding my role in this fight. And the role changes how the fight develops as well. So initially, we see that Syndra gets his massive stun onto my team, massive chunk into a really big rel engage upon my Kindred and Brown. So what do I recognize? I recognize, okay, I cannot just go ahead and nuke this rel. If I just throw all of my abilities onto this rel, it's going to be really easy for the rest of the enemy team to just move in and then start killing us, because I'm not going to be participating in this fight anymore because I just used all of my cooldowns. So this rel, we're just going to leave the rel for what it is. My Kindred actually ults. So what do? Is I walk up right here and I understand that my role at this point in the fight, let's go a little bit to yellow. My role at this point in the fight is to actually play as a disruptor. I need to create space for my team so that they can deal with this rel. They do not get messed up in the meantime. And the way that I do that is by actually just Wing over. And by me Wing over, I put a lot of pressure onto the Syndra, a lot of pressure onto the Draven, and a lot of pressure onto this Graves. Mainly because of the fact that they don't know what I can do right here. They're scared because I'm just standing here. So look what happens. I bait out an ability from the Syndra. You see that the Draven is scared because the Jax actually also helps me with the multi-threat. And then eventually when I see that I cannot do much more there, I actually back off. So I back off right there. And after me backing off, also the Jax that slightly jumped in also backs off. We kill the rel, we kite out the fight. Perfect. Understanding that I am a sniper and I still not have used my shot, still mainly I got my R right here, I'm now looking for the perfect opportunity. So I wait. I see that the enemies have used their big cooldowns, and then this Graves mistetters me, instantly nuke him, which wins the team fight for us. So I use my shot for the right time when the enemies have no self-peeling abilities anymore, right? And that puts me in a position where I'm also playing in Fog of War right here, by the way. I'm playing in Fog of War because the enemies have no vision right here, because this is where the ward is. They have no vision. I'm hiding behind the wall, which means that it's impossible for the Graves to actually kite me out or recognize that I'm going to do this. So I'm using the Fog of War, W forwards, RW, QE, proccing the electrocute, getting the kill into the Graves. That was incredibly strong, winning the team fight for us, getting ourselves the dragon. Absolutely perfectly played. Now we're going to take a look at a lot of other team fights, and we're going to be mainly focusing on the concept of multi-threat. So understanding when to actually go in and get your damage off. So in this particular situation, we do have a tab running over here. So I want to kind of sit still on the tab. What we see is that game state's pretty even. Enemy Viego is really strong. They got some nice setup tools with the Lissandra. This is going to be a little bit of a support. This guy's the biggest issue. Like, this Samira is like 1v9. Their entire team composition is get a reset, play with Samira so she can wipe the team fight. Our team composition, we're a little bit weaker at this point if we look at pure item stats. So the enemy team actually has an advantage in this fight. So my job, my role is going to be kill Samira. Operation kill Samira. That's the goal. Let's see if we can actually do that in this particular situation, because it's not like we can just go ahead and jump in, because we can get taunted by Shen, Lissandra ulted, Rel comboed, Viego stunned. They have so many tools to defend themselves for my solo one-shot. It's really hard for me to do that. On the other hand, we do have other tools that we can work with. We got a very strong Aurora, which has her R. We got a Nocturne R. We got my jump. We got Bard R. We suddenly have like 4 tools that can put this guy under pressure. So my job is going to be make sure that I time my dangerous tools together with the rest of my teammates, so the enemies cannot block all of us and we get access to the Samira. That's what I'm trying to do. So I'm trying to poke a little bit. I bait out the Lissandra E. That's also really, really good. I know that I cannot fully commit, and look at that. I think that Samira gets hit. Fantastic counter engage by the Rel. I see that my Nocturne and my Aurora found a way onto the Samira, so that allows me to eventually get on top of the Samira right here and kill and win the fight. Absolute carnage right here. This fight just exploded. So let's break this down bit by bit. So we get the beautiful Bard ult, amazing counter engaged by the Rel, like absolutely perfect counter engaged by the Rel. And then I see that there's an Aurora ult right here where the Samira was just stunned. And the Nocturne's also right here on the flank. And I see that he's going on to the Samira. So I know that right now it's my time to flash WR the Samira because of the fact that she is now occupied with the Nocturne and with the Aurora that are like stalling out her time. So there's now so much multi-thread that I can use this to my advantage. So I instantly flash WRW. Why do I not Q? Well, Samira can potentially block that with her W. So I just only do my W and RWs. So it's undodgeable by her. I can potentially QE always afterwards after that. And when we kill the Samira, look at that. We instantly win the skirmish. And now we're in a fantastically winning position. So now we know what multi-thread is, what it does, what to look for. And we're going to be taking a look at the next example. In this particular situation, we see that a fight's going to be breaking out on top side. I'm just going to be playing out the clip right here. Same game, same story. Samira's the problem. So my job is to kill the Samira, make sure that she cannot get the resets. We see that the enemies overcommit. Same situation. Look at the Bard. Look at the Nocturne. Look at the Aurora R. Not necessarily the Aurora. The Aurora was not present right here. But still, look at the Bard engage. Beautiful. Look at the Nocturne R. Beautiful into the Samira. She gets close to the wall. Instantly allows me to nuke her. Once again, same combo WRW. Because we don't want the Samira to block the rest of our stuff. Kill Samira. Project Kill Samira has worked. Means that we win this team fight. And we get put in this amazing position right here. Next up, we got another situation. Different game right here. And a different situation, of course. We do very briefly press tab. I do kind of want to find it. Let's see if we can actually find the tab. Doesn't really look like it. Doesn't really look like we can find the tab. Anyway, the concept in this particular VOD as well is that MF is the problem. MF is hyper fat, and what is actually going on is that this team fight's breaking out. Everyone's like doing stuff. MF gets overwhelmed. I get a nuke onto the MF, mainly because of multi-threat, and that allows us to win this fight. So let's go a little bit back right here. What allowed me to actually get this play happening? So I TP in from the back. So I'm in fog of war. The enemies do not know where I am right now. And that means that they have no idea that I'm coming. Their mental stack is not focused on me. I see that MF is hitting someone else. And that means that she's fully focused on that guy. And that means that I can just instantly come in from the back and instantly get on top of the MF. Amazing pickup, getting us back into this very awkward looking game. Next example, multi-threat right here, which is going to be playing out. Same situation, Operation Kill Samira. I got these nice teammates around me. And what do? I wait, I use my Q. And now only I engage because now is the time when I actually am in a position where I can safely get my damage off. So to quickly reiterate right here, I wait for the Shen E. I wait for my Bard and for my Aurora to take up a little bit of the mental stack from the Samira. And then I go for the WRW, getting the AoE as well, and getting the beautiful kill. If I would be doing that alone, I would never be able to make that work. Alone, you cannot do that as LeBlanc. So we're going to now take a look at self-peel and key CC abilities. We really want to put a lot of our mental stack towards looking at what did the enemies use, what did the enemies not use. In this case, we're playing versus a Veigar, an Alistar, a Shen. Oh no, we got the Shen. Veigar, Alistar, MF, Nidalee, Camille. Camille's on bot. And the rest of the enemy team is close to this, close to that particular fight. So what we're going to be seeing is that the enemy Alistar engages upon our graves, and the Veigar throws his cage out. If you look at the enemy team composition, that's all of their CC gone. Nidalee, MF have no CC, and Camille was on bot, which means that we can just very easily pick up this fight right here. And I can get the high priority target, which is the Nidalee, which is the 8 kills or something like that. I can just instantly nuke her right here, land my E, grab up the kill, and the fight is just really easy from that point. So in this next example, pretty short but sharp example, we're getting a team fight rolling. I'm in fog of war right here. The enemies are running into us. So far, it's looking really good. We're also very much ahead. And what happens is that we get into a position where I want to be looking to assassinate the enemy Zeri, mainly because of the fact that she is the enemy AD carry, who doesn't want to kill the enemy AD carry. So if you can do that, great, do it. The only problem is they've got a lot of self-peel. And in this case, the biggest problem of self-peel is the Yone that's standing right next to the Zeri. What do we know about Yone? Yone's Q plus Yone's ult are knockbacks and knockups. So that means that my W can get cancelled at any time. Currently, I was not thinking about that in this particular game. I was not thinking about their self-peel, about their key CC. I try to QRW nuke the Zeri, but what happens? Yone ults me, my W does not connect, and Zeri, that's on 2 items right here, actually gets the opportunity to continue in the team fight. And that puts this team fight in a very awkward position, mainly because I just used my sniper shot and I did not get the kill. I got some damage off, I got a shot in the arm, but I did not get the kill, which means that right now I'm just not that useful anymore. Really unfortunate, but very good example of what you need to look out for when it comes to enemy key CC and self-peeling abilities. Fight extends. We luckily win it with my TP, but it's not that important afterwards. Another example of missing enemy keys, CC and self-peeling abilities right here. I TP in, right, recognizing that the enemies are very, very low on bot, looking to get a pickup with my W and RW. So if we look at the self-peel right here, we get the Samira W, which is something that I'm going to try to avoid by mainly just Wing on top of her. We got Viego, which has a potential stun. Pretty easy for me to play around that. And we got the Rel. The only thing that what's happening right here is we just play it out. I think I can just W the Samira. And what happens is that the Rel cancels my W. This shit blew my mind. When this happened to me in game, I was like, that's possible. I forgot that Rel could like actually dismount and knock me back and therefore cancel my W. So this Rel absolutely smurfed her self-peeling right here, saving the Samira initially. Thankfully, I got the hands and I can land some chains. But yeah, that was absolutely insanely well played by the Rel. And eventually we do pick the enemies off right here. Together with multi-threat, I'm able to do some more. Perfect example. So we're going to be reviewing a few more team fights, and we're just going to be taking a look at what the key things are that stand out to us right now. In this first situation, it's a pretty complex situation. We see that I just shove out bot, and the enemy's hard force and engage on mid. So I was not ready to make this fight. I was late. But we do see that the enemies are using a lot of cooldowns. Rel wasted everything, Warmus wasted everything, Kai'Sa wasted everything, which means that I can play as cleanup. And in this example, I did a perfect job playing as cleanup, getting ourselves a pretty decent team fight right here into the enemies. So what did we recognize when it comes to me playing for cleanup? I see right here, Kai'Sa used R, Kai'Sa used barrier, Kai'Sa used Sonia's, Rel used R, which means that I can just very easily flash W in, guarantee the kill, clean the fight up, and put us in a favorable position. That's really it for this one. I wanted to show the role of cleanup. For the next example, we actually see that it's the same game, different situation, in the sense that we are getting chased by the enemies. It's a 3 versus 3. Camille's closing in on bot. The other 2 enemies are closing in from top side. What do we know about the Rammus? Rammus, if I ever jump in on him, he can taunt me, Asol can one-shot me, so can Camille. Camille can just arm me, and there's no way for me to escape it with my mobility. So my champ is quite limited into the enemy team comp. We also have a very strong MF and a tank at the front. So in this case, I want to actually play a little bit of a front to back. So Camille actually comes in, and I use this opportunity to nuke the Camille without Wing in. If I W in, I do not have an escape path, and I might actually die. So I nuke the Camille with a QRE combo, still kill her. And especially the reason why I want the Camille is because she's a squishy target that deals a lot of damage that just went on top of our team. And that creates space for my MF to actually kill the rest of the enemies. And then I W out to make sure that I do not die towards the enemies that can potentially then go onto me. You can theoretically also QRW the Camille right here, but the downside that you might run into is that you kill yourself in the meantime with it. So that's also an option. So for this next team fight, I really want to highlight the sniper mentality. So in this case, the enemies are moving into us. The Rel is actually stepping up aggressively. I want to poke her a bit, but I use my W out because I do not want to waste all of my abilities onto the Rel. Syndra missed positions. I use my RW to get on top of her. And we therefore get a nice little pick off onto the enemies. Pretty straightforward team fight right here. And I really want to highlight the fact that I do not throw my entire combo onto the Rel because she's not that important. So I know that I need to target someone else than the Rel. I use my abilities to bait out enemy abilities, create space. Then when the Syndra mispositions and wastes her self-peeling ability in the QE by dodging it, we can actually jump on top of her and win the fight. Pretty good execution of a team fight. So in the next example, what we're going to be taking a look at is, I see a little bit of a fight breaking out on bot. I'm split pushing top, great stuff. I TP in, thinking, okay, I'm in the middle of the action. I can maybe nuke someone. Exactly that. I nuke the graves. I flick back towards my W. But who's right there? Syndra, ready to one-shot me. So this was a really nice one to just review. I think the initial TP is great. The nuke onto the Draven is great. But what we see is that we do not have any control, any area control of this situation, which means that we're operating with low information. And I was not processing in my mind that Syndra could be a potential threat for me and actually one-shot me. She clearly could. And because I wasn't aware of enemy key threats and enemy key CC abilities, that allowed her to take this beautiful stun, kill me, equaling the fight and not making it disastrous for the enemy team. Very nicely played by the enemy team, especially props to the Syndra right there. Next up, we got another team fight coming up right here. This is a little bit of a tricky one. Dragon's going to be coming up, so what I do is I'm actually on the side. If I'm on the side right here, the Kai'Sa is really strong. They also got a very squishy Syndra, a very squishy Draven. With me having 3.5 items, including Rabadons, I can just nuke anyone that's in my side. And if I just want to nuke anyone, I can nuke anyone. So I'm going to be looking to do that. That's why I'm positioning towards the side, because I want to play this fight like an assassin. So what do? I look. Kindred gets engageable. Kindred's forced to blow R. Thankfully, I'm here towards the side, and I nuke the Kai'Sa. Unfortunately, a little bit too early, so that the Kindred R saves her. But still, we nuke the Kai'Sa, she's out of the fight. Now I recognize, okay, the fight's not really winnable anymore. So I instantly W back. I don't really continue. I've just used my sniper shot. But I do see that the Jax is actually split pushing bot, which means that we need to stall out the enemies right here. Stall them out and make sure that Jax can actually put pressure onto the enemy base. And that allows me to go for another long-range nuke one-shot onto the Draven, killing him, picking him off, allowing Jax to get the triple in right here. Pretty decent team fight at the end. This one is a little bit unique because there's very unique ability usage. Just really long-range stuff with the QRE. Never really putting myself in a position to get killed. Never really putting myself in a position of danger. I think I could have played it a little bit better with my positioning. I think I could have stayed a little bit more here so that on my next W, I could potentially just W, Q the Kai'Sa, kill her and take her out of the fight, especially since she moved back up right here. This is where the vision's at. I also still have a sweeper if I want to deny enemy vision, but I know that they don't have any vision in here. So me standing right here or right here would be optimal outside of this vision range, and then potentially giving me an angle over here or over there, being able to pick off the Kai'Sa, who's honestly a bigger issue than the Draven. I'm just lucky that the Draven disrespected me, and I got the Draven kill at the end. There's not really much more to it. This is a pretty uniquely played team fight. This is where we're going to be ending off the team fight section as well. If you guys have any questions, let me know. How to CS on LeBlanc. A lot of people have actually asked me, Tim, how do I CS on LeBlanc? I don't know how to clear waves on this champion. Well, I'm here to help you. The trick is all about the caster minions. That's what we're going to be looking at mainly. And the way that we're going to be calculating the caster minions is the amount of auto attacks that we need before our W actually kills them. So we're going to be walking you guys through like 4 to 5 minutes of this game, and I'm going to be constantly explaining my thought process behind wave clearing minions, and every little bit of tidbit that you need to know about this. So when you want to look to clear minion waves, what you want to do on LeBlanc is you want to also always look at, okay, what's the first creep that's getting targeted by the rest of my minions? Just nuke that one with an auto attack with a Q. That's completely fine. And in the meantime, try to set up the caster creeps, because what you see in this particular situation, I've got 4 points in my W, and I got a little bit of AP on the Lost Chapter and Dark Seal. With this amount of AP, it takes me 1 auto attack plus a W to kill these caster creeps. It shows it very well. If I W onto these creeps, you see if I had all auto attacks these ones, they would have all died. So that's the goal to actually go for. In this case, I could have done a little bit better. I went for the trade. I still can take the creeps right here, but it shows the picture. On this next wave, I'm just going to be doing exactly that. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to make sure that I get this first creep. You can do it with an auto attack, you can do it with a Q, and then look at all the casters. I'm preparing all the casters right here to make sure that if I W like that, I can kill all of them. That's the idea behind wave clearing on LeBlanc. Sometimes, when you're on this point in the game, maybe you have no Dark Seal or you're a little bit behind, you need to do 2 auto attacks on 4 points W. Sometimes if you have 5 points W, what you can do is you can instantly one-shot the wave, depending on how much AP that you have. It always depends on, you gotta feel it out. So before Ludens, this is how you clear waves. You differentiate how many auto attacks do I need onto the casters before my W can one-shot it. That's the idea behind it. And I'm gonna be showing you guys how do we clear waves when a new wave is coming in. One thing I really like to do right here is I like to always nuke one of the melee minions with a Q plus E. And then I do the same strategy onto the caster creeps right here. As you can see, same strategy onto the caster creeps. I know that I only need one auto attack. One minion in the meantime gets targeted. I used my Q onto the other minion right here so that I can one-shot them all. I could have waited a little bit longer with the W, get 2 more auto attacks in on the 1 melee and the 1 range creep to guarantee all of the creeps and finish them all off with my W. That's the goal behind it. Finish as many creeps off as possible with your W, because that's going to put you in the best possible position where you lose the least amount of creeps. So for this next situation, look at how I approach this. I now have my alternator. So with my alternator, I'm 1 point of level 9. Means that I still need 1 extra auto attack to finish off the caster creeps right here, because I'm still 4 points W. So as you can see, the creep still survives. Post lost chapter, feel free to also lost it with your E, because you got enough mana to do so. And right now, you can actually see that once I have the level 9, which is 5 points W, plus a little bit of AP, in this case 151, I will actually be one-shotting the caster creeps. So as you can see, W, one-shot the caster creeps. And feel free to use your E and your Q to CS. Your Q always, your E post lost chapter as well. And what we're going to be doing here as well is we're getting ourselves a new wave coming in. We hit the turret plates, and I want to nuke this new wave because my hacker is making a play on bot. So I want to be covering that play. So what do? I actually RW this wave, and then I finish the rest off with a QW onto all of the rest of the creeps. So the way that you want to approach this is the W that deals the most amount of damage is the one that you'll be dealing last. In this case, at level 9, my RW deals less damage than my normal W, so I want to finish off the combo with my normal W. If my RW would be dealing more damage than my W, which is post level 11, that's when I want to start with W and finish off the trade, or finish off the wave clear with my normal W. That's it really. So we're going to continue a little bit. Right here, I'm doing some more strategies right here, where I'm just making all of the creeps low, and then just eventually I'll W on top of them, trying to last hit them. I want to also show another way of clearing the wave. How do you actually nuke the minion wave when you're playing LeBlanc? Try to group up as many minions as possible, also the melees. Then try to place your W in the center of all of these minions, so you AoE all of them. That's when you get the most amount of damage. In this case, I do a pretty good job placing it. Look at my W placement. I place it in such a way that it hits this one plus all of the caster one plus the cannon. So like this, boom, we hit all of the minions right here. I should have started with RW into a normal W to make it a little bit easier. I missed one creep, but it's okay. So whenever we get Ludens, that's when it just becomes really easy. Wave clearing on LeBlanc with Ludens is just very, very easy from this point. What you want to do is you just want to W the caster minions, right? That's the main goal. W the caster minions, W the backline creeps. You'll one-shot them every time with your Ludens. That's the easiest way to clear the wave. And in this case, what I do is my Ludens is not up right here. So always look at your Ludens as well. Because minions get a little bit tankier. That's why you cannot always just W the casters and kill them. It really depends on the state of the game. So in this case, my Ludens is down. So what I actually do is I QW the melee creeps. I start finishing off the melees right here with my Q with the rest of my abilities. And now the Ludens proc onto the casters. So I know for a fact that I'll be one-shotting the rest of these casters right here. So I QW the cannon creep, catching all of the CS, finishing off the wave with your W. That's the ID. That's the most important thing. Onto this next minion wave, look what I do. My Ludens is up. I actually hit the casters. They all die. I also try to get in one melee creep right here. Lower it a little bit, QW it, kill everything. And then you can just finish off the rest of the creeps with your auto attacks and with your Q. That's how you see Asol LeBlanc. Not much more to it. So a lot of people have actually asked me to include how to counter LeBlanc, how to beat LeBlanc. And it makes sense because LeBlanc is a very annoying champion to play against for a lot of other champs on mid. I actually made a video about this. It's on my YouTube as well. It's called How to Beat LeBlanc. if you guys wanna know the tips and the tricks to actually beat LeBlanc in a game, I definitely recommend you guys to check this one out. All the information is listed in there. We're moving on to a fan favorite section of the guide, which is the LeBlanc skin tier list. So I've got every single LeBlanc skin, and I also am a big chroma enjoyer. So I've got a good opinion on this one. I've used about every single one of them as well. We're gonna be starting off with the D tier right here. D stands for don't use. Both program and Debonair LeBlanc, I don't like them at all. I think they're clunky. I think their animations are not smooth. I don't like their auto attack animations. I don't like the sound effects. Yes, they look pretty cool, but I rate this purely upon how does the skin feel? How does it make you play better? I like pay to win skins. That's the stuff I like. Next up, I got the Ryze and Legend skin from Faker and Elderwood. These are not bad skins after all, but they don't really do it for me. I think the Faker chroma for this one's pretty cool. I didn't really decide to pick it up. That blue one was very, very sexy, but it was too much money for me. I'm going to be really honest. But the skin, I just don't really feel the animations that well. I don't really feel them properly. So therefore, it's in C tier. Together with Elderwood, not bad at all, but I just don't really feel it. B tier, which is pretty average. I think the Bewitching one, it's cool because it has like this white chroma onto the skin, which makes it look completely different. Therefore, I really like it because it's so unique. The Bewitching ones has really cool chromas. The animations on the other end, pretty mediocre. Raven Born LeBlanc is cool. The animations just don't fully cut it compared to the rest of LeBlanc, LeBlanc's champion. Then we got these two basic skins right here, which is like, it's not really the basic skin, but the animations and the sound effects, everything is the same as the classic LeBlanc skin. Hence is why I think it's B tier, because I really like the classic LeBlanc. I think it's cool. I think it's really good. It's just slightly recolored, and I reckon that's like, it's pretty whatever, but it just feels well. Same with Mistletoe. The only reason why this is one tier up is because of the fact that this one is a legacy skin. That's it. And this was the first skin I actually got for LeBlanc. So I really wanted to get this one. And I eventually got it from like a chest or something like that. And I was really happy. So Mistletoe LeBlanc right here has a special place in my heart. Now we're going to get into the actual good skins. Govan LeBlanc, solid auto attack animation, really nice ability animations. Love this skin, love the normal one, love the prestige one. Both do a really nice job for me. I like the normal one slightly more because, I don't know, the gold colors don't really do it for me. But I like the chromas on this one. It's absolutely fantastic. To the absolute S tier, these are by far my favorite skins to LeBlanc. I'm rotating these mainly between Worlds LeBlanc and IG LeBlanc. These are my favorite skins to use. Constantly rotating these. I love the blue chroma and I love the red chroma on the Worlds LeBlanc. Blue chroma is probably my most used one. Red chroma is also really, really nice to use. I also love the chroma on the IG LeBlanc. These two skins make me feel like I'm a beast on the Rift. And normal LeBlanc, classic LeBlanc, you gotta put it on there just to give it a shout out because it definitely deserves to be there. Good skin, good animations, sound effects are very funky but really cool, and it just does the job well. So we're gonna be talking about my LeBlanc journey over the seasons, guys. It's been a wild ride, and we're just gonna be explaining a little bit in story format why I started playing this champion and why I fell so much in love with it. So it starts off all the way in season 4. Was on a different account when one of my best mates actually he was a LeBlanc player. I was bronze back then. He was gold, and I got super inspired by seeing him play LeBlanc in my normal games that I wanted to play LeBlanc as well because the champs seemed fun as hell. So what did I do? I started practicing LeBlanc, played a lot of LeBlanc games, and in season 6, when I finally started like get a little bit better at the game, this is when I really started to pick her up in ranked here as well. You can see this was the first season I really started playing LeBlanc. I think I was like Emerald. I think back then it was like Platinum somewhere. Platinum LeBlanc. I'm just really jiving with the champion. And what I loved about this champion so much was the fact that it just could delete anyone from the game. And you could just W forward, Q, R, E, and just delete people. And that was my bread and butter combo back in the day as well. I loved doing that stuff, and that just gave me such an insane dopamine rush. So then season 7 hit, no LeBlanc games. Why? They reworked LeBlanc in the sense that the champ just didn't really become a burst champion at all, but became a little bit of a different champ, and I absolutely hated it. I hated its guts. So I swap champions. I got like diamonds somewhere around here as well, but I absolutely hated LeBlanc. But back in season 8, I think patch 8.8, they unreworked LeBlanc again. So I picked her back up, and from this point, like, I fell back in love with the champion again because of how the champion interacted with the burst potential, and I love just absolutely assassinating and bursting people. Hence also why they casted it in my pool. So I'm in the meantime, I'm also swapping up with some older champions, putting some older champs in my pool, learning other champs. But LeBlanc's always been consistently somewhere at the top of my pool because I've always enjoyed the champ. Sometimes she's been a little bit weaker, another time she's been a little bit stronger. And she's always been part of my pool to play. So then in season 10, I kind of dropped LeBlanc, mainly because I was just, I think it's season 10, mainly because I was just a Ryze and Cassadin and Syndra player at that point. I really learned mid lane through a different perspective. And then starting season 11 right here, this is where we see the big stats. This is actually where I fully picked up LeBlanc again, and I actually went absolutely beast mode with her. This is also the season but I think I missed the season right here. I think it's season 21. Right, these are the stats that I want to show. This is where I went fully beast mode with LeBlanc, and this is where at season 11 I also reached rank 1 LeBlanc World. This is where all the pros came to EU. I've got clips of me solo killing Showmaker on LeBlanc. I had some really nice combos. I had some good moves back in the day. And this is like the peak of my LeBlanc performance, right? Right here, this is where everything went incredibly well. I felt the most comfortable in this champion. I felt like I solved the mid game, I solved the lane, and it really showed in my stats. I did an absolutely insane job on this champ, and yeah, I got a lot of good scores. So from this point, it's actually been a little bit downwards when it comes to my actual stats. The year after, we can see that I put a little bit more LeBlanc games in, but the results actually stagnated a little bit. KDA was still okay, a little bit worse, but the results actually, like win rate wise, it became a little bit less worse. This is also a trend that happened on season 13. A little bit better win rate, still really good stats on this champion. But what was the difference maker, right? Why did I come from such a good LeBlanc to actually dropping a little bit in scoreline? And you can see that the scoreline start dropping, especially start of this season. It actually becomes negative win rate because I actually experienced a little bit of an imposter syndrome on this champion. And the main reason why that's the case is because I forgot how to win games in the mid game. I was dealing with a lot of narratives, a lot of issues on the champ, in the sense that I didn't really know what the best way to play mid game was on this champ. I was sometimes grouping too much, grouping too little, sidelaning too much, sidelaning too little. And the main thing that we also spotted was that the way that LeBlanc wanted to play the game, the way that I played LeBlanc's game, which was very creative in tempo, very creative in making picks, actually got nerfed by the durability patch and by some of the other changes that they made to the game, also with the items, that made the champion LeBlanc just a little bit less good at doing that. So I was stuck without an identity on my champion. The reason why I was so good on this champ didn't really work anymore because that part of the playstyle actually, they nerfed it. So I didn't really know what to do. I was lost in that aspect. And I'm still recovering from that, I'm going to be honest. And the reason why I did in the end feel comfortable making the LeBlanc guide after so many years of work is because after doing a lot of coaching sessions with another MLA coach, I actually now figured out how to play the mid game on LeBlanc, and I figured out what I was doing wrong, what I was doing, and also what I was doing right. And I think the main thing what happened is that LeBlanc's identity shifted over the years, and she's now a little bit of a different champion. And the mid game has actually gone a little bit less straightforward in that sense as well. She's actually only become harder because of the fact that you gotta just be even cleaner with your execution. And Mar is so unbelievably strong against this champ. at this point in the game. There's a lot of tanky champions running around. So the amount of mistakes that you can make actually is really not that high. So what I really learned is actually solving the puzzle pieces of the mid game, solving the puzzle pieces of team fighting. I did a lot of int team fights, but together with the other MLA coach, he really helped me realize what my issues were. And I actually turned that around. And now I feel probably the best I've ever felt on LeBlanc. I still think I've got some issues to work on. I am sometimes too chaotic in the way that I approach the game. I'm saying yes to too many plays. I'm taking too many trades in the lane. And even though I sometimes get away with it, lane's not my issue at all. It's mainly like just translating the leads. Even though I'd still get away with it, it shows a pattern in my game. I'm too chaotic. I'm not picking my fights carefully enough, which is what is eventually leading to me not getting the results that I want on the champion. It has made me realize, though, that LeBlanc is a champion that it's actually my most favorite champ that I've ever played in the game. I've loved Ryze, I've loved Kassadin, I've loved Yone, but LeBlanc is actually the best champ I've played in the entire game. In the most fun that I've actually had, that's what I mean. And I want to now also make her work in the times that she actually is not that good in the meta. I want to make her work and just continuously keep her at the top of my pool, whatever the situations are, if she's strong or weak, and continuously keep that effort going so that when the shit hits rock bottom, I can make her work as well. And I can learn how to win the hard games. So when she actually becomes a lot stronger, I can actually win the easier games as well. So it's been an absolute journey for me, like creating this LeBlanc guide over the past months and also playing the champion. It's been an absolute journey. I've loved playing the champ. A lot of highlights, a lot of down moments as well. And I think that after all this work, I feel really confident teaching this champion. If you guys want to get coached by me on this champion, I'm going to be putting a link in the description for the MLA. I'm really, really hoping to see you guys there. Not sure if this is the patch with the Lissandra buffs. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I think since the buffs, the matchup actually got a little bit harder because LeBlanc used to be able to like somewhat stat check, but now I like at least match her. But now Lissandra actually becomes strong, so I have to see how it plays out. I haven't played the matchup since. Very nice trade, level 1. Gonna bait out her Q. Sadly didn't bait it out properly. Nice, that was good. Good trade. Really nice trade. Every trading is going well. I really want to bait that out, but I guess it didn't really go that well. Poking the electrocute. This is all good for me because I put her under a little bit more kill threat than she puts me, so lost the cannon. Usually the first few levels are actually the hardest for LeBlanc. That was really well played by her. I think I can kill her next time. I just think I didn't play it well. Okay, that's pretty good. We're back. Wow, that's crazy that hit. Need to move up towards top side. That's where the action is going to be happening. A little bit down in experience because of my dive that failed. Really nice. Bot lane seems to be struggling a bit. Playing out of range. Gonna be reaching 6 soon. But not on time. So that's awesome. Wanna be using my clone to just take the reset. Gonna be doing a little bit of a trick here. Is I need a little bit more gold for my boots. What I do is I do this. And I get my distance back. Seems like top lane is dominating the enemy laner. Which is amazing to see. Awesome. That's really good. I'm getting some stacks on the Dark Seal. It's gonna be pretty important that I do not int it away. I don't know if this is good. Now it is. Nice. Ability usage has been pretty good. Decent chains. Hopefully there's a ward in here. No ward. So Shen's still level 5, Aurora's level 7. We got an incredibly strong top side. Definitely play with that. It's also going to be really hard for the... It's going to be really hard for the enemy Samira to play actually. Mainly because Aurora R, my W and my R, plus Nocturne is actually really hard to block with her W. So Samira is going to have a very tough game. Doesn't mean that she is unable to carry. She can definitely carry, but we got tools. But honestly, actually, so does she. She got Shenar, she's got Rel, she got Lissandra appeal. She got a lot of tools now I think about it. This may be a hard game if Samira gets strong. Slow push. Diego may be hovering. Beautiful. Massive trade. Okay, this has to reset. There you go, mid. This R. Nice job. I'm gonna kill her. No chance to escape for her, because I flash into her. Samira's getting really strong. I kind of don't want to fight this, but I'll hover, see what's up. Yeah, that's why we shouldn't do that. My bad, that's pure compensation. I'm gonna full mute everyone. Everyone's typing. I need to play my own game this game. Alright. We got this. That sucks, dude. That's so much gold to the Samira. That's gonna be so hard to deal with. Yeah, we can TP ball. Okay. Thankfully, I'm good with my chains. Thankfully, I'm good with my chains because Rel fucking annihilated me there, dude. That was an insane play by the Rel. Holy moly, that was such a good W or whatever she did to cancel me. I completely didn't think about that. That she could do that. That was not on my mental stack. If I die there, that'd be end of review. Let's TP. Okay, let's TP. This no TP. It should be. Nah, not playable. We need to like everything where the Samira is, we cannot be. Look at that, she's so fat. That hit me. I tried to dodge it and then W her, but it hit me, I guess. Oh man, this compensation is ruining the game. Also, the Lissandra is actually getting so much on bot. I'm now really far behind actually in the 1v1. That turned around really quickly. Well, let's play with Aurora. Aurora is really strong. This Bard's up to something with his build and playstyle. My bad, I disrespected. open up mid. We're dying too much. I think mid wave's cleared. Let's go bot then. Aurora got tower. I maybe should have moved mid here. I've got TP though. He's dead. I'm gonna port. Use my Aurora. Never mind, Aurora's 1v9ing. I fucked up macro. I fucked up the macro really hard. I overstayed on bot, really. Aurora is absolutely smurfing. I just need to play with her. Get this. This. They have a lot of MR, so getting Magic Pen is really good. Okay, at least we got the turret. Got no TP. I'm really looking at what my Aurora is doing. I'm trying to match with her. I think I only spotted Well walking in bot here. Not anyone else. Maybe I can overload with side of Aurora. Huge. That's why I play strong side there. That's absolutely massive. He was sleeping and watching top, so that made it really easy for me to do that. Okay, so since they're all three bolt, means that we can just take mid lane wave deep. You gotta be careful there. Yep. Aurora's TP, so this should be a good fight. Need to nuke this, by the way. We're on a timer here. We're on a massive timer. I even used my R for it. Beautiful. I'm seeing what Rel's seeing. Didn't really amount to anything. They got the Aurora. That's fucking bad. Me, I got the kill too. I don't know, man. It's the Rel that's stunning me, no? Or what was it? Viego W? My bad. Not sure what stunned me there. Let's actually... I reckon... Let's just go grab Bloom. I just want to reach my next item real quick. At least I can do Nash, so that's good. We got the dragon, which also stalls the game out a little bit longer for us. Need to get a ward on the Nash. Better not on it. I can go bot. I got TP. Okay. We need to stabilize, play with Aurora. Viego's getting more MR now. So that's why I couldn't one-shot him there. I was surprised why my damage was much lower because he just got 2 MR items. Didn't check the low stats enough. Big. Nice. That was fucking good. Need to back off here. I cannot really go bot now. Wow, they just cleared that vision in no time. And maybe on it. Or not. And where the fuck are they? Maybe in there. Seems they were resetting. find Samira. Maybe we can get some poke off. She's 4 items. That was such a good Aurora art, dude. This guy is completely smurfing it. Not sure if we can do the Nash. We're taking the dragon. Really good Nocturne R, really good Aurora R. And Bard R, by the way. My entire team smurfed it there. Baron deals a lot of damage. Always W towards the side of the Baron, so you don't get knocked up by being on him. Alright. Really nicely played by my team there. What's next? Let's play 2 lanes. If we can pick off the Rel before she pulls the trigger, that's also like massive. Just like that. That's a really nice Bard ult again. Making it very easy for me to do my job. Holy shit, my team is smurfing it so hard. I don't know what made her regen so much. I thought I had her with my QW, but then I just got wiped there. Got absolutely wiped. Wow. Let's go. Bard's 1v1ing the Liss, huh? It's actually kind of funny to see. Bard's 1v1ing the Liss. That's crazy. We spot a new Bard build here. All we have to do is just push top now and win the game. Let's do it. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're a very ult reliant team comp, so we gotta keep that in mind. Never mind, he doesn't need ult. This is a really good item. Random wins versus Samira is really good, actually. That's the only reason why this Nocturne is able to like sustain so much and fear the Samira. Because he's got the right item. Hey. Nice. Made it really easy. Multi-thread there made it really easy for me to land my stuff onto the Samira. I went for a double RW because it's not blockable by by her W and didn't want to risk my QR getting blocked. Nice, we won again. Awesome. That's awesome. Okay, let's review a bit. I want to see a little bit of the... Let's honor the Aurora, because Aurora smurfed her ass off. Played really well. I want to see this first death here, because the lane overall went pretty decent into the Lissandra. I thought I had her here. With the level up. So what should I do specifically? I guess this guy just... I should have gotten a little bit closer, because the reason I flashed W is because I wanted to W behind her to predict her that she's gonna flash as well. And I think the idea of what I'm doing is good. I just think that I have to get a little bit closer, because you see that the W actually missed. If this W lands and I get a Q off, well, maybe that's not really true, because the second tower is hitting me. Maybe I should just be happy with zoning her off the minion XP, because this second tower instantly hits me and there's no minions blocking that. So I think that's what I should do. Yeah, I should play it a little bit slower and just be okay with her losing creeps. I think that's the play. Let's take a look at my compensation here as well. This was disgusting. It was really well played by the Samira and Shen though. Samira flashed over, then Shen flash taunted me. And then the Samira also had barrier to defend herself. That's crazy, dude. Anyway, that was just really shit. I just compensated. If we look at the tab here, what do we see? Yeah, I should just ping this off. It's just not much more complicated than that. I should just ping this off and play top. That's why you have a strength, not on bot. Anyway, and I've got a shit ton of gold as well, so all I have to do is not this. I'm going to be standing in here because I want to prevent the Belva from invading Hekarim's 2. I'm going to turn off chat. Did lose priority, but it's okay. I'm gonna give it a push. Not a bad trade at all. Nice dodge. Cancelled an out attack at the beginning. That kind of ruined my trade. Otherwise the trade would have been really good. So she wouldn't have procced Electro. Nice dodge. I'm gonna reach level 3 here. Okay, we got our flash. Belva's bot. Seems like my bot lane is fucking Gumayushi and Karrion Prime. Top lane. Whoa! Winner's queue. Holy moly. That's some winner's queue right there. Okay, let's reset. Grab this. Keep you back. This. I'll be in tempo here. Seems like Aurora just used her ability. Nice juke out on her ability. Very nice trade. She's got no pot, it seems like. That means that she's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Short trade. She has no pot, so every bit of damage that I get on top of her is gonna stick. She's gonna go for the cannon. Nice. Reset. They're slow pushing into me. I like my Hecarim is kind of destroying the Belvev. From this point, I kind of want to just take high percentage trades in the sense that I don't want to take much damage in return and deal a lot of damage to her. Very nice change so far in this lane. I'll let the wave crash. Action's happening, I need to move. Oh! Right? Ooh. She's got no flash. Go back off, look at my wave state. Okay, so top lane is gonna be in a lot of trouble. She just died twice in a row, so it's not ideal. I'm done with the skirmish and the fighting on bot line. Okay, we got a very strong bot side, so we can just play with that. We're just clearing the wave. Fucked up my wave clear. There are plant. No plant. Back off. Okay, get a new pink ward. Keep playing with the Hecarim. The Hecarim is massive. Keep playing bot side. Bot side's massive. Wow, he just stole the Rapid. So bad. I'm not there. Okay. Really want to just keep playing bot. Very nice. We have a killer. Maybe baiting out her stuff first. Here's some minions. A little bit of a hit. On my next R, she's dead. Make sure I don't get Belva in the third. So I'm gonna bait our stuff out first here. Step up aggressively. Not gonna force a kill. We're taking risks like that. We don't want to take risks on a champ like Lucian. Should be fine. It's not my job to save them. Now it's fine for me to move. Ah, I stopped one again. Just cover my jungle. Ah, I really thought I dodged that. I think that we slightly overforced after... we slightly overforced after the kill onto the Belvev. It was good hover. Maybe I think what I should do is actually just stay mid. Or like stay in the jungle. And prevent... the Aurora from entering, because the Aurora R kind of blew us up there. Can do some stuff there. Fine. Lulu already got it. Okay. Let's start stacking Drakes here. Gonna be pushing mid. Unless I see some action happening around Dragon, I'll move. One plate's nice. Top might get ganked. Already has Borg. Either way. Cover both. Aurora may have info. I just need to fork, that's all I need to do. Get a clear strong on weak side. Cannot really move anymore. I gave Aurora prio. Worked out thankfully though. You gotta be careful mid here. See if I can take a fake. Perfect. Proc the electrocute, dodge out on her stuff. Just put some pressure on her. Got a massive issue on the top lane. Right. I'll keep pushing top. I got no business going bot or anywhere near. It would really delay tempo if I do that. Not sure if he's gonna have TP. I also need to take a reset real soon. I'm in a risky spot here. Whoa. Want to get the wave and then take a base. Really looking for a plate. Reset here. Then want to link up with Hecarim again. I'm rich as hell. Nice. Grab this. Grab this. Okay. Doing pretty decent in the farm department. We have the Nidalee and the Aurelia on bolt. We definitely want to be playing top side here because that's where all the strong members are. Let's just play Herald or mid tower. That's even better. Great. What a nice Asol as well. Into a CC chain. Beautiful. Okay, they might get a collapsed upon right there by the Aurora. Something I want to avoid for sure. Okay, let's give them some cover. And let's go back to the top. May lose bot tier 1, but it's fine because I don't think Nidalee could have defended it in general. I think she would have probably got noved by Velveth, so it's okay. Yeah, look at that. That means that we can play top tier 1 here. Aurora's shown on mid. Got my next W for the casters here. I don't have TP. Would be a shame if she dies there. Not my responsibility though. Okay, turret. Beautiful. There's some scouting here, if there's some vision. Do find some vision. Love finding vision. It means I get an extra ward and some extra AP. More vision. Getting rich over here. Got the dragon coming up in a bit, so I'm gonna hard push this wave, reset and move there. Let's reset. Ooh. I'm gonna open up mid here. Enemies are quite squishy, so I'm gonna go pretty burst oriented build. See what happens here. Wow, well done. I was debating teleporting, but looks like they had it. You gotta be careful. Oh, I wish I TP'd now. He's so fucking deep. Seems like we're fine. I fucked it up. I clicked backwards. Worked out though. Get a little bit. Let's sneak a little bit of this money here. For Yash. I didn't expect Velvet to be there. Thankfully, we have a very strong Ashe, so that works out. But nice. That's lucky though. I fucked up there. Let's see what's next. Taking the dragon here, that's good. So Nidalee doesn't have TP, but I still want to be on the strong side of the map. I don't want to be facing off against Aurelia, so I'll go top here. It's really important that I go top. I do not want to face off against Aurelia. Doesn't make sense to let Nidalee go against Aurora either, so this is good. Now I just need to match Hecarim tempo. Hecarim will clear bot the top here. We can potentially do something into the enemy top side right there. Please get it. Oh, my bad. Oh, important. Just putting my body in the area. Nice teamfight. Whoa! That guy is fat as fuck. They have heft. Nice. Again. I almost got sniped by this shit.